Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Sitting lonely in my room again, acting like I'm innocent. Why do I try? 'Cause now I'm feeling like a fool again, thinking I can fool myself by telling me lies. When there's so many things that I keep in my mind, I hang around people I don't even like. If they can be happy and walk with a smile, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. That I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Red Bull Home Grounds EME qualifiers here on the Goose House channel. I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Haza JC. Haza, we have had 64 teams, we've had so many rounds. I mean, it's been a long weekend so far.
It certainly has. Like you mentioned, we started off with a whole crop of teams. Now we're down to our final four semi-finals, followed by the grand finals with a chance to qualify to the main event today. I'm looking forward to it. We've got some great games coming up on this channel. We'll be covering Koi versus Heretics, the
Yeah.
Spanish derby. And we had a lot of Spanish fans in the chat yesterday that will be happy that we're playing this one. And the other game, which isn't on stream, which will be a rematch between Big and XL. Last time XL were convincing victors in that one. Big will be looking to cause an upset and get the result that they were looking for last time around.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you probably have four of the biggest kind of T2 orgs or orgs that are within the T2 scene that are maybe bigger elsewhere.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting to see what the kind of aim is when you go. Well, obviously the
Yeah.
aim's to qualify, but like what the results are coming from that.
Yeah, I think you have to mention as well that Koi Heretics, this game, both of those teams have made it into franchising. So it is a
Yeah.
case perhaps of some of these players trying to show off their capability, what they're got going forward in terms of that
Yeah.
account of themselves moving in towards T1 and what we're actually looking at in terms of VCT 2023. This is still the off season, a fantastic chance to display yourself on a big stage. If you can qualify to the main event, then that says a lot about you as a player, I think, not necessarily just as a team. So we will have to see what these players have got in store for us, and more importantly, who it is that will make it through into the grand final.
Yeah, exactly. And between Koi versus Heretics has this is a best of three semi final. And just to give you a kind of quick overview of the maps, it'll be Bind, Breeze, and then Ascent.
Yeah.
Bind will be first though.
Yeah, starting out on Bind, I think Heretics showed a pretty good performance last time out when we saw them playing on that map, I think. So it's interesting to see how they will fare there. That final map of Ascent, I think, is the most interesting for me in terms of the pick
Yeah.
bans here, because we saw Koi play it really interestingly last time around on stream. Their defense was so passive. They let
Yeah.
Bonk do pretty much whatever they wanted, but it ended up not amounting to too much because the read was just that good that when it came to the final execute, they just had all the players in place to deal with it accordingly. So it's a really interesting clash of play styles. On the opposite side, I think Heretics like to get aggressive early on and look for that opening pick. Kellogg's with about 288 ACS in that last one. So putting up some pretty big numbers, and it will be interesting to see if we get a similar display out of those players.
And maybe that's an interesting conversation that we could have as a
Mm-hmm.
talking about Heretics versus Koi. You could maybe put up Kellogg's versus Magnum. I mean, obviously we don't have a graphic for that, but two very different players, but still two very big players with lots of experience to put up big performances.
Yeah, they're both players who have played on an international level at Masters and Champions respectively. However, coming into this one, you have to consider the roles that they play as well. Magnum, while he can be a big fragger, is usually playing a more supportive agent. I think we should probably be looking at Famsi here on the duelist and what they're able to create. It didn't exactly rip up anything last time around, but still very capable. Sakake as well on that fade last time around was 90% of their kills went untraded, and I think that was one of the main issues that Bonk had in dealing with this team, because Koi were able to take a lot of picks and not have any kind of response come back to them.
Yeah, and I mean the space that they held, etc., was absolutely massive. I mean, I don't think, if I remember correctly, we saw much of Koi's attack, which will be something to be looking forward to on Bind, where we'll get a full half of Koi's attack. Looking at the comps already here, has a Heretics already opting for the double controller.
Yeah, we've seen the double controller come through from them. Koi instead going for that double initiator set. I mean, Heretics have it as well, but they have then conceded a little bit more. Well, actually, wait, no, Karo, both teams are playing double controller here. The main difference being that we have an Astra for Fern instead of a Brimstone. A little bit of extra utility perhaps to execute in the site with, and all of this does lead in towards supporting Famsi.
Do you know something, Hazard? I actually didn't like. It didn't register with me
Yeah,
because of the Astra. I
yeah.
was like, oh yeah, like well, one team's playing double controller, one team's playing double initiator. Sorry, another thing that I was going to mention is the pick rate of Chamber has not been high in the
Yeah.
games that we've casted.
Yeah, I think that's has to be the main observation, right? Neither of these teams are playing Chamber. When you're setting up with double initiator and double controller, you only have one role left to fill. You either bring in the duelist, like a Raze, for example, so much good clearing utility, which I don't think either of these teams want to miss out on, or a Chamber and play without a duelist. It's a more passive setup in many ways, but on your defense, you will still be looking for those opening engagements. Neither team opting for it. There's a bit of a variance here between the agents that we have as well. Like you mentioned, Astra and Brimstone both providing different roles. Brimstone himself very good at stalling out a lot of those pushes with his utility. His Incendiary lasts the longest of any in the game, has the Orbital Strike as well when you look in towards post-plant. Astra also from the same ilk in the way that she's able to dictate certain things, but you have to be very careful with how you use that utility because the cooldowns have increased significantly.
Yeah, already we are seeing things go off. A nice little bit of aggression out of B long. The players already dropping off from Koi. They've realised where majority of these players are. They're trying to take space towards A. Already through on towards Lamps. The Viper wall comes down and the plant is being attempted. Nobody there to even try and contest. And that is key seconds bought as Heretics still rotate.
Yeah, we have to see what the post-plant is like here for Koi. There's nobody flanking from Heretics, so it will be a 5 versus 5 offensive in the site itself. Famsi preparing the paint shells to just slow down this push from happening. Koi managed to make their way in, not at the expense of very much utility, so they will just be trying to stall this out as long as possible. That diffuse tapped, and I think it may just be being full stuck here. I can't believe it. In the retake, somehow Grabinho is allowed the time and space to hold for the whole way through. Heretics win out the majority of the kills in the end as well and secure the pistol round.
Yeah, I mean that is crazy. The fact that that's been able to happen. What?
It's the setup in the post plant as well, right? Like I'm saying there, what are we going to see from Koi? They've taken enough space to hold on to the site. How much do they give? Heretics are allowed room to move in towards the middle of the site. There weren't any crossfires to deny it. The sky smoke comes through. The graphic didn't show the diffuse, but by God me, Grabinho has enough time to get it done.
Yep, paint shells out guiding light. A lot of utility here. And look at that. Famsi just stuck between a rock and a hard place, or a fragment grenade and a paint shells. Lil also taken out there between the utility. But it seems as if it's Koi to take the advantage going into this post plan.
Yeah, it's a very fast execute coming off the back of the force buy here from Koi, and they set up inside the site once again. This time Magnum pinned to the spike, not willing to give an inch at which Heretics could retake from. Snick trying to find anything on the site, but it is Magnum once again to shut them down. Grabinho retaliating, but will need to come up with the goods here on the second occasion to clean out the round.
Yeah. Really needs to come up big here. There's 3 players to find, and they don't even know if they have showers control yet. There could be one sitting outside. The players are all lined up. This player isn't going to get anything done here as Grabinho looks to bust out and at least get one. Will get the Viper, taps the spike. Yeah, there we are. Koi with a very, very promising and a really good adaptation there.
That is the second round in a row now that Heretics have conceded control of the site when Koi have gone for a fast execute down short. So something we note about bringing that double controller setup in towards Bind, it is incredibly strong, and one of its strong suits is being able to have control of the choke, and the utility just wasn't there to slow them down. No. Koi burst straight through, find control, and then, like you mentioned, adjust the setup in sight so that they're able to hold on to things a little bit better. I was laughing for a moment because I saw Grabinho put the smoke down again, but no chance at defusing it this time around.
Definitely not. Looking towards what we're seeing here, it is going to be a gamble stack from Heretics here. Has 4 players on towards the B site. Obviously, with them being on an eco, it totally makes sense. The Viper, very good at stalling out by themselves, and that's why we're seeing that right now.
Yeah, well, you say that. At the same time, Pora does not really have much utility here to actually slow down Koi if they push. I think the thought from Heretics is that we've conceded control of A short 2 rounds in a row. If Koi go for it again, we can make a retake happen. If they go elsewhere, we have a more favorable number of players on B to stop that push from coming in, because it's not a part of the map which they have attempted yet. This is, essentially the anti-eco here for Koi after they pick up the previous one. The economy now at a bit of an imbalance.
Well, it seems if that execute for Koi is happening on A, even though there has been a teleport, A is completely clear. I think they're just waiting for this Viper wall to drop so that they can clear this out. And well, I mean, realistically, signs are pointing towards a plant. The players now coming back, and I think this is baited Heretics completely. Look at this 5-stack, Kaza.
Yeah, we do see the rotate from Pora as well, so it's 5 players on the B site, and we go back to what the story was on the pistol round, 5 versus 5 retake. This time around, perhaps, Koi holding a little bit more aggressively. The toxic screen is in a place, actually, where Heretics do have that room to move back in towards the site, so you've got to be looking more at that flank coming through from showers once they do make their way forward.
Oh, nice utility combo though, Hazza. We are going to see someone on the spike straight away, and it seems if Koi aren't reactive to it, we are going to get the gravity well, and as the players all start to swarm on towards the spike, they will get the players, they will cut them down, and Heretics are left to 1. It's all up to Famsi. No, it's all up to Kellogg, sorry. It will be another round towards Koi, and they really did react well to that.
Yeah, raised players all the same, but they end up losing out. This is Koi's bonus. Now it's been staggered a little bit more, like we said, the economy a bit strange when you're able to retaliate as quickly as they did with the Force Buy, and Heretics have everything that they could possibly look to try and work with. Magnum holding on to the Seekers could be pretty big here in the late round as to what Koi want to try and do. And we have the orbital strike from Grabinho as well to just slow down those pushes and potentially look in towards yet another A retake as they're currently playing on B.
Yeah, Pora already got that poison orb up and ready to go. The snake bites down and the Seekers to go through as well. They're clearing the space. Pora will get cleared, but only good for one Hazza. We are seeing that orbital strike come through. That was to, well, isolate the players on shot as Famsi takes on Kellogg's. We are going to see that spike initiated. Lowell at the back of sight doesn't see anybody, and that's a lovely nightfall.
Yeah, it's a nightfall to just slow things down. Koi so quick in the execute. We didn't see too much of their attackers side yesterday on Ascent, but it was very much the same. Holding W, making a way straight in towards the site. Prowler coming through to just clear out these angles. Famsi still holding on to lamps, which they were able to take off the back of a singular Prowler in that early round. Sekake works off their own utility in that respect to take out Grabinho. Now at a player advantage, 4-2, twice as many for them to use. Koi will just be seeing out this round, and Heretics holding on to the weapons that they have left. The bonus converted here.
I think what we've seen is Heretics like to, sorry, not Heretics, Koi like to press W very, very quickly, get themselves onto site, but they've made one mistake in the post plant, and that mistake has been corrected and never been repeated this full time, has it? Which is, I think, something that's very complimentary to say.
Yeah, and you also have to consider as well the utility that they have to stop a diffuse from coming in as well. Fern, with the gravity, well, we've got snake bites on Neptuno, even a paint shells if you'd go so far as to say that Famsi would be involved in that respect. So lots that they can try and do to mitigate these issues, and I think it is just the case of it being one slip up that hasn't come through, like you mentioned. On this round, Heretics just trying to play through a couple of the rifles that they have. They've split them up onto A and B respectively, and we'll just be looking to take some of those fights and see what they can find, really.
Oh, Grabinho's just walked straight into a spam, and that spam from Famsi and Sakake will pick up Grabinho. There will be no more of those sky smokes, and that's going to be excellent work for them. They could easily rotate off. They've got the first pick, and they've pulled a massive, massive pool of Heretics player towards B-side.
Yeah, and with the majority of these Heretics players being on a low buy, Koi understand that they can probe more extremities of the map and take some of these orbs. We're seeing Fern has collected Shower's control already and is able to kill Pora. And this round just seems to be going the way of Koi. I don't think Heretics have too many options to see out this round. They have a couple of rifles left standing still, but once we go into post-plant with all 5 members still up here for Koi, it's going to be incredibly difficult to retake.
Yeah. When you look towards what's in terms of ultimates, I mean, Heretics have nothing. We do see the showstopper for the Rays if they really wanted to invest, if they felt the desperation to. Doubt it's going to be that case. Heretics slowly make their way onto site and will prioritise lamps as you'd expect here. Has a Neptuno just shoulder peeking, no longer going to be doing that. Lovely first pick here to get in, but the spike is extremely low on that time. The players peek out. Snick does do the work. There's still more players to find, and they're on classics. They're not on the best weaponry that they possibly could be on. Koi are just, well, shooting the players down. And as Kellogg's, we see them find a couple of kills. There will be one left, and it will be another round towards Koi.
Yeah, Koi picked that one up, but it gets pretty cagey in the end. Heretics make good damage out of what they had available to them. Those two rifles putting in plenty of work. I think something that we have to note about Koi's setup here, which Heretics have struggled to deal with, is that toxic screen up towards short. They've combined it with the Prowler multiple times to give themselves control of lamps. And on the previous round, we saw Pora playing here up close on short, trying to close down the amount of space and keep a close eye on what Koi were doing in that area. But as the sole defender of A, it was his responsibility entirely to cover both chokes. Moves towards showers, ends up dying. This time around, it will be B long instead, and a Viper's Pit invested.
Oh, it's very, very quick again. The showstopper comes through. Oh, Fancy, look at this. That's perfect. That's lovely. There goes the Viper's Pit and allows the players on long to get in towards sight. It's turning into a skirmish between these players. And I'll tell you something, Hazza. Heretics can't skirmish at the moment. There's only one player left, and it's Grabinho.
Oh, it's always looking towards the controller player to bring up a clutch. Grabinho in this instance only good for one before they hit the deck. Sekake finds it, and Koi maintain that lead, continuing to stretch away from their opponents after that first round error. Something I wanted to highlight here actually was a really nice use of the 0 point from LoL to take away the showstopper from Famsi as they were heading in towards Octagon. However, it's unfortunate. Out of the ult backs Pora, they're able to take the kill, and Heretics will proc their first time out of this semi-final.
And it totally makes sense, because apart from a pistol round, Heretics have done nothing of great worth. I guess you could say that round where they had the retake, they got 4 kills, but the time was so far gone that, I mean, it just wasn't going to happen. And then you look towards what's coming. I mean, I guess they have ultimates, so they have things that they can work with in the future. It's just about using them correctly.
Yeah, Koi have so much utility that they can work with in this instance, because you think about Astra in comparison to Brimstone. Astra offers, significantly more in terms of giving setups for other players to go ahead and make their presence felt and cause that pressure in certain areas with the Nova Pulse, more specifically, the Gravity Well constantly being held onto for the post-plant setup here. Fern opting to use that after what we've seen, but yeah, Koi looking a lot more assured in these retake scenarios in terms of how they hold on to the site and play up these angles with one another. Heretics offering some resistance, but I think still, like you mentioned, we need to see them take the front foot, the initiative in some of these rounds, because otherwise they're just going to be conceding.
Yeah. I mean, all Koi are doing are just playing a default style. Like, they're not really doing anything greatly special. Nothing, like, in terms of set plays. They're just controlling that pace, and for some reason, Heretics just can't keep up. They're waiting for this aggression. They're punishing it, and Kellogg's down to 40 HP already.
Yeah, but that's a big tag through the wall, which will be healed off from Magnum's regrowth. So yeah, I mean, I guess it is Kellogg's that comes out on the back foot this time around. Snick looking in through showers, assisted by their teammates. Koi once again prepared and waiting for it. Fern able to take the first of those players down. Just looking to cause problems, but they're being dealt with one by one. Koi incredibly patient, now head towards the B side of things, where it's just Grabinho who takes a clattering through the side of the wall. This may just end up being a flawless. It is. Koi dismantle them on all areas of the map. Like you mentioned, it's a skirmish, and one which is being lost on all fronts.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's like when paper mache meets water, you know what I mean? Everything just falls apart. I mean, everything's good in practice, but I'm telling you something. Sorry, everything looks good in theory, but in practice, everything is falling apart. Again, I mean, ultimates now starting to come online for Koi. So while Heretics did have an advantage, this might slowly start to be, I guess, null when Koi can use their own ultimates in that post plan.
Yeah, we also have to remember both of these teams came out of the Swiss stages 5-1. However, while Heretics did end up losing one of their games, Koi had to forfeit a match due to a technicality. So in some senses, you could say that this is currently a team which are undefeated. And that is something which not only will be playing to their confidence, but potentially to the minds here of Heretics as well. Finally, they have a full buy available, and we will have to see what they can do with it.
Yeah, it's the patience as well from Koi. Look at this, it's a minute, and well, I mean, while they're moving on the other side of the map, when it comes towards this player that's sitting outside of showers, they're doing absolutely nothing and waiting for these players to move through. Oh, Kellogg's. Surely you find it. No, you don't. That's a lovely first pick, and it might draw away pressure, even though there's utility on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's always about the late execute here from Koi. Many teams try and do it on bind, and it seems as if they'll now be setting up for B. Fern just giving some of those astral stars to help out things as they make their way through. There's an orbital strike there from Grabinho, but the spam nearly claims them once more. The kill does in fact go the way of these defenders. And there's not much time here for Koi to get that spike down and planted, but it doesn't matter because they're winning these duels one by one. Only Lol remains, and he too may be forced to just save out on this round.
Yeah, it looks like it has. I mean, what you could talk about strategy, we could talk about utility, but at the end of the day, this is a tactical FPS, and the FPS element is just being won out by Koi in every front, and that's the difference. Win your ones, and they're winning through the rounds. It's just as simple as that for Heretics right now. Maybe with this being, I believe this is Koi's map pick anyway, so that they can take a little bit of comfort in that, I guess, Heretics, and they can maybe look towards further in the best of 3.
Yeah, I think something interesting about this is the setup from both teams. We said how there isn't a chamber in play, and I somewhat think that that would have really benefited Kellogg's style of play. We saw him yesterday on Haven take so many first bloods. We were joking about it almost. And by Heretics not having any ways in here in the early stages, it means they're completely stripped of any information. Still 2 players there hanging towards A when the execute comes through on B. And I just want to see a little bit more proactivity perhaps from this defense in the way that they set up currently, because they're so stripped back. Coming into the retake, the majority of the time, they don't even have the player numbers to make it a success.
I mean, we look towards what happened on outside of showers with Kellogg's, right? It was an isolated 1-versus-1 Hazard as well. So, I mean, they essentially are giving these opportunities to Koi, and Koi are just snacking up, which is really rough.
Yeah, I suppose there is that, but if it goes the opposite way, like, you really can't call it. Famsi already up on the high ground on top of they're moving back in now towards Lamps. But Koi have control of the site. They have a Viper's Pit to consolidate it from the Cosmic Divide, which we saw initially invested a big upfront in terms of ultimates. Heretics have a couple of their own to retake, but it is a 5-versus-5, and they have balled up in this position once again. The flank will be pivotal, and Grabinho does find that initial kill.
Yeah, now it creates this little kind of circling of pressure. It looks as if we are going to get a flank to flank the flank. That's the way it looks like, as we do see one of the players come through from Koi. It is the Astra, as Sakic hides in the corner. The spike is going low. These players are all going to start to fall. It's all going in Heretics' favour, but can they get the defuse? As Neptuno goes huge, it certainly seems as if it's not going to be the case. It looks like another Koi round, and that's huge from Neptuno.
That's a massive spray from Neptuno to find a quad through their own Viper's Pit. Koi coming into the 10th round with a dominant 8-1 lead. 8 in a row, in fact, here from Heretics' first initial round. It looked like they were winning out the kills, but the time had already ticked so low. That spray through the midst of things swipes them all out. And it's back to the drawing board for Heretics, and it's going to be back to another shoddy buy.
Yeah, exactly. We do see a Bulldog being bought up, and there is a rifle, so again, maybe we could see that split, but it's a gamble stack on B, and then all it takes is for Koi to identify what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it's as simple as that. It's been anything but so far, I think. Koi just reading into what Heretics are doing very nicely, or at least when they come to that incisive push, there's a little bit extra firepower for them to work with. The utility begins to flood the choke as it has done round after round. Lamps control secured. And I don't want to be saying that we're going to be going into another 5 versus 5 retake, Cairo, but it's certainly setting itself up for that.
Yeah, this time Magnum aware on the flank, and this is it. Heretics now getting cut down. They will get to a 2 versus 4 with some players on low HP, so somewhat doable here, Hazza. But how doable actually is it? The 2 players in Lamps will be holding a crossfire, and there's still so much utility to burn through, especially with Magnum. They can now look to this, go towards Showers, take this engagement, and just hold off Pora. The time is ticking away, and Heretics need to go quickly.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing to note. Magnum is just buying time. Lowell will challenge as well. They get the kill, but it's already too late to make anything happen. Koi flood through with a couple more of their own and secure their 9th round here on the attacking side. And while Bind has an attacker bias, I think it's fair to say Heretics need to be showing us a little bit more. On this round, perhaps not the one to do so. Didn't have the weapons necessarily to work with, but conceding the site once more into another retake where they already look stunted and the kills start to come through. It's so difficult. You can look to play for that retake on A, right? But then Koi are already in a more preferential, advantageous position. They take the kills off the back of it, then they have a player advantage, and you're effectively going off nothing then back into the retake.
Well, already a preference and a bias towards B for Koi. They only need one more, Hazard. It's that situation that we've seen once before when in the Swiss stage where we could see Koi with all they need is a pistol round on the second half. Hopefully it doesn't get to that stage though. Heretics just haven't been up to it. And I don't know if they've got the read right because the spike is making its way towards A.
Yeah, we saw in the CGN versus 10-star game that CGN were able to find their double digits inside the first half. That game did end up about 13-6, so there was a late response, but Heretics won't want to be delaying this any more than is necessary. Finding the next couple of rounds will be pivotal in their chances of potentially picking up this map. A thought which is far away from anything we're currently expecting. Footsteps being heard here, and Pora actually loses their life towards B as the feed just jumps back and forth very momentarily.
Yeah. And look at the space that Magnum's taking right now, has it? As the players start to rotate towards B, the spike being, well, rotated away from B, going towards A. We do hear the showstopper, and it is Kellogg, so this could be absolutely wasted just by Koi's, well, tactical play. Their mid-round calls. Grabinho, though, they have the opportunity, and that opportunity goes. It was a glimpse in the night, and it seems as if, well, Heretics' map is a glimpse in the night. They're not getting a chance. It's Koi again, deny delay, and use all the utility. It's all up to Lowell on the flank, and they're doing work here. Heretics answer back. They're making sure this isn't a glimpse in the night. They're making sure that they have a chance, and they need to win out this round here. This is pivotal, but the player in Lamps may be ready for this Sake holding this down. There is a fragment grenade available, but why use it when you can use a rifle? Little now looking towards Firm, looking towards this Astra, knows where they are, going to use that fragment grenade to deny, and that could be huge as they try to walk over. Waiting for the swing, the gravity well coming up, but look at the time, Hazard. The time is so low, and this is just perfectly paid. But the time's gone. Waited for that, well, making sure that the half wasn't going to come through. Koi win another round.
Yeah, double digits here for Koi now. Lol with a very nice attempt at a clutch there, but like you mentioned, time already ticked so far down. Koi able to win out a lot of that space and time on many of these rounds. It was a valiant effort, but ultimately it counts for nothing. The only thing that is counting up right now is the score sheet and those rounds for Koi. Heretics with one more opportunity here now at finding themselves around. You could say that it was good damage, but I don't think economy even comes into the question with how many they've been able to pick up here consequently.
Yeah, we are seeing the showstopper come out the party popper, but it's not going to hit anything. It just clears the close angles, which is what you sometimes need. We are going to see the players move in towards that, well, I guess, the kind of default spot on towards triple. Orbital strike used, but the plant is still going down because it's just outside Showers, and it's been a change up of spike placement for Koi.
Yeah, Heretics need to go fast on this retake. Koi have already used a lot of utility with a nice set play to make their way in towards site. Famsi has found the opening kill, however. There is no crossfire, so to speak of, right now for them to use. It's all on their shoulders. Lowell is able to finally take that player out, but not before they're at a disadvantage. Viper's Pit will be committed to breathe a little bit more space into what is a currently dying Heretics on their last legs. Peeking out will be Kellogg's for a double, and so too will follow the defuse. Eventually they get it done. 2 rounds now won for them on a defusal, while there were players left standing on the side of Koi. Maybe a couple of the same issues that we'd seen in the beginning of the game, but I think otherwise a faultless half from the Spanish team.
Yeah, exactly, Hazard. The El Clasico has started off fiery. I feel as if this is like the El Clasico where it was like Jose Mourinho versus Pep Guardiola, where they were constantly trading games. I think that's where we'll end up. But at the end of the day, it's a 2-10 half for Koi. I mean, realistically, if they win this pistol, this could, I'm not saying be all over for Heretics, but it's certainly, I mean, you have to fight against 10 rounds of match point.
Yeah, if you lose the pistol round here, the best case scenario for you then is force buying through and able to generate enough momentum to try and get a few more rounds over the line. But Heretics really need to be picking this one up. If they don't, then I would say that this game is all but over. Right now, the same toxic screen being used to levy some control towards Lamps, but it won't be followed up on. And Koi are being proactive elsewhere. That guiding light from Magnum towards Fountain has already confirmed that there are no players hanging around. We may soon see a rotate as this execute starts to come through.
Yeah, Kellogg's taking that space through here as they start to get aggressive. Neptuno, though, just with a nice snake bites a cake, just denying Kellogg's getting in towards Lamps from, well, maybe a little bit of a back pincer. But look at the site, Hazard. There's a big massive vacuum, and it seems as if Heretics have somewhat repositioned towards more of a Showers retake.
Yeah, we see that Koi here are pushing through Showers to try and make this flank. It's only Grabinho on the backline. Spora moving forwards elsewhere. We'll find Magnum towards spawn, and this has given them a lot more room to try and work with. The backside is essentially clear. However, do Heretics have the cojones to go ahead and push it? I'm not too sure. Paint shells from the backline as Famsi continues to prod that spike not yet planted with less than 30 seconds to go. Low HP on a lot of these players. Heretics look to try and force some control back towards Showers, make some space for themselves. Finally, the call is there. The backside is clear, and we will see the spike go down with 10 seconds to spare.
We still have a player to come from B as well, Hazard, which is something to watch maybe later in the round. Oh no, as we see the gunfights go forward. Heretics are on such low HP. Maybe one right click is enough to take out a couple of them. There is a player watching from heaven. We need to see, can they get taken out? Well, Pora won't. They'll just find the frags. One left, it's all up to Neptuno. Can they find the round for Koi, or Heretics hold it out? We will see the kill get taken. Pora now having to push forward on towards this spike, but they're holding fast. They don't need to peek. Why do they need to? They can just wait, just shoulder peek, and that time is too low. That is another, that is another Heretics round, yeah.
Yeah, another Heretics round. They're able to sandwich the half with a couple of rounds, find the pistol round, that injection catalyst perhaps for some kind of a comeback from them here. And this round, I have to say, goes to the expertise of Pora. One out in first strike for Heretics, an incredibly long time ago, it feels like now. But they're calling upon some of that experience in the clutch, not peeking out, not buying into it from Neptuno to look for that final kill. With so many players on low HP, Heretics are able to get it over the line. No worry of a defender-sided force buy here, as you're less likely to see it. One of the merits of being on this attacker's side. And they just slow the pace all the way down, just expecting what Koi might put in front of them.
All right. In terms of what Heretics have here, they have somewhat of a window of opportunity to get into this game, Hazard, to somewhat rescue themselves, especially if they could win that bonus. That would be huge. Neptuno just, I mean, realistically, all Koi are doing is just testing the boundaries of Heretics.
Yeah.
They just missed that out, but they're still pushing.
Yeah, some serious limit testing going on right now. Heretics need to push in towards this site because the flank is coming through, but Grabinho dismantles both and gives them a nice advantage to work with here as the spike does get planted. Like you mentioned, it's going to be about carrying as many of those weapons through into the next and making that bonus as powerful as it possibly can be. They're winning all of the fights out. It's flawless from Heretics as they find their fourth.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's what we needed to see from Heretics as well, Hazard. We needed to see them get, well, majority of those upgrades through into the next round to give them the best opportunity of winning out this bonus. If this bonus is won, it is game on.
Oh, it certainly is. Momentum will now start to sit in their court. If they can find this one, then they'll be feeling incredibly confident about their chances in keeping alive in this game. LoL only a couple away from the null command. Could be huge in making an execute happen here if they're going to try and get an orb already challenging towards Showers with the Bulldog. A couple of those more premium rifles for your bonus bought up here, giving them every chance at finding this one.
The players on site... well, I mean, they'll have some sort of information in terms of the utility and stuff that's being thrown at it, but so a bit of personality about Koi and what we saw was how, I guess, reserved that they are, how willing they are to just sit back and wait, and that's what we're seeing here, is all 5 players start to circle that B site.
Yeah, Magnum's already taken a helping of damage, and that can't be healed off because they're the one with the ability to do so. We've seen a rotate come through here from Snick, just waiting, perhaps, to push in towards the site. The guiding light comes through, and finally the Koi players collapse in on Heretics. They've waited long enough to find themselves their 11th, but they will do it in style. Flawless is responded with Flawless, and Koi move on towards match point.
Well, Hazard, it's time for Cairo's copium take of the day, the first one. I guess you could say it's only a bonus round. Heretics can still come back into this one, but on the other hand, Hazard, the reality is very much and very far from it's just a bonus round.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not only that, we've now seen Neptuno bring the Viper's Pit online. Sakek only 1 away from the Nightfall, and we're already seeing Koi build a presence towards B long here to set up for getting that orb into their hands at a potential retake. A control being established with that ultimate on short. There's a poison cloud outside of Showers as well to try and work with. Great utility set up that Heretics dismantle it all. Finding a huge opening here in Octagon and setting themselves up to take control of B.
This is absolutely massive. I mean, the fact that they've not identified the Astra could be a bigger problem. But it seems as if no one is willing to challenge in towards that mid position. Lil will be that first contact, and the spike is slowly making its way onto site and will be planted.
Yeah. I think both of these teams are aware of the presence of potential players. Kellogg's thinking about Fern from this spot, and now it will call LoL into action. That slow flank will eventually come through, but perhaps it's more important to see what these jewels are going to be taken in and amongst the site. Fern is sticking this. They've already got it through to at least halfway, so that's half of the problems already dealt with here for Koi. And, well, actually, it's just going to come all the way through. Surely not. Heretics. A draw blood from the same sword which set them up with so much success. A couple of defusals on their defender's side as half is met with the same story from Koi. And I really just don't know what to say after that one.
Hazard, that's heartbreaking. That is massively, massively heartbreaking for Heretics, because now it's in a situation of you have 8 match points. At least you had that margin for error of 1 round where Heretics can make a mistake. Well, the mistake's been made, so now they have to be perfect. And I mean, as much as I think Heretics are a great team, being perfect here might be a tall order.
Yeah, it's 8 map points between them now before Koi claim their home ground here in the best of 3. Fern finds the initial kill, and that takes away LoL's presence on A. Already we've seen Pora move up towards Lamps. Could find a trade here of sorts back on towards the players. Has the footsteps of both spots out, each of them. But Famsi will claim, and now it's a 2-player advantage for the defenders to work with. Nightfall in the hands of both Fades, but we may not see it come through. Snick does get the first. Cake lining up that next one in and around the site is the Viper player, but Neptuno's got off with it scot-free. Cake on the hand. to claim off the back of their own ultimate ability, and now it's a 4 versus 2.
Nice swing from Kellogg's and a nice answer back from Heretics. This is now workable. This is now doable. It's 2 versus 2 and it's isolated fights. The showstopper comes through. It misses, but Vams's bullets don't. Kellogg's shuts that player down and it's still up to Furn on the flank. Kellogg's has made their way in towards CT here, Hazza, and with that player in towards Hookah, at least there is that blast pack, at least there is that showstopper, so that is stuff that they can work with. I mean, easily we could see players, but this is a lovely nebula, but Kellogg's loses out, low HP, Hazza. We are going to see the grid for Koi. They're going to win that first round, and for first map, I should say, and they go advantage in this best of 3.
Yeah, Koi able to pick up their home ground. The warning cry of the showstopper came out from Kellogg's, but it wasn't enough to deter Fern, who adjusted nicely, moving to the high ground. They found the first kill on the round and the final one to close it out. 13-4, a dominant start here from Koi on their own pick.
I mean, everything about Koi, their patience, how reserved they were, but at the exact same point, they knew exactly how to switch up the pace and really take it to their opponents. Heretics just couldn't keep up for some reason. I would have wanted to see what would have happened if Koi, if Heretics never let Koi get that defuse, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. I suppose that's one way of putting it. However, I think we saw on a lot of rounds that Koi were able to take that early initiative on their defender's side, something that Heretics didn't do whatsoever. It made it incredibly difficult for them in the late round. Koi also on their attacker's side, incredibly decisive in the execute, just pouring straight into the choke. The amount of times they were able to take a relatively uncontested going into a post plant, either at the same level of players or at an advantage, is ridiculous. And any well-drilled team will be able to convert those advantages. It's something we saw them do time and time again. So they do pick up Bind here with a very resounding victory.
It was very resounding, but I'll tell you what, Hazza, that was Koi's map pick. The next map that we have coming up is Breeze, and that is Heretics' map pick. That is their home ground, as we are calling it. So with that being said, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. We're going to get set up for Breeze, and then we'll go towards Heretics' home ground.
Taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pocket. Spinning like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. Wondering how to make a play all night. Looking your way from out of sight. Thinking I should ask if you're doing alright. You weren't easy, so hard to ignore. Pull up on your right. Ask what you're drinking, ask what you like. Said you look good in the dim bar light. So damn cheesy. Who'd have thought you'd fall for somebody like me? When you asked my name, I panicked. So out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. Took you out and showed you the city. How'd you let somebody so pretty's what they said to me? Yeah, that's what they said to me. Well, they told me I didn't stand a chance, yeah. Face value, had you at a glance, yeah. But nobody ever asked if you could dance, yeah. Well, only one who did that want somebody like me. When you ask my name, I panicked. So out of my league. And your body was so magnetic. Before I knew it, we talked and I think about you, a cocktail. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody, somebody like me. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody like me. You told me that you've been waiting for somebody, somebody like me. Somebody like me. When you ask my name, I panic. So what am I leave? I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go for sure. I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Red Bull Homeground EMEA qualifiers hosted here on the Goose House channel. I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Hazza JC. Hazza, what a wonderful first map.
I mean, if you're a Koi fan, it certainly is. I don't think we're seeing as many Heretics comments
Yeah.
in chat as we certainly were yesterday. I saw someone say that you have a posh accent, Cairo, as well. So,
Well, I mean-
look, yeah, I would take it if I was you, mate. But either way, yeah, that first game, incredibly one-sided. I think Heretics struggled in a lot of different aspects, but one of them was certainly dictating the pace of the matchup.
Yeah.
Coming into their own home ground here in the best of three, I would like to see that response on Breeze. A couple of questions about what kind of comp we're going to see out of them, though. Didn't opt
Yeah.
for a chamber on Bind. Wondering if that will still be the case here as we move on through towards Breeze.
I doubt it. I can really see the chamber coming back in for Kellogg's. It makes sense. It's Breeze, long lines of sight, Hazza. And we know how good Kellogg's can be on the up.
Yeah.
Bind, maybe just kind of with the shorter angles, Kellogg's wasn't feeling as comfortable,
Yeah.
especially on a raise. I mean, I'm hoping that we see more from Heretics. At least make it a closer affair because that was so one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, Raze offers loads of clearing utility, right? And there's opportunities to take space on that map. But then I think one of the differences in composition that we saw have so much difference on Bind was the sky for Magnum with those guiding lights, especially on the defender's side, being able to take away that control, gain more information for their team, really help them out. There wasn't that sort of proactivity that we would maybe expect from Heretics, and it made things really difficult for them. There is sometimes always that attacker bias on Bind, I think, a little bit, especially if you're able to break through those chokes, which can be incredibly difficult. But at the same margin, Koi didn't really have to struggle too much because Heretics didn't really stall them out at the choke at any point in time, despite the fact that they were running double controller.
I think something to kind of sum up that full game is the fact that, well, Heretics got 4 rounds, half of which was pistol rounds. Like, not even counting anti-eco, half of which were pistol rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's always that thing. You pick up the pistol rounds, you expect then to be finding at least the second round off the back of it, but it was a quick force buy from Koi, and then once they put their foot down, they did not let go of the gas whatsoever and just sent it all the way to those 10 rounds inside the first half. So really strong stuff from them. There's not too much you can really read into that. I suppose more than anything, it's when it comes to those full buy rounds, when the full set of utility is on display, what is your game plan? How deep does your strat book run? What setups are you actually working with, and what ideas do you have? You know, how creative can you be with how you try and play? We've seen this same map like many times. The comp on Bind usually pretty much the same, with Fade coming in. That was one of the necessary changes to composition, I think, but other than that, it plays very much in a similar way. So Heretics just not so well drilled in that regard, I suppose. Coming into Breeze, it's a little bit different. You can get creative with the setups. There's more room for what you want to try and work with here. So I'm curious to see which agents they're going to draft in and what the actual choice is from them.
I mean, part of me is like, well, this is Heretics map. I'm much more excited to see what Heretics can do. But you're talking about, I mean, there's so much more you can do on Breeze. There's so much, like, kind of space for that. But doesn't that play into Koi a little bit, considering what we've seen on both Ascent and Bind?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, to be honest. When you look at Koi and how they try and defend, they're incredibly passive in certain regards, but at the same time, they're still happy to try and take some information elsewhere on the map. It really depends from map to map on what the setup is from them, but for the most part, I'm just really curious as to what the approach will be from both teams. And yeah, we are seeing Fern actually lock in the Cypher here.
Interesting that we are going to see that, but I mean, I guess on the other hand, I kind of higher. I don't like saying higher tier, but a kind of T1 example of that would be Sugetsu, that we've seen kind of on the FPX roster, especially in the likes of Copenhagen, etc. Pora doing the exact same thing, and Kellogg's is actually moving on to the Jet.
Yeah, this makes sense, to be fair. Pora is a traditional Cypher player, has been under that role for an incredibly long amount of time, and it's one which works well on Breeze, so it's understandable in that regard. Kellogg's on an agent which they can get a bit more aggressive with. The Jet, of course, you'll have the Blade Storm as well for those eco rounds, giving Heretics more opportunities at picking up rounds. I think that's something that we noticed from them when we first watched them yesterday in those initial qualifier games in the Swiss rounds, that they were really good at picking up thrifties where they lent themselves opportunities at finding success. But on the previous map, without a chamber, without a Jet, or like even a Neon to have some kind of an ultimate to throw into the mix and get creative with, there was no kind of outlet that they had to really work with. So Kellogg's here on the Jet is really exciting. One of the other main differences is that LoL will be on the KO, however Magnum sticks it out on the Sky, so that's more potential passive information that Koi will be looking to take from their defender's side, which they start for the second game in a row.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's the same type of information. You know that someone's in a kind of general area, but you don't exactly know where they are. I mean, with that 0.9 knife, you have a closer, I guess, circumference of where they possibly could be. But with the Sky, all you hear is that voice line. So that'll be something to watch out, and how Koi and, I guess, Heretics act on the information gained. Obviously, there's a Sova there, but I mean, that's a different story.
Yeah, I think one of the big things to note as well will be LoL's ultimate, the null command as well, and what Heretics are able to do here, shutting down utility, which will be used on the side of Koi, especially Fern, locking in that Cypher, of course. One of these two sites most likely will be locked down with all of their utilities, so having a key to barge through that door, I think, could be pivotal in the way that Heretics want to try and make some of these executes work. They have a Cypher of their own to try and use. I think it's really interesting the team comps that both of these teams have actually opted for. FAMC going onto the Jet as well. We saw them capable of it yesterday, but no more time for us to ramble about. We should soon enough be going into this first round. On the second map, Koi with a current advantage, picking up their own home ground. Heretics need to respond or they'll be out.
They really do, Hazard. And with Heretics starting on the attack, I mean, maybe they might feel a little bit more comfortable on the attack. I mean, what we saw a couple rounds and what we did see on Bind did look promising, a lot more promising than their defensive half. So maybe they like being able to take the onus and, I guess, well, obviously dictating that pace. But again, as we know, Koi like to be a lot more reserved in their defense.
Yeah, you say that, but already I'm seeing FAMC setting up outside of elbow. We've got Sakake there as well, and yeah, proactive elbow control instantaneously taken by Koi. A quick check with also a guiding light from Magnum coming through in the B main area quickly gives them information that there's nothing there. With how passive the setup is on A and Heretics charging straight forwards, we are effectively looking into a retake here with how Koi want to try and set up.
Yeah, it's another one of those situations that we've seen before, Hazard, where it's a 5 versus 5 retake. If nobody gets taken out, the spike will go down, but the setup is more towards the main position. Nobody really taking further control, I guess you could say the Viper has, but I mean, they're pretty much isolated. Sakake just tapping away, and that's all they're really going to get is chip damage.
Well, we have a mid flank coming in through here from Pora. They have to get something from it, but FAMC nails them straight to the ground. Player advantage. Koi now ripped off the leash and sending their way in towards the site. Magnum finds yet another one, flicks around to get themselves a second on the round. FAMC 2 with a double of their own. So Cake finishes things off. Clinical from Koi. Heretics once again falling short in their post plant.
Yeah, it was that vacuum that they created where Heretics maybe felt safe for a couple moments, but they were not safe at all. I mean, another thing that I was going to talk about, Hazard, is both these teams are Spanish. So they would have played in the Spanish VRLs against one another. Maybe there's previous and kind of, I get a history there that we haven't tapped into in terms of the fact that they will have previous information on one another.
Yeah, it's potentially something to consider. I think the main thing there is when Heretics go into the post plant, uncontested, able to take complete control of the site, they don't then look for anything else. Incredibly comfortable to just sit in main, hope that Pora is able to find something from mid, which doesn't end up coming through, and then they really struggle. This time around, we've seen a force buy from them heading straight in towards B. Most likely another 5 versus 5 here if Koi don't try and find anything.
Yeah. I mean, there is at least 2 players dedicated to that flank where we are going to see Magnum come from. FAMC again coming up, takes out Kellogg's, not even getting a chance to get started. But Fern is going to be close by. Magnum helping out here, does see the Sova and the both players on the flank get taken out. Neptuno stuck at the back of sight. This is looking like a good force into this round. There's only one player is left. It's Sakake. The Sova does have an info dart but doesn't need it as the players one by one peek this. But with that being said, now they're just waiting for that spike tap. The fragment grenade comes out. It went the wrong way.
No.
Will take out Grabinho. Lil just waiting to peek out. It will be a shoulder peek. They are just going to play with their food, play with the time, making sure that Sakake doesn't have a chance. They'll get the pick, but they won't get the round.
Yeah, I mean, but how is Sakake even able to get that many kills from such a position? Pora had their name. They were dead to rights, but still couldn't find the kill. FAMC with some decent work here. Koi, get a couple of kills. Heretics ultimately do win it out on the force buy, but it has a nice shot onto Grabinho. Eventually gets low while the time ticks down. Well played from them in the clutch, but I mean, Heretics won't be carrying too much through into this bonus.
No, they won't. I mean, neither team realistically will. I say that, okay. Talking absolute nonsense. I forgot that we might see one of these teams moving through in towards a bit of a rifle round. I mean, both are on the same buy, so when we see that space being taken, it's all about those first picks.
Yeah, and Heretics are always going to have a little bit extra credits in the coffers because
Yeah.
they did get that spike plant as well, of course, you have to mention. But economy, a little bit of a tumultuous place for both of these teams currently. Neither of them really getting a grip on things. But Cake has a grip on one thing right now, and it is whatever gun is in their hand, because those bullets are finding the heads time after time. Snick also gathering a lot of damage through the side of the wall. This is a big trailblazer for information, but not before another kill has been found in towards mid and lent Heretics an advantage here.
And the two players on A are slowly making their way on towards main, a realisation that the push might be coming through those double doors, and I mean, maybe positioning for that, waiting to see exactly where Heretics go, but it does seem as if they are going to look to move towards B. Obviously, the Cypher can set up for A main that they can check and see if that flank does come through. There is one player to head through CT, and I mean, look at this, Fern's going to have to come up huge here, Hazard.
They tried to break the tripwire, but it's been placed somewhere else to the previous round, and there's so much utility that Fern has to try and work with here eventually. It should get shot out as there's another snakebite dropped at their feet. The plant should just about come through, but there's not too much time left for it to happen. And already it's allowed Koi to move in towards the site. A big tag on towards Fern will make things difficult. Lol able to capitalize and double up for it as well. Just Magnum left in the 1 versus 4. Low HP on a couple of players, but still this one looking a little too difficult to pull off on their lonesome.
Yeah, it came understandable that Magnum has already realised, or not realised, but made the decision, look, I have a rifle, that could be good on the next round, let's just not even attempt it. Because the 4 players of Heretics did set up a good post plan, they set up well, doubled up, etc. Maybe 1 or 2, I mean, Grabinho on 1 HP here could be an easy pickup. Or not, okay.
Yeah, it's all about the timing, man. You know, Grabinho slips in the backlines and catches Magnum with the pants down. So nicely done from them. I mean, look, if you want to tap into some of that Heretics copium you were talking about, it was actually Heretics which picked up the pistol round on the last map, of course, straight in with the force by Wakoi, and they were able to then find 9 rounds uncontested. Perhaps we could see some Heretic dominance here on their attacking side of their own map choice to really breathe some confidence back into this struggling team.
I mean, that is huffing some strong stuff, man. I don't think that will be the case. I think we will see Koi answer back. We've already seen good stuff here, and we're already seeing some aggressive as Kellogg's moves straight in, gets taken out by Famsi, and this is the problem. Koi are so dangerous on these thrifties. I mean, Famsi alone has been able to shut down many a player with just this Sheriff. The tailwind was activated, but it's ran out, so at least one more frag needed before they're able to, I guess, get that back online.
Yeah, there's a Bulldog just sat outside the choke right now. Magnum attempting to line up a shot on towards Lowell, who will use the flash drive to fight some of these angles. Eventually, the trade is there, so there is a response now from Heretics. They've got things back to an even standing. Neural Theft will confirm suspicions. The flank is already starting to come through, and they don't have too much control here whatsoever to try and work with. Koi have Heretics in a very good position. The only issue is they don't necessarily have the weaponry to make action of this positioning.
Exactly. I think Grabinho sitting up tube, I was about to say, has a prime position to take out Sakake. They've not realised or not caught out the Cypher. The cage goes out. But they have been isolated and they have been found. They're finding everybody else as well. Neptuno now having to rotate through CT where they'll meet the spike and maybe even more players. With just a Sheriff, what can they do, Hazard?
We're going to have to see. Koi did have Heretics back against the wall in that round, but they were able to fight out brilliantly. Pora with a 3-piece and a 3rd round now for Heretics secured. Good stuff from them to just keep building that momentum upwards here. It was a bit of a mixed investment from Koi. Not too much to show for in that round, but still causing some problems here.
I mean, there was so many problems, and it's maybe issues that might arise at a later date. Something to be watching out for are those thrifties as Koi do go in towards an eco-cycle. This time, though, both teams looking a lot more, I guess, resolute with a better investment. Even Famsi on that op.
Yeah, it's taken us 4 rounds. We've come into the 5th one here, but this is finally what I would call the first proper gun round between these two teams. And the first introduction of that operator between either team or any player. Didn't see it at all on Bind. There wasn't a setup which was preferential to it. No chamber, no jet, or even a Rainer to speak of, if you could even go so far. This time it's Famzy on the jet holding things down. Pora not looking to challenge just yet. Heretics waiting to see if there's any overextensions from Koi.
Well, it doesn't seem as if there's anything. I mean, Snick, though, might be the one to overextend.
I think something to mention is that this angle from Famzy has allowed Magnum to get up close. That'll be a real problem potentially later on, but the owl drone should clear it out. You would hope.
Magnum's not even going to swing it, just stays there, wants to keep the space, but might catch them on the other side. That is exactly going to be the case, and that now means that, well, Koi have the advantage, especially with a player coming in the flank. Why need that, though, when you can just eliminate the players on site? But Grabinho, this needs to be big. This is huge. This is perfect. There goes 2, and there goes that advantage. Viper's Pit invested just to deny players in towards CT, and Thorn pushes in straight away. Does find a Viper, and that's that shut down. Just like that, the spike's still on site and not planted. Wanting to have used that gun. Magnum comes through, waits at the perfect time, will collect, and now it's all up to Kellogg's. But I mean, realistically, Hazza, breakfast is over. We're now moving on to lunch, and they are out. Get back to the lobby.
Yeah, that was the phrase yesterday, right? Start your round off right with a kill from Kellogg's, but that hasn't been the case on either of these maps so far, it seems. It's been the Magnum show amongst many others. Koi chipping in all parts of the machine, pulling their weight equally. Good use out of the operator in the end to close things out. And to even get Magnum on that aggressive angle to find the initial kill, sets the flank away. Heretics coming in towards the site, incredibly restricted in the amount of control that they have. Something I think which is important to note on both maps that we've seen so far is just that lack of control and map that they've been able to use.
I mean, it looks as if we are getting much more of a mid-presence from Heretics in terms of Magnum.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. I don't even... This guy just walks wherever he wants, does whatever he likes, and well, I guess Kellogg's has a response finally. Famzy does drop and we're back to 4 versus 4.
Yeah, there is the Cypher Cam as well that's just watching in towards that tunnel position to call out towards the team. Eldrone out, does catch low, which will be great. The fragment grenade just denying the space for a little time, but Kellogg's denying the space in towards CT. A great deep run there, and well, space taken. Now with a 4 versus 3, there is ultimates available, but do you really want to use them?
It's going to be a decision that Heretics have to make here. Low HP on a couple of players. This one could soon quickly turn the opposite way, and Zakake has found the opener back towards the site here. Grabinho trades it out. Heretics keeping their foot in front for the time being, and the time is ticking on down. So too is the health bar of Kellogg's, decapitated by Magnum up from that elevated position. Guiding light off to the right as they swing round to the left. A triple from them, and Koi will level that score.
I mean, realistically, with Koi, it's turning into the Magnum show. Every single time, taking these aggressive positions has a... This is so good, taking out Pora. But, I mean, Kellogg's really one-ups it at this moment in time. And I think the highlight of, I guess, Kellogg's versus Magnum was such a nice conversation to have. And that conversation continuing as this best of 3 develops.
Yeah, those are the first 2 kills that Kellogg's has actually found, so maybe taking what we said earlier somewhat to heart. More than anything, it's the read from Koi or the really smart timing from Magnum to say, you know what, Heretics are incredibly passive in their setup, they're going to leave gaps, I can punish this A player, and they take out the kill on Pora. It's the flank completely dismantled. Into the retake, Heretics once again just lacking that dynamic edge to them, I suppose. That proactivity, that space, that little bit of anything, I suppose.
Yeah, oh no, Magnum's done it again, taking space, but they get punished. Upgrade now, Kellogg's could fire that rifle off to someone else and does so. We do see that spike being planted. As we look towards what, I guess, Heretics have in terms of real estate, I mean, they've dropped off again. Has a Hunter's Fury not catching much, but Famzy will catch Kellogg's.
Yeah, oh, nearly gets another one onto LOL, but they are aware of it, the KO player. That 0 point also breathing information. Heretics so spread back. We spoke about real estate. It seems as if they're setting up a plot to make some beach homes because they are not on the site. Neptuno gets the defuse, Fern finds the third, and Koi are going to get their fourth and take the lead. What?
I mean, I guess the argument is they have the lower weaponry, but again, why be so dropped off? I mean, maybe being a little bit more proactive. There's so many question marks that we could hold here. It is what it is, but I mean, there's even the Hunter's Fury. I don't know if that's just came online. Maybe that's what they were playing for.
I don't really know. That one's... I gotta take another look at that one. I'm scratching my head. You know, waterside real estate property will always set you back that little bit extra. I like Heretics trying to make a long-term investment, but surely the best thing to do is to set up there for the site. I mean, Snick does have the Hunter's Fury, like you mentioned, but that's one win condition amongst many. Koi so good at taking that space back, you can't give them an inch from which to move back through.
Yeah.
Kellogg's now on an operator. First time we've seen them do it, and the first time that we'll get treated to this jet-on-jet duel where each of them is in possession of that fabled sniper.
I mean, we've seen Kellogg's do this before, hasn't we? We've seen them jump onto the op, especially in that game previous where we watched them in the Swiss, and they could not be stopped. An unstoppable force, and realistically taking everybody out in their path. So I'm excited to see what Kellogg's can do, and a nice little adaptation. I believe we are moving into a little bit of a tech pause here, Hazza. So I wonder maybe if this is going to allow Heretics just to, I guess, reconvene what's been happening.
Yeah, I suppose so. That respite won't last for very long as the timer is now ticking its way down once more. Not sure if we're going for a quick P10 here or just moving on through to the game. It seems as if we will be resuming once that timer hits 0 once more. We're seeing here the setup from Koi a little bit different. There's still utility on towards B here being used by Fern. Heretics once more will move into this same default, however, and it's that mid challenge from Kerox on the op to try and find a first kill. Not spotting out anything just yet, though.
I mean, there's not much to be spotted. I guess we will see this over as where they were moving towards Nest. Neptuno taking space here, and realistically, they could have caught Fern, but they're not going to. Again, Koi being that passive, and they've just dropped off. They've got what they've got. They're happy with that. They've moved towards A. I don't know if they're being baited out by some sort of utility, but I mean, Heretics with a lot of space doing nothing with it.
Yeah, it's really, really similar to the game that we saw yesterday, Koi versus Bonk, where Koi are incredibly passive on Ascent. It's similar to Breeze in some senses that you have that open mid area, and it's one which they don't look to challenge. Happy to just play from the outside of the map. Kellogg's currently working in the midst of things, seeing if they can find any kind of an overextension, but with 30 seconds left to go, Koi don't have their hand forced whatsoever. It's Heretics that have to try and be the playmakers in this engagement. Finally, we will see the A execute come through, and it is a pincer with that operator of Kellogg's looking to try and find any of these players close by. Hunter's Fury will enable the sightline, but Bamsi takes it and swiftly departs.
Fantastic initial pick, and they've dropped straight out, waiting to, well, I guess, reconvene with their comrades sitting at the back of sight. A lovely info dart, so much information for Heretics, and this time they've been a lot more proactive and been a lot more forward. The Owl Drone gets so much though, and Form clears out mid. Magnum gets the first pick on towards the retake. Pora answers back. We're down to a 2 versus 3 here. Can Heretics finally do this? Finally win out in a post plan? It doesn't look likely. As there goes Snick. Grabinho having to find 3. They'll only find 1. Then that's another round for Koi.
Yeah, that was somewhat hinging on Snick being able to find success from main, ease up what Grabinho had to do from the corner. Once put in that position, it was very difficult. Nice Hunter's Fury used there to aid Kellogg's in finding a duel, but Bamsi wins it out. The first time that we see it happen, it goes the way of Koi. Not many surprises, I suppose, for those watching, considering how this game has panned out so far. Heretics had a couple of rounds at the beginning of this game, but have now taken their foot off the pedal and will be going into a timeout. The tech wasn't enough for them. The timeout is the call, and they need to make some kind of an adjustment here if we want to see them come out of this half with a decent scoreline.
I mean, I was really excited to see what was going to happen with Kellogg's in this best of three, especially after the performance yesterday. But I mean, you talk about tech. There's been absolutely no tackles from Kellogg's. They've been really, really. I mean, honestly, I mean, it just hasn't. It's been an underwhelming performance, and we can see that in the statistics they're putting up just now.
Yeah, I think as well, it's not necessarily that Heretics should have a reliance on Kellogg's.
Yeah,
it
true.
shouldn't solely sit on the shoulders of this player to come up big. You see this in team building, right? You would much prefer to have a consistent group than one star player upon which you rely to come up big. We see this even with the big teams in VCT and such. They'll have a star player, but everyone still has value within that roster. And we are seeing that currently with Heretics, Pora, Grabinho, both incredibly capable and doing as much as they possibly can at this point in time. However, we need to see just a little bit more from them as a unit in picking up some more of these rounds. Kellogg's looking to get an orb so they can maybe move into a Blade Storm, you know, but I mean, even then, that's a few rounds away.
Yeah. I mean, it all starts here, I guess. I mean, if Heretics can at least do some damage, I'm really huffing copium here because it looks as if Koi are just so set up that the kind of response to everything that Heretics does, it seems as if they've done it a million times before, which I imagine they will have done it a couple of times before and facing Heretics in the Spanish VRLs, etc. But in regionally, it's just unfortunate.
It is. Grabinho tags the shot, but you know that is all that it is. And with Magnum on the field as well, they'll be able to use that regrowth and get back Sakake into fighting form. Before you know it, he's able to find a kill onto Kellogg's as well, and may just even creep up into mid to find a little bit more alongside their friend on the initiator. Both of these players controlling the game right now and just taking Heretics apart, dismantling them at the seams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Sakake gets that pick into mid, Spike drops, and well, I guess you have to respond if you're Koi. A little bit of BM there. But now Koi have at least confirmed they'll go even into the next half, which is good for them. They'll be happy with that because so far in the half, they have looked excellent.
Yeah, they certainly have. And once again, it's a similar setup. Leaving mid completely open, playing more towards both of these sites, having a linchpin of control in there through the middle. Either of the initiators just poking to collect information, scalp it from that area if necessary, and re-challenge it upon their own regard. You know, whenever they want to do it, it's on their own terms and conditions. We see that re-clear come through. They're able to find the kills. This round, the Viper's pit is up towards A, which leaves Heretics strung for options, not for the first time, and they'll have to make a decision here about how they want to try and approach it. Has a couple ultimates of their own to try and work with, but I mean, it's all if buts and maybes at this point in time. We need to see some promise from them, something to open this game up.
Yeah, exactly. We want to see something concrete from Heretics. We've seen, I mean, flashes of brilliance. I mean, Kellogg's being able to take that space on, I think it was Koi's 4th or 5th round, taking the space in towards CT. They did excellently there, but it was the retake again. That's the biggest problem. And here we go. Finally, we will see Lil go through double doors, and Heretics are really starting to clear out. They just missed out on that Viper there, but with the spike down and a 5 versus 3, you can't help but favour Heretics here.
Yeah, certainly not. And as well as that as well, the spike has now been planted. Sakake does get a trade through, and they've got to play more aggressively towards the back site. You're thinking that everything's going well for them, but Sakake is on the scene. That shock darts are taken down Lowell as well. This is looking doable, not before Kellogg's eventually takes them out. But even on a round in what was that, a 5 versus 2? Heretics still not looking completely assured in the way that they're playing this, and Koi once more showing their individual skill and flashes of their own brilliance.
Yeah. And it's the fact that Heretics continuously are hemorrhaging rounds. I mean, look towards. Fair enough, you're only losing out with what, 2 light shields, but that's all we can see. We don't know what's happening with the utility in pocket, and that's where I worry if they miss out on, for instance, a key flash or whatever.
I think the thing that is most important to take away from Heretics in that round, though, is that they were a little bit more direct. It's what I wanted to see from them. Something aggressive to just take space away from Koi. Don't let them sit in that happy passive setup and wait until the clocks ran down and you're potentially leaving yourself short-handed in terms of information. Go for a fast play and then do something with it. The fact that they didn't have main control forced Heretics to take that control towards the backside instead, and I feel as if that setup favored them a little bit more. If they had done that on different rounds to just give them a little bit of an extra edge coming into the post plant to make a more creative setup, then, you know, we could be in a completely different position, but we aren't. Already a minute ticked, and it seems as if A will be the call for the second round in a row.
Yeah, already moving through. Nice snake bite, but Snick has got so much space and may have went through undetected here, as the main group stay in towards main. That span from Neptune was good. Famsi, though, will find the Cypher. That's going to be that flank opened up for anybody that wants to try and go for it. That was over on B main, so that space gone. And as the players start to rotate towards A, we hear the 30-second call. They might start to pull that trigger.
Yeah, and Fern is happy to just call that they have control of B. Leave A to the rest of these Koi players. Snick able to find one of them towards the backside, but the Hunter's Fury retaliates. Heretics still alive here, but the spike not yet planted. Low HP on Snick as the shock darts come through. Could potentially look to deny. They won't just about get it. The spike will be going down. keloqz finds a kill to make things better for them. Ease off some of that pressure. It is just the B rotate coming through. Tagged up, their position well known, and having lots to do here by themselves.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. That is a nice shot. There goes keloqz. Snick also low. They'll probably want to play this a lot more passive, maybe wait for an info dart to come up. The player on main low will be that player that they have to cross somehow, but they're going to get that opportunity to find Snick, although they've disappeared. It's like something out of a kid's film, Hazard. Just as you go to look, they've disappeared. They've disappeared as the bus passes. Snick gets away on towards orange box. And there we are. We will get that kill on another round for Heretics. This is good stuff, Hazard. The post plant looking a lot more workable, a lot more, I guess, I don't know, aggressive.
Yeah, it's just about going for something a little bit extra, and Snick is able to find it towards the backside. They're taking some of these jewels. keloqz on the op as well will make it much more difficult for those Koi players to move back through, and that's their second round in a row. If they can find a third here, level us up on the half with the same setup essentially with the Cypher on their team, I'm not seeing that this necessarily being a stronger, weaker side kind of situation. No. However, with how strong Koi were at finding those initial executes on the previous map, with how, you know, incisive they were, how decisive they were, I'm not too sure. We'll just have to see Heretics now with a chance at least tying us up.
Yeah, Fern can just like sit back, chill out, relax with that Cypher cam. It's like that meme that you see where it's just like the player sweating while the Cypher's just chilling, like singing away. keloqz though, trying to maybe make them feel uncomfortable. We are going to see the Hunter's Fury try and isolate the player, but you don't need to isolate when you can just take, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Pora though takes even more, bites off, well maybe more than they can chew, but it certainly does not seem to be the case as Koi resulted to one player, Neptuno, this Neptuno, the controller, and I mean there's been absolutely no control here for Koi Hazard.
No, it's been stripped away at the seams. There's even a point there when Pora takes the double kill. If the spike hadn't already been committed to the site, Heretics had options to go elsewhere because they've breathed themselves a little bit of extra space. You said about biting off more than they can chew. Well, he's finding in that instance that Pora is a very, very hungry boy and had a stomach to match as well. So now it is just Neptuno left. They'll get dropped. Heretic get their just deserves, or just desserts, I suppose you could call it, tying things up at 6-6 out the half.
Yeah, now Heretics actually look like themselves. They actually look as if they've just got rid of a cold and now they're actually normal again. And now as we move into the second half, with the comps being so similar, it's that, I guess, the kind of contrast and compare argument that we sometimes see with similar comps, and we need to see exactly what these two teams do differently.
Yeah, and from Koi, I'm not too sure what it is that we're going to see from them here. I expect that Fern will continue to play this lurk elsewhere, and perhaps we even see that then head in through towards middle, whereas Heretics, what they're doing right now, might actually be an early B main contest. So you see the spy cam's already gone up. They're looking for some of that information. There's a nice recon dart to support there as well from Snick, and this is just control that they've immediately taken. Perhaps with Fern hearing all of this, will call for their teammates to go for that push on towards A, which is currently a little bit weaker.
Does seem to be the case. Pora, though, just brings Fern down to 13 HP. There's obviously the bullets raining off, and the Cypher just waits for them to go. Will go elsewhere, and now the Viper wall going down on A will indicate towards, well, Heretics. We know exactly where the push is coming. Snick, though, already being active down tube and trying to take the engagement towards these players playing in main. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Magnum's right beside them! Just misses out on Snick, but Snick will take out Famsi, and that's a big player to go.
Yeah, you're surprised that they didn't hear the jumping sound cue there from Magnum, but looking at the positions here from Koi, it's going to hinge a lot upon what happens from this mid flank and whether keloqz is able to spot Fern out in time. Not to be the case. The vines of the Fern wrap around keloqz, and unfortunately it's looking difficult here, but Lol's managed to connect a couple of shots. Not too much time left to speak of. That might actually just be it. I think it will. A matter of time at this point. A formality. The pistol round going towards Koi, but Lol able to claim 4 for their troubles. Heretics struggling just a little bit once again.
Yeah, exactly. They'll get the extra credits for all the players being eliminated there, Hazard. But all in all, what a play this is from Lil. Some beautiful mechanical ability, but at the end of the day, it's all in vain. I mean, I guess Lil will have something to invest in the next round, or maybe they might just wait for the rifle.
Yeah, he's going to have plenty of credits, and that just goes into a Sheriff investment. And we'll just have to see if Heretics are able to find a kill from it. It's a heavy B stack, and by a heavy B stack, I mean every single player is accounted for on that side of the map. Fern will be keeping tabs on what is happening here, and soon enough we should get that call come through for Koi to execute on towards A. Spike is posturing towards that position for the time being. Heretics, like you mentioned, will just want to do as much damage as possible. Coming into a potential 5 versus 5 retake, there's always a possibility that they can win out in numbers.
Now, Fern has taken out keloqz, so that's a nice first pick, and they've already dipped off. There's a ping to where the Cypher's position was, but with how far away Heretics actually are, I mean, looking at this Hazard, it's going to be a lot of time lost, and maybe a lot of ultimate points to be given away as they all start to swing at the same time. They need to find these players, or at least trap them in sight. It's not going to be, look where Magnum is, just holding this crossfire from here. There's only one player left, and it will be Pora. What to find? Absolutely not. And that will be the first 2 rounds of the second half going towards Koi.
Yeah. Pora was poorer, so they couldn't afford a weapon, but this time around we're going to see the full set of rifles for Heretics, and it is Koi's bonus. So in terms of what they want to try and do here, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I think it's going to be that similar strat in terms of a fast push. Perhaps Neptuno is lining up a Viper wall here to go for an A split. Yeah, we see that now cross mid. Interesting Viper wall coming through from Grabinho on B. And yeah, it's just another slow approach from Koi, seeing what Heretics are trying to do with their defender's side before any committal is made.
Famsi's taking a lot of space here. Obviously, Stick is watching it. I mean, that's what we tend to expect. Players just somewhat protecting the utility. But Koi have got so aggressive, and they've got so much space for absolutely not. Heretics, though, do respond. And those 1 versus 1 situations have somehow won out. Sakik just trying to get on towards Pora. That's a nice shock dart, and that's going to take that player low, especially when you have that Spectre. You can just mow down. That's exactly what's going to happen. 3 versus 4 here, and that spike does go down.
Finally it gets planted, so too will the bullet of keloqz's Vandal between the eyes of Fern, bringing that player down, but still at an advantage here for Heretics as Koi do swing back momentarily. Sakake completely isolated on the site, trying to play through the win condition of the Viper lineups, buying as much time for their team as they possibly can. A quad from Sakake means that it's now a 1 versus 1. Lol takes that kill, the null command comes through, that's all utility out the window. Neptuno has to take this fight on the Sheriff. Lol continuing to swing while that time continually ticks down. The last grains of sand hit the bottom of the hourglass. There may just be enough, but it's incredibly close. We'll have to see, but I don't think there's enough. Koi have won out the bonus round, and Heretics can't convert their first gun that we have here from them on the defender's side.
I mean, there's only one player that won that round. Only one player that did that work, and it's Sakake. What is that? How are you letting that player pop off like that? It's just so unfortunate, just feeding them 1 versus 1s. And as we saw low, I mean, it was a nice response to use the null command to stop any sneak bites that were potentially going to come off. But all in all, it was in vain, and a wasted ultimate in that round.
0.48 seconds, Cairo. Less than half a second between it, and it's those small gaps which have been punishing Heretics on a lot of these occasions. Hunter's Fury comes through, a Trailblazer to pin Kellogg's in place, forced to peek towards main, position now revealed, Famsi in hot pursuit, Neptuno able to find things elsewhere towards mid, so much breathing room for Koi to work with. This is the difference between them and Heretics. In the post plant, they're so aggressive with the amount of space that they've got to try and work with. Heretics on the back foot yet again, trying to make their way through, but Famsi's got another kill.
Yeah, and it was just up to Lol at the end. And I mean, I think the biggest thing there was the mid control from Heretics was it was a bit lackluster, if I'm going to be honest. And I hate to be a little demeaning in that sense, but how do you let Koi just walk all the way up to double doors, get in for free, and nobody contest, or at least give away information, you know?
Yeah, I think the craziest thing for me about that whole situation is this is somewhat exactly like how Koi were holding their mid. And by that, it was a policy of laissez-faire, leave alone, nobody contesting it whatsoever. And Heretics had the space to try and work with it, except Koi have a bit more of a game plan in terms of when push comes to shove, when the execute finally comes through, and then they keep that space towards the backside. They hold on to oranges. Famsi let off the leash, allowed to do whatever it is that he pleases, finding those kills, and the retake is stunted. Heretics not with too much to work on in that round because they didn't have a full buy. The Arsenal wasn't there for them, but coming into this one, if we see the same problems crop up again, then the timeout may not have come to of much use.
And on top of that, with Koi on 10, lose this round, it's 11. And I know it's just a simple numbers term, but mentally, that could be so jarring. I mean, Koi move on towards a potential map point, fighting an eco, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's where things get worse for Heretics.
Yeah, Heretics, this is one of those rounds that is do or die in my eyes right now. If they can close that gap, it's only 3 rounds, right? It's doable. I think through a lot of this cast, we felt like we're writing off Heretics in many ways. When stuff like that happens, maybe it's justified. But I think right now, you are just seeing that difference in confidence, different in momentum, 2 objects heading in different directions. And Koi right now poising themselves to be making this final.
I mean, the way that Koi are controlling the map as well, fair enough they've not got a mid-presence this round, but usually we tend to see that. And they are just going to take control all the way up elbow on towards tunnel. There's nothing from Heretics to even try and contest this, which is going to be the harshest thing about it. We are going to see the Cypher spot out players. The Seekers comes out as well. They're going to be able to identify exactly where Pora is. So much time to identify, pick up that frag and take control of site. Stick does get one, but I mean, how much worth is it going to provide as they try to move through on towards wall? There is a player in tunnel just all the way up towards Nest Fun. Could potentially grab more here. They do, and now it's 2 players left on Heretics.
Yeah, and what do you do in this situation? Koi have Heretics exactly where they want them. It's like the Kung Fu Panda finger hold. There's nothing that you can do to break out of it right now. The Pinky looming above them, waiting to snatch on in. But Snick takes the initiative, moves on through, spots out at least one player towards the tunnel position, kills the main player as the defuse starts to get stuck. Lowell peeks out off the back of the flash drive, injecting this Heretics team with more hope to keep on going.
Yeah, but is it hopium or is it actually hope here? Heretics do well here. They answer back, but at the same time, Koi can just buy up and do exactly the same thing again. Test their opponents. A lovely play from Heretics, but it came down to the individuals of Snick and Low. Do you know what? I'm being a little bit pessimistic here, but we still need to see more, I think, in terms of when that initial push comes in. It just felt as if they gave so much space away.
Yeah, I think the pessimism is somewhat justified because this is the first defender-sided round which Heretics have been able to pick up. However, looking at the trends in terms of rounds they're able to find, when they find one, they're good for at least one or two more. So momentum will sit with them for the time being. However, Koi aren't letting them generate too much more of it because they've been so quick to get off the mark here. Famsi flying away, Bladestorm being unshathed, blades in between the eyes of Kellox, and Koi taking firm control of the site. An upgrade to an operator. Another shot finding its mark. Neptuno only adding to those problems. 1 versus 5. Grabino with it all to do.
It feels like a punishment in the way that they push. It's just like, oh, you won that last round? You want to win a round? Nah, that's not how you do things here. This is ours. And they just completely wipe out the board of Heretics. One player left is Grabino. I mean, Coyle looking to be flawless. Find this last remaining player. Sakik will be the one to engage. And I mean, moving forward, Koi on 11. There's still only a 4-round gap, has it?
Oh, yeah, and with how meticulous they are, I didn't question at any moment that Sakik would not clear that corner as we see the 11th round now found. I guess it's also that situation where you said the previous was do or die, but even that last one needed to be a pickup from Heretics because there's no economy for them to work with. Back onto an unfavorable buy in this situation, and Koi just carrying on like a salmon out of water despite what their name may suggest in the previous round, and bringing that change of pace which completely shut down anything Heretics were trying to do in the round.
I mean, there is ultimates to work with, but I mean, it's always that question of, do you invest them on an eco? Will you get the worth out that you want to get out? I mean, obviously, we are going to see one invested, which will be the Bladestorm. Totally warranted to use that ultimate. But for the rest, the Hunter's Fury, I mean, the Neuro Theft, the lovely pickup from Pora. Will there be a response from Koi?
Pora is the Sheriff Demon. Like, this guy, ridiculous on that 800 credit gun every single time. Fern, perhaps aware that a player could have moved up onto their position, but Pora will stand firm, continue to hold this angle, which they already found value from. The spy cam won't spot them out. It's a war of attrition between these two ciphers right now. Meanwhile, the rest of these players, the bulk of them, are looking to descend towards the A execute. Spike preparing itself, control already taken up tube. And there's no tripwire here to slow things down either.
Oh, Sakik will be finding Snick here. Yep, lovely headshot. And now we go back to that 4 versus 4 with them slowly rotating over. But the spike is going elsewhere here, has it? And they could have maybe found out. Well, Kellogg's is going to find out Sakik. And now we're into that 3 versus 4 advantage, Heretics. And now this is time where we could see a Neuro Theft invested.
Yeah, but Pora's up close. And I'm not sure if they're going to expect it. Has to find this kill on the Sheriff and we'll get it. That's an operator to potentially use, but why could you? When you still have that favored gun in between his palms. This guy is ridiculous on the Sheriff, and we see it again. Magnum in the 1 versus 4, can't do it. Kellogg's on the scene with the Bladestorm. Heretics pick up the round. It's thrifty from them.
Pora has this. Do you know something? I know they say if you can't play cast, but it makes me so jealous to see someone being able to do this constantly. Look at this flick. That is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, man.
He's just so good. There's really no other way of putting it. I mean, like we said before, this tournament as well, not only as qualification to home ground for the teams, it'll also count a lot for the players and what they're looking to do here.
Yeah.
There's a mixture of free agents on different teams and what have you. And Pora is certainly one which will be making a case for himself moving into next year, as we're currently in off-season, of course. This round, a bit of a slower start, but I mean, it was the same on the previous. Heretics do win out, though, looking a lot better now on this defender's side, having won a couple of rounds.
Yeah, Kellogg's just reacting to the Trailblazer that comes through there by repositioning from mid. But that leaves that, again, is the kind of vacuum situation. Now no one is looking towards mid. It will have to be cleared for Koi if they want to go through it. But realistically, there is so much space to be taken there. But instead, the space towards B is what's going to be taken. There is a Cypher cam watching towards main, and they're waiting for that presence from an enemy.
Yeah, and a lot of what we saw in the previous round, Heretics find success, was taking their chances, individual skill. Pora with a lot to do here from the backside, using those cages to maintain position. The rotate starting to come through. They're aware of it, Koi. Flushed out is the player, and so too will be the brain, scattered on towards the site. Lol, already up close. So much time bought here for them to move through, but it may be in vain as Koi keep their foot down, keep their pressure on the necks of these Heretics players. Kellogg's forced to peek through and just about gets it. Maybe such an important kill in the scheme of things, as they've managed to bring this within a player distance now. Viper's Pit will cause a lot of issues in making this retake come through, however.
You know, Grabinho just holding down the Viper's Pit, or trying to deny the Viper's Pit, deny the space, sees the Viper come through of Neptuno, but they've lost out. Hazza, and that's the hearts being broken here. Kellogg's can't even take Sakake. And while they still have money in the bank, I mean, Koi aren't letting this lead go less than 3 or 4. So well played from them in the post plan. And the trades as well. Magnum coming up huge once again. As soon as we saw the, I was about to say, as soon as we saw the jet fall in towards the back site, straight away they were on the opposite number, getting that pick taken out, and then on towards CT. Lovely space taken from Koi, and lovely again from Magnum to get those trades.
I think Koi just have such great fundamentals, and it's a foundation from which they've been able to work time and time again. In many ways undefeated. The only loss they felt in the Swiss stage was from a forfeit. So at this point in time, nobody has been able to take a single map off of them. And if it continues like this, it'll be a 2-0, and they find themselves in the grand final with a chance of progressing through to the main event of Red Bull Home Ground. Only one separates them now. Viper's Pit invested towards A, Cypher set up on B. A mixed setup here from Heretics, all things considered. As they leave mid open, Koi will be moving
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Sitting lonely in my room again, acting like I'm innocent. Why do I try? 'Cause now I'm feeling like a fool again, thinking I can fool myself by telling me lies. When there's so many things that I keep in my mind, I hang around people I don't even like. If they can be happy and walk with a smile, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Just so you know, we have finished with the Heretics and the Koi game. We are going to move to the other side of the bracket now, Hazard. We are now moving towards XL and Big and to look towards their third map.
Yeah, we got a bonus. Something which the Spanish Derby didn't deliver was a third map.
Yeah.
So we have that for you here. The first two games, to give a little bit of context, first one was won out 13-7 by Big. Both of these two teams met each other actually in the Swiss round, and it was a dominant performance from XL. So Big went one map up. Coming into Pearl, they then, XL were able to respond 15-13 when when XL actually had a huge advantage. So I believe they were on map point. They allowed for Big to win, 10 rounds in a row, and then finally take the final round to then bring it to overtime. So just absolutely ridiculous. This last map has a lot in store for us.
It certainly does, from what you're telling us, mate. It is what it is. We got a lot of people in chat for the Spanish Derby, but this is looking just as good. Two massive orgs. I mean, XL were coveted as one of the teams to be looking at in Tier 2. And, I mean, some of these players are looking towards T1 potential as well, Hazard.
Yeah, and they have T1 experience as well. I think we shouldn't forget players like Patatek, for example, on G2
true,
a long while ago now, but I think still very capable. Mo, even in some of those early tournaments, back on the old Fnatic roster, previously Sage Altman FC, of course, no forgetting that. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of experience there as well. XL in Polaris, they seem to win it out, but coming into VRL finals, struggle a little bit more against competition on the continent as a whole. So We're going to have to see what they can do in this one. The final map is Ascent. No better battlegrounds to be going to. Extremely open, 50-50, a bit of a toss-up, I think, at times between teams. And these are the comps that they're going to be going for. We're seeing, actually, XL not opt to play with a Sentinel at all.
Yeah, that is interesting. And again, I mean, Chamber not being picked up. That is every single map that we've played today. We have not seen a Chamber, which I think is somewhat, freshens up the kind of agent pool a little bit.
Yeah. I suppose so, right? We actually haven't seen Chamber once today, so I don't know if these guys are playing on a different patch or something where he doesn't have hands or whatever, but like, yeah, none of them opting to play through Chamber whatsoever. I think as well, perhaps, it's somewhat that there's an expectancy from teams to be playing into Chamber, so doing something different can sometimes be the curveball that is required. We saw that a lot in the Swiss stages, I suppose, to try and get those best of one victories, which play out just a little bit different, because having a read on your opponent is so pivotal when you only have a limited amount of rounds to do so, rather than a series as a whole. Both of these two teams will have already felt each other out quite an amount at this point in time, though. We're into the third and final map of this second semi-final between Big and XL, looking for a place in the grand finals here. Kicking things off with some mid-presence and early aggression from Twistin in lobby.
Yeah, XL have a triple initiator setup, by the way, Hazza, so there'll be so much information there. But XL isolating Lucka here. Nice 0-point knife, but they just miss out on that KO. Unfortunately, not much to be picked up, but in terms of space, they've got so much here.
They do and they don't at the same time. It's a bit of a paradox, I suppose, because there's control towards heaven, but they haven't quite broken into the realms of the site yet. Masashi drops a nice flank coming through from Batatech, means that now it's opened things up for them, and they just descend upon the site. A vice grip here from XL.
Yeah, the flashpoint comes through. Oh, flash drive, I should say, sorry. A nice little picks, but I mean, realistically, not much to get excited about here in this pistol. It was a 1 versus 4, and Obnox's already taken damage. 1-0 towards XL to take the first pistol, and a nice way to get yourself set up.
Yeah, and it's really interesting the way that round pans out. Twistin taking control, peeking in towards Gelato top mid, seeing what there is going for them, but nothing happening whatsoever. Readjusts towards main, and from that position, XL should struggle to break in towards the site, but with Tree left entirely abandoned, it's more of a split push. They move in from both sides, between heaven as well, and it's almost like coming into a retake when the opponent has a bad post plant.
Yeah. Now looking towards this, a big gamble from Big in the way that they've set up. Twistin obviously holding down that mid position, and I mean, XL still haven't made up their mind. They're just playing a bit of a default, baiting out a utility, and it seems to be working out slightly.
Yeah, that has to be the game plan for them here. Don't want to go charging into a stack potentially on this round. Potentially maximizing the orbs that they want to pick up here as well, but it's seeming that it'll be more important to go for those fights instead rather than collect the ultimate orbs. A utility combo flushes out Big from short. Not holding on to tree control this time around, but they do have main at their disposal. Coming into the retake, it will be 5 versus 5.
Yeah, spike down, and now in this situation here, all players have went towards shot. They went in through the tree position here, and I imagine surely they don't expect so many players to be here. As that turret goes down, I don't think it's going to catch out. Foxy will swing, but they swing into all those players. Aslan will cut them down, and with so much utility to deny, all guns can just be trained towards this position.
Yeah, some of these big players are already low alive. With the Marshal here, we'll be looking to take a couple of them out. It's Mo instead that finds the opposite number. Twistin in place, finding a couple of headshots. This is big damage. These weapons will not be kept. And just like that, Aslan finds their third. XL find the round, but more importantly, their bonus will be crippled as a result.
Their bonus will be crippled, but it's not going to be a bonus from what we can see in terms of the biohazard, because they're all buying up rifles.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. 2 plants in a row will certainly help you out in that respect, I suppose. And perhaps that call is just a little bit misguided from me, because both teams are looking in a fairly similar situation in terms of economy. The only difference here between the two teams is that Patatech is only one away from that null command. If they look to use it for an execute, Excel could give themselves the upper hand.
Right. Well, with that being said, Foxy, sorry, I said they called them Roxy, that's the wrong team. Try clearing out in mid, but we are obviously got this player in short. Twisting gets one, gets out with the tailwind, and now they have teammates to help out, but it's Twisting to take out Patatech, and XL being cut down in towards short, not before being shut down themselves.
Huge work from Twistin in that situation. Finds a kill through the legs of one of those XL players, a nutmeg of sorts. And now on their buy round, they're a player down, and they've not even pushed or tested towards this B side of the map just yet. If it's a potential area that they want to try and explore, there'll be Killjoy utility and an Astral Star waiting for them as well. At the same time that this is going on, we're seeing Lucka take space in towards main and could have a couple players on the cards, and they're not looking the right way. Finds Mo at the very least, but now the game is up. Only 30 seconds or so left. Big aware that XL are making this push happen as the whole of B main is cleared out. It's Aslan in on the site to try and shut them down.
This is a coin flip push. There's 2 versus 2 on the site, and alive in towards those smokes. Gonna get cut down. The 2 players who were on site win that out, Hazard, and they do see Big convert that rifle round, which means XL on towards an eco.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it was a coin flip, but when Obnox is on the scene, those odds are ever more favorable for Big. We saw a nice use of the C's, stop that push coming through from the choke. Alive, restricted in their positioning, takes a kill over the shoulder of the Cloudburst there as well, and forces XL onto an eco round. So Big able to buy up into this one, but Twistin will be using the knives as well. Still not ideal. We've got a Marshall in the mix amongst other things, but the fact of the matter is they pick up their first round and keep XL at an arm's length.
I'm just looking towards these 2 players in main and what their decision is. Aslan being so pinged away here, but they are going to get taken out, or at least Big are going to start to wipe out these XL players. Oh no, it's not happening, Hazard. They tried to be aggressive, and it just ended up in another big round.
Yeah, Big just showing the gap in terms of weaponry at that point in time, I think. Not really anything that you could criticize from XL in terms of strategy. They went for a fast round to try and get the jump on their opponents. I liked the positioning from Alive as well, to just run up in towards heaven, see what problems they could create, but it doesn't amount to much. This is the one that we've got to be looking towards. XL wanting to try and break away from that bad cycle in terms of economy and crush what Big have begun to build here in terms of credits.
Exactly. Flash drive goes out just to try and deny players peeking on towards main, and it's not going to really be much. It's just going to activate Aslan on towards, well, putting those stars down and getting the nebulas procced. I mean, pretty much a default from Excel and what they're wanting to do, and not many people peeking into it.
Yeah, Foxy once again using this owl drone through mid. Not going to cover as much distance as it used to with those Sova changes, which seem like a ways back now, but it's one of the reasons why we don't see too many teams bring Sova into the lineup, or one of the reasons why, if XL want to do it, they've got 2 other initiators to back up Foxy in that regard as well.
I mean, they've got so much utility for this default in terms of what they want to do. I mean, realistically, you can burn through 2 prowlers to look to try and get a pick, take space, and you still have an owl drone to back it up. It's crazy the amount that XL can do with this comp.
They're going to see the null commands get traded here as the execute finally comes through. Big seem to be winning things out. A nice recon from Foxy will reveal that position, and with one of those KO players dropped being one of the kills that we see, there's still a chance to bring them back to their feet and make this a 3 versus 3, but Patatech so wide out in the open will be left in no man's land. On the scene is Obnox, not for the first time, but they can't get the kill. Musashi waiting in the wings, holding things down and taking out Mo as they finally make their entrance. Big have their third and start to take the lead.
Yeah, they do, and that's now, I guess, a little worrying sign for XL, because, I mean, as casters, I don't like to talk about economy too much, but you do have to talk about when a team is starting to go towards an eco cycle, which we are seeing from Excel. We're not seeing anything too great once we've moved on to the rifle rounds, which is something that has been continuous throughout this whole tournament.
Yeah, that's when you've got to start shaking up your conditioning as the attacking-sided team. Change what Big will expect of you so those buy rounds will have more impact. Currently, we've seen their ability to take a thrifty here or there, but as of most of these teams, it's still a big challenge. And with the operator posted up on short in the hands of Twiston, it's another area of the map they may not want to challenge. And as a matter of fact, we are just going to see that fast push look to come in towards B, but there's so much utility to hold them there.
Yeah, exactly. Foxy does take out Musashi, which is great, and I think it's a massive pick in terms of taking out the player that's behind the gun. Musashi's so good, and all that KG utility will go offline. So if the push comes through, these players won't find that oppressive utility hit them.
Yeah, Twiston has burned through the tailwind, so doesn't have the dash available anymore. I think he may have used it to get towards the site quicker, have a more active impact with the operator, but now is just holding a more passive angle in mid, and Big know exactly what's going on. They know where all of these XL players are. We've also seen Aslan take control towards Gelato, so their hand is forced in terms of this execute. It's just a matter of when we're going to see it eventually come through.
I just thought that with them missing out that Nightfall, that they were going to beat out XL, or Big, sorry, XL was going to beat out Big, but it's not to be. It's Big again, coming through with the dagger, with a knife, with a sword, whatever you want to call it. It's certainly punishing them anyway, and there's only one player left. It's Mo in towards short. Well, maybe pick up an operator here, Hazard. There is one player close. It's Aslan, and they'll find that.
Yeah, the kill comes through. Aslan waiting for a very long time outside of A to be met by any players. This is so unfortunate. Twiston taking the kill onto Patatek before the Cosmic Divide had come through. And Big now start to maintain that advantage, stretch it a little bit further. I mean, XL didn't show too much on that low buy round either. And keeping the operator in play for Twiston here will make things even more difficult when we now look at their gun round.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
We're going to see the Blade Storm come through on the XL side of things. And it is going to be them going towards A. I thought we were going to see a live actually push short, but it's not to be. And again, it's a patience game for Big. They're not biting into too much what XL are doing. And I mean, where does the conditioning come through here, Hazard?
Not sure. Aslan going for a fast peek, and it seems as if the strategy has somewhat changed from XL. They're playing this a little bit differently in terms of the control that they have, but as I say that, once again, it seems to be yet another short execute which is lined up towards the A side of things here. Alive on the Blade Storm. Hit 325 ACS in that first game, but was unable to find similar form in the next one, and may too struggle here, but still finds that kill on towards Aslan. As a Nightfall comes through, it's given a lot of space for XL to try and work with. Nobody hanging away from the pack, all of them now resolute in their efforts on the site.
Obviously, because of the Nightfall, we couldn't hear the door go down. I was like, surely Twiston just doesn't pop out here, gets a freebie. I mean, realistically, Musashi from elsewhere will get a pick through the door, through tree. Oh no, the spam's coming through alive, so low. Will finally get the pick, but it's Foxy to get a double. That's huge. There goes the op, and Obnox stuck up on Heaven, facing two. Foxy and Chihuahua is playing off contact at this moment in time. They're waiting for the information. Will they do tap on that spike? That info dart's perfect. They'll get another pick and a free operator to boot.
Yeah, if they choose to use it, and that decision is taken. Foxy with a really huge round. A nice double, playing off the contact of Alive, who dashes in here and is able to find that opening kill. Then it's the recon to set up Chihuahua. Supportive play, XL working for one another in that late round. And now we see a pretty similar buy between two teams. I'm curious as to what impact Alive can have on this operator from their attacking side.
Yeah, exactly, because it always begs the question, when you're on the attack, you have to go and find the picks, and operators are very much kind of wait, hold those angles. you can't really do that on the attack unless you are playing a very strong default against an aggressive side. Maybe we'll need to see exactly. I'm just talking about hypotheticals here. Mo has dipped out of that B main position where we are seeing a push come through from Twiston. They haven't found much, but Obnox elsewhere will drop that operator.
Yeah, Live was trying to move through towards Market, and well, there is an operator on the opposite side. Twiston takes down Patatek, and it seems as if the curtain may be falling on yet another round where Big are able to see things out. Excel just testing different areas of the map, but their game plan has been really interesting so far in the way that they've tried to play things. Mid control important for them. And we've seen a nice util combo here for Aslan to maybe capitalize, but nothing will come through it. Killjoy still waiting on A if Foxy does decide to go through with this push. And well, there's a flank as well. Twiston narrowly misses the shot on Chihuahua. They'll be yelping away and heading up short.
Yeah, the ankle biter. Well, looking to bite off the head of Aslan, can't find it. And it's now Foxy to face against an Op. Will find that kill. Oh my god, Foxy, surely not! Breaks it down to 1 versus 1. There is a lockdown available for Musashi, but my god, has it what an effort from Foxy.
Yeah, the time is so low, Cairo. I was wondering for a moment if Foxy would be able to get it. They do. It's incredibly close, but Musashi is hot on their heels. Lockdown will be invested initially. Gives Foxy space to play towards backside. Has a Hunter's Fury to potentially engage with, but will just hold. Bait their breath. See if perhaps there's a movement coming in. Holding stairs will hear the sound cue of a drop from Speedway. The turret is there. No players detain. Information gain! Foxy takes the ace and takes the biscuit with an audacious clutch.
Takes the biscuit, Hatter, takes the round. They can take what they want. They're taking all the heads of Big. My goodness gracious me. How you let that slip. Look at this. It wasn't even as if it was like just quick.
Yeah. What? And this is with 20 seconds left, Cairo. From short, Foxy lines those players up one by one, and no surprises. The timeout comes through. Big need to speak over what has just happened there. It's group therapy almost, because that was a violation.
That was a violation, Hazza. Foxy GG is carrying XL at the moment. That is a couple of rounds in a row where we've seen Foxy come up huge, not even in terms of just kills, but in terms of impact, of utility, etc. That is massive. They were on such low HP as well. All we needed to see was Musashi get one bullet through and they couldn't hit him because they are just that elusive.
Yeah. Whew. And now we take a moment to sit back and analyze how that's going to affect things as a whole. Big, feeling the ramifications of that previous round in terms of their economy. We see Twiston will most likely get the Blade Storm online, but seems for the time being will be opting in towards a Sheriff. It's a mixed investment. Hero Vandal for Obnox to try and get anything. Suddenly, in these last couple of rounds, XL coming into their element. But even then, it did come down to a clutch. It came down to Foxy being able to pull off the unthinkable. They need to be a little bit more resolute in the mid-round here.
Yeah, exactly. It's the mid-round. XL, let's be honest, didn't deserve that last round. Fair enough, Big threw it, and you can argue that, well, Big didn't deserve to win it either for giving all those 1 versus 1s. Twiston does take out Chihuahua, so in terms of controllers, XL will not have that. All the lines of sight will be available for these defenders when a push comes through. Alive still controlling mid as the rest of the squad move towards A.
It is that dangerous combination, though. Alive and 3 initiators. Me and the boys getting ready for our A execute. Plenty of utility to help set up Alive and put him in a dangerous position here. Patatek has just moved through the valence of the smoke. The sound cues from the Sheriff invites them for a peek, but the KO on the opposite side, Lucker is able to win this one out. XL now 2 players at a disadvantage, needing to claw their way back into this one. The door gets shut, but Lucker's able to find 2 through the draft excluder. Only Alive left now with no support from their teammates. Another 1 versus 4 to take the lead.
Well, I mean, it was Foxy's turn last time. It's Alive's this turn. And well, that has it. I mean, there wasn't really much of a turn there. They didn't even get a chance. All the players collapsed in, and they'll all get their upgrades. Fair enough. A good thrifty round from Big, and Excel will maybe feel a little bit disheartened, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. In that situation with Alive, it's like when you're playing Uno, you just played a card, you've got good hand ready to go, and then they've just got +4, +4, +4, +4, and you just get cut down completely. So no chances there whatsoever. I think the main thing to take away, though, is that these last couple of rounds, XL, have been relying on those individual plays. Yeah. We saw in that one, they're up against a low buy, but were incredibly split up in terms of their positioning. No one was there to try and trade. Lucka gets a couple with that Vandal that we saw them buy up, and just like that, Big have restored their lead.
Yeah, Alive trying to get aggressive. There is Mo there as well, so there might be even more players to find. But no, it's all going in favour. I was about to say in favour of Big. No, the trades come through. It works out. Twisting does get caught out by the Nightfall. They're going to get spammed through. The Shock Dart just missing. And they've even updrafted just to avoid everything that was coming through. All the players, I was about to say, on site, but Musashi will take out Mo. They're no longer there. There's even more to find. One player left. It's Foxy GG. You don't want to peek this player. This is the Terminator. This is XL's win condition all in one.
Yeah, Foxy playing from hell right now will need to burst their hand out of the lava like the Terminator if they want to win this round. A nice recon should scan both of these players in heaven and get that spike planted, but they aren't within the sight lines. Finally, it does come through. There is a reveal on the opposite side. The Haunt playing up close towards Jen, trying to take the first head, getting it, and the second follow-up as well. Foxy for the second round. In the last 3, we have seen him make a multi-kill clutch.
This is the Clutch Meister. This, I mean, what else can you call them? The Terminator is such a great way to call them. The T3000, it's the F3000 I want to be watching, because this man cannot be stopped.
Not only that, it's put a stop to what Big had going for them, right? They've lost 3 of the last 4 rounds. We've got Marshall in the hands of Twiston. Things looking incredibly scrappy. If XL can put a cover on this one and see it through, then you're going to be looking at yet another and potentially even a 7-5R.
Yeah, aggression again coming through. What is happening? Alive once again, being big here, but Obnox there to deny, and is the only player in towards site. Needs to go huge, needs to come up with a Foxy play, a Foxy-like play. They certainly are trying, but Foxy will be the one to shut them down. It's 2 versus 2, and there is obviously the null command looking the wrong way, Chihuahua, and once again we see Foxy there to clutch up.
I can't do it this time. Turns away at the pivotal moment. Aslan, a lion in their own right, able to clutch this one out. 2 versus 1, simple enough stuff, and Big will stop the rot. XL have one more opportunity here of finding a round. This is ridiculous from Alive.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this is just prime Phantom Valorant moment, if that's what you want to call it. Obnox does very well to get a kill from that position, and it's just that unfortunate duel in market where we see an over-aggression from Chihuahua, where in the 2 versus 2, perhaps it would have been more beneficial to play together. It is that risk-reward, I guess, that you have to contemplate. Unfortunately, the risk was taken, and the reward for Big is that they have a full buy going up against a very mixed investment here from XL.
Yeah, in terms of the investment coming through into this round, if that was to be determine the score, I mean, you very much look at Big having the advantage moving into the next one. Again, we are seeing the mid aggression in towards market, but the reposition or the adaptation from Big is not to really hold it, but hold it passively. They're in towards the back side, but Alive with the updraft does so well.
And they're still anticipating one more player. There's a Hunter's Fury, an old command. Anything you could ask for is there. Foxy just narrowly gets taken out in main, and this is now forcing Alive to go for something a bit more aggressive. Moves towards market as they know that their positioning would otherwise be unsafe. On the Stinger, up close. Upgrades to the Vandal. Bladestorm still in pocket to work with, and now a significant advantage for XL to leverage here.
Yeah, this is why we don't depend on buys to determine rounds and predict. As Mo cuts down the last two players of Big, we move into the next half, equal footing, and I mean, I think it's totally deserved with the way that these two rosters have been kind of competing. I would say Big on a team level have been so much better than Excel, but Excel on an individual level have been a level above.
I think that's the exact way to put it, and it seems that both count for equal at this point in time. We said this map was a side order, right? Against planned programming of sorts.
Yes, yeah.
But we deliver it to you either way. It's on time. I'm sat at the doorstep with a fresh Big and XL pie, and it's steaming all right, because if things are level coming into the second half, we'll have to see if there is a difference here. Of course, we understand XL playing triple initiator. They'll probably need to take that initiative a little bit if they want to set themselves up here for success.
Or even Hazard, maybe not taking initiative, but maybe playing a little bit more retake as well. They'll have all the utility to kind of play that style, and it totally would make sense.
Yeah, it's going to be all about bursting into pockets of space and finding that value. It's what Alive was able to do so successfully on the previous round. I just want to see that cohesion about this XL team to deliver those aims, right? Working off one another with that initiator utility to do so. Whereas on the attacking half, a few times, I don't think we were as treated to as much as perhaps we were expecting.
Yeah.
In terms of Big's attack right now, they're just going to sit in mid. Foxy spots out at least one of those players, Twiston, so he goes for the jump spot. A shock dart will fly through, but met with nothing. Less than a minute left on the clock, looking for this short push.
Remember, I mean, XL have to be active on checking things. There's no passive information for them. Well, Big, they're not being passive either. They're finding frags, and they will find Alive. No longer for this world. XL, though, answer back. Chihuahua with two huge kills. The opposite number of Aslan will shut them down, though. And we go to a 2 versus 2 with that spike being down. A nice proc on the door, and they try to push through on towards site. It's a 2 versus 2. Fox is still available, and the spike will be initiated.
Oh, just jump straight in. Foxy hot on their heels. Jumping through off the back of the seas is able to find Aslan. 1 versus 2. Musashi with the turret for contact. That spike already halved. And their HP cut even less than that. Mo finds the kill. XL take the first advantage.
They do take the first advantage, Hazard, and it wasn't, as you said, very long until they initiated that retake. They played it so well as well. The fact that the C's came in almost instantly to Foxy swinging was perfect util usage. And then obviously having one player watch over the defuse. Lovely stuff there from XL.
Yeah, and the round got cut fairly close. There was a spike plant, but Big still don't opt for a force buy here. They'll meet XL with a set of sheriffs, looking to try and find a choice kill here or there. Something cheeky, perhaps. Alive lining up a first, however, not quite able to hit it. Dashes away for the time being. Initial contact made, some damage on Twiston. Shots getting missed left, right, and center. Both of these teams incredibly cagey in what has been a back and forth affair.
I think that's something to keep note on in terms of how these teams are going to play. The fact that XL always need to be actively looking for information. They can't realistically let things go, because where does the passive utility come in? There's realistically nothing there, Hazard, which is going to be so rough for them, and it means that they might be forced into unwanted engagements.
Yeah, they certainly lack as much stopping power when you consider the execute itself coming through. Fragment grenade from Patatek will slow things down, and that is a piece to note. The spike still lingering in A main, but Big have not committed to any side of the map just yet. Still hunting for one of those snapshots on the Sheriff. Eventually, it looks as if the spike will be escorted in towards mid and surely mark it soon. B is the call from Big, but how big will it be for them?
Yeah, exactly. Musashi will take Alive. Foxy may be ready. Oh, what a shot! Lovely from Aslan. There is obviously the Spectre close by of Foxy GG, and there's also all the other players. Somehow Big have made their way onto the site, and they're finding these players left, right, and centre. Mo, though, now needs to do a job, and that job will be to go back to spawn. What a response!
Am I dreaming? What am I watching, man? Big just say, okay, we'll take our time. Let's try and find an opening. And find an opening. They did exactly that. In through market. Nice headshot onto Chihuahua. That HP bar is burnt. Kills found left, right, and center on the Sheriffs. And XL will be found in a position where they're scratching their heads, wondering how that's happened. It's not the first time that we've seen Big make good of a smaller investment.
And now, on top of that, Hazard, they're on towards Rifles and Spectres against Classics. I mean, I think the biggest investment we saw there was a Marshall and a Light Shield. Surely not. Mo's just overstepped.
Overstep perhaps, but considering how much was put into this round, that is 2 ultimate orbs picked up. The one from the death and then the one which Mo was able to find in main. So getting that little bit closer towards the Nightfall, perhaps leaning in towards the strategy that XL want to try and adopt. Patatek has traded things out towards short. So there is a weapon that could be picked up, but Obnox is holding firm and holding down Mouse 1, destroying, dismantling, and removing Chihuahua from the server for the time being, carrying on forward, finding a couple more. This round is done. Big have found it, and they have the lead.
Yep, they get his breakdown as well. Just an extra couple of credits, pocket change for their bank. I mean, I guess Mo picking the ultimate orb up. I think they're 2 off the orb now. But on top of that, the fact that there was so many eco frags in that round will also mean that Big will have a lot of their own orbs own ultimates coming online. Obviously, Nightfall I think is 1 away from them. So all in all, things looking fairly confident for both teams. It's just XL again. We can't see any gaps in their hold here.
We will have to see how it is they play it. The 0 point has come in. There's utility in towards short to clear out a player. Alive, moving up the catwalk. The Nebula allowing them to do so, and is already in the back lines. Big maybe have an idea about this, but still not enough to try and stop it. Obnox has dropped. That is the spike. XL now having a much better idea of what is going on here. It's Jet versus Jet, Twistin versus Alive. 2 big names in the server, and it's Twistin that comes out on top that time around. The Jewel of the KOs also bears fruit, but so too will Mo. A big double in towards mid now sets us up for just Twistin in the 1 versus 4.
Yeah, and already you feel... I mean, Twistin, 4 players to find. There is going to be a 1 versus 1 gifted to them against the player in tiles. They're going to check main first just to make sure that they can engage this player here. But Mo's going to be the first one to swing. It's swing or be swung, and it's XL to swing the hardest. A punch that lands, and it is a sucker blow for Big. I wonder what's going to happen in terms of the response from Big here, because the last Thrifty round was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I like the initiative from Alive to take space up mid in that situation. Good to take a kill. It gives Mo a bit more freedom to do what he wants to do in that area of the map as well. Seems as if Big aren't going to be leaving anything down to chance. It is a hard-hitting B execute, and they will be going straight for it.
Yeah, exactly, and all guns will be trained towards mid. Already on mid, I said main, I meant main. The fragment grenade does go out, players already in, and already the gun's coming alive. Patatek shuts down Lucker. Aslan takes out Foxy, but Patatek's still on the site. They have been somewhat caught, and they'll be caught even more. That Nightfall huge for denying the audio of these players. Alive does take out Musashi, Tailwinds elsewhere, but finally Twistin shuts them down. 1 player left on the side of XL, but will this attempt be in vain?
We're going to have to see. It's Chihuahua to try and do it. One benefit that they have is that the alarm bot is down, but I think that's pretty much it. Aslan able to take that kill, and Big will find the lead once more. A change in pace from them, and one which worked out excellently in taking the site. 3 ultimates invested, however, so in terms of the ult economy coming into these next few rounds, that is something which XL can use to their advantage.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing that they can't use to their advantage, potentially, is weaponry hazard. They're relegated to pistols and 1 bulldog from Chihuahua. Things not great, things not looking amazing. But at the same time, we've seen Thrifties before. Twistin does take out Patatek for the first frag, though.
Yeah, and that 0 point also brings the Bladestorm of Alive offline, so they can't get to work with what it is they wanted to do immediately. Chihuahua calling for backup in towards short as Twistin will head this charge with the blades, the tip of the spear. Time and time again, we have seen him claim kills in that regard. Chihuahua just lurking towards the back, able to find the first. Alarm bot on towards Twistin means that they're extremely vulnerable, but there's no capitalization. And just like that, Big make their way through. And it's just a spike.
What are they doing? I mean, they've just allowed Alive an opportunity here to clutch up, potentially. I mean, obviously they're trying to break down the door, but there's only one player watching Heaven, and it is Twistin. They miss all the shots, but they won't witness that. Finally, Big do shut down Alive, and that was a massive opportunity and a massive gap in Big's attack there.
Yeah, it's a situation where Alive has so many different angles to contend with. He wants to try and take a little bit of extra space, so moves in towards Heaven, but the sound cue of glass breaking was enough to then pull Musashi in through the door, take the spike, and that advantage that he had is completely lost. Now, into this one, it's the buy round, and Excel do have that significant ult advantage and the weaponry to back it up. An operator in the hands of Alive looking for this initial duel towards short.
Yeah, I think they might actually find it. And, I mean, they maybe don't want to find it. Already taken out, not even getting a chance. Patatech with a lovely glimpse shot. Takes out Luck of their opposite number, but Musashi shutting down the F3000. Foxy GG now taken down. 3 versus 3 Hazard, and we are going to see an ultimate invested.
Yeah, it's the first of the ultimates that XL have chosen to use, a reload from the cubby, but Chihuahua is backing things up, so Patatech not exactly short-handed. A quad from him, looking for the ace, but will be denied. Mo takes out Obnox. Once again, we're seeing those mirror duels come here, left, right, and center. A lot of similarities between the comps, but XL incredibly aggressive and forward-thinking in terms of their mid-control here so far.
Yeah, exactly, and they're doing well. Remember, folks, something to remember in this kind of game, this map, is both teams are at 1 apiece in a best of 3. So whoever loses this is out completely. It's not double elim, it's single elim. That's something that might be on the back of their minds as well, Hazard. One team goes through the grand final and one team goes out straight away.
Yeah, it's do or die at this point in time, and Patatech will do that. Die. Twistin takes the kill on towards short, and that leaves a big gap which these players will be able to swarm in towards. Prowler will confirm that space. A cosmic divide comes through from Chihuahua just to deny these players moving towards that area of the map, and Foxy from elsewhere still omnipresent in this matchup with a Hunter's Fury to slow things down. Once more, we're seeing these ultimates give a lifeline to XL.
Yeah, exactly. These players in towards mid now, slowly moving out. They're not even looking towards short. Eli's got away with murder. And I mean, now, look at this. It's 3 versus 4. So at least if they trade out evenly on site, Hazard, I mean, XL looks so good coming in towards a post plant.
It's all about Musashi in this situation. Has a lockdown that they could maybe use, but will hinge entirely upon whether they're able to stay alive in that position and keep the space away from Mo, who claims their life. Now has a Nightfall of their own to work with. Lucka quick on the response. That's now 3 ultimates that XL have invested into this round, but Big still with every chance of seeing it out. Foxy alive in towards Boathouse will need to be killed, need to be cleansed from this position, but they know all about it. Big still trying to find it, maybe buying the time for Alive to get into place. Another headshot connected on the flick, just narrowly missing. 10 seconds left on the clock for Lucka to try and do something here. A Gravity Well will not be able to pull them off of this plant. They stick it. 6 points of health and a dream left to work with, but it's one that's shattered as Chihuahua connects that shot, tying us up at 10 apiece.
A dream becomes a nightmare very quickly, Hazard. And XL now becoming now going towards, I mean, even further economic advantages. Big, again, you begin to ask the question, when will their economy falter? When will they as a team falter? Because we're starting to get towards that mark where they're starting to lose a fair few rounds in a row. But it's been so back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, it's been back and forth all the way through this game. There was a string of 4 rounds which Big were able to find early on, but other than that, no team has gone more than 2 rounds without conceding one the opposite way. Alive this time palming their aggression through mid from Market, the dash not quite landing and leaving them exposed, but Mo is on hand to support once again, and Alive stays on their feet to cause even more issues. Woes in the hearts of these big players. 3 versus 3, early trades made, leaving Chihuahua incredibly isolated on A.
Yeah, exactly. And the lockdown now is basically leaving Chihuahua having to fight out of a corner here. They will get caught out by the 0 point and already are deciding to dip out completely. Not getting caught out by the lockdown. It's nobody wanted to push in until they knew, well, at least one player would be detained. Not going to be the case. The door shut and now the spike initiated. Or should be.
Oh, it's a good reveal. And from this situation, Chihuahua knows about where Musashi is playing from. It's just Aslan. Spike still not committed. Will go for it. 0 point detects them and will suppress that utility even further. We see the Nova Pulse on the opposite side to clear out some of these angles, but they know that Dice is the position. Eventually, Patatech swings through and XL go in the lead.
I mean, I thought that when the door was put down, Aslan would have went straight for the plant. I guess putting it on the kind of backside of Generator isn't the most advantageous plant position, but surely you would want that extra time bot. I mean, all in all, XL just went out on those crossfires that he'd set up. That's just what it is, and XL looking to bound towards that match and map point.
Yeah, Biggs really struggled with the amount of control that they had in sight as they made the execute happen. It was primarily through short, so main control not really an option that they were playing through whatsoever. Actually, that's completely false. The lockdown came through main, but there was no additional short control, I suppose. Yeah. Limited in their options is the point that I'm making. But in this round, they've set themselves up nicely. Musashi takes down Alive almost instantaneously, and now XL are asked of a response.
They are, and if you look towards what Big have in their pocket, a Cosmic Divide and well, I was about to say a null command is very good for executing. It's not going to be the case as Lucker activates it, gets taken down immediately, and if this wind goes away at the right moment, that could have been a pick, but no, Twisting shuts down Chihuahua, and that's absolutely massive. Foxy on the other side, F3000 finds their mark, and will take down Musashi.
We've seen a double up in towards short this time around from Big, and it pays dividends. Just like that, it's a 3 versus 1. Mo to clutch it out. If he was to win it here, it would cripple Big and give XL the perfect opportunity to win the game. It's practically a 3 versus 1 for that fact. A place in the grand finals at stake. But with that first contact taken, Big can now adjust. They know about the positioning and Mo will be forced to save.
Yeah, exactly. And fair enough. Decent call, to be honest. The players in sight obviously going to just chill back, relax. But now we go towards 11-11, so we're guaranteed regulation between these two teams, Hazard. And I think, if anything, overtime is so well-deserved and would be a heartbreaking if we did see a 13-11.
Yeah, I think it would. Either of these teams have put up a good case for themselves in taking this game. That shot so close on the operator to nearly get a collateral. Inches away from it, but the shot does not connect. And it's now 11-11. Looking at the economy of both teams, whoever ends up losing out on this round could be stunted for the next couple. I mean, 13-11 is a real possibility here for both of these outfits. Bladestorm will be used by Alive here. Twistin has theirs to spare for the next round. I guess in many ways, Big are in the front seat.
Yeah, they are the driving force at this moment in time. And both teams don't have a massive bonus in terms of win bonus or loss bonus when you look at it, Hazard, after that last round win. So that's going to be something to draw on in terms of the buys in this next round. Just Mo getting chipped away there, down to 71 HP.
It's not a good duel to be taking early on. We see the market door now closed, but no control whatsoever towards that position in the map. If Big were to try and test it, a player could find themselves in spawn, sure enough, but I don't think that is something which we're expecting to see, perhaps not something which we've seen on too many occasions, and Foxy is now rotating as the presence is finally descending towards that area of the map. It's going to be a B split. That is the call from Big on this most important round of the series so far. We know that they were capable of breaking through from this same angle before, but it's a little bit different this time. The stakes so much higher.
I mean, the mid-round call could be to move in towards CT, which may have worked out It was only the F3000 to hold that down. Foxy, though, will get a lovely addition, or a lovely assist from the Haunt. Takes out Twist, and it's 4 versus 4. Chihuahua on site, will find 2. That's huge. Excel comes through.
That's ridiculous. Chihuahua finds a couple of kills through the Prowler, bearing on down in his position. Foxy with a couple of his own from spawn, and XL, they crush their opponents big, compressed from both sides. And it will be XL that take this advantage into the final round. The buy not there for Big. We know they're still capable, however. Bladestorm for Twiston, followed up with a Judge. Only a couple of rifles. Luck a Big on the Hero Vandal before, but a big question mark being answered of the German team here.
Yeah, exactly. What is the retort? What is the answer? I mean, that execute looked as if it was set up perfectly. The Haunt, massive. When Foxy was able to get that pick, the players on A just feeling as if a little bit of pressure put on them. React with utility, and it's key utility as well, because that was the fragment grenade expended, Hazard.
Yeah, XL do have quite a bit to work with here. And it is the retake which they're going to be most effective if they're not looking to make those initial duels this round incredibly more reserved with that match point, that map point, series point, and potential chance to make their way to the grand finals looming. This time the call is A. Big are going to try and play into it. They've got pots and pans to try and work with for the most part. And there's 3 XL players that lay in wait. A Nightfall to help make that exit towards the site a little bit easier, and we see it come through.
Yeah, pots and pans, but what can they cook up for this round, Hazard? They've got onto the site, Twisting going really aggressive, and there's only one player to find. I'm not going to catch much. And the spike going through, they've allowed all the players to escape from Excel, which is, I mean, lets them go into probably the most effective range, but look at the flank. Look at this, look at Musashi, look at how much they could potentially get from this. As they retake in towards the site, Lucker will get Foxy. There goes Alive. Here they go, all the guns coming alive. Big now left with one player to find. It's Patatek on 40 HP as they tap the spike. The bullets will come through, and we are doing it, Hazard. We are going all the way to overtime after 24 rounds. We still can't decide who should go to the grand final.
I mean, if you're Koi right now, you got to be sitting pretty, man. Feet up, chilling. Yet to lose a game so far in the tournament. Watching these guys absolutely go at one another with the scrimmage, which has been prolonged. Whoever makes it out of this alive is going to be feeling somewhat downtrodden in a sense, because the amount of rounds that we've seen. Pearl also going to overtime, a 15-13 result for XL coming out of it. It's the reverse sweep if they're able to take this, but we're starting out on their attacking side here. Adjustment in the setup from Big. I think this is the first time we've seen Musashi play their Killjoy utility through short, and heavy pressure instantaneously from Big towards B main to set up Twiston for a kill.
Man, these teams are just always throwing haymakers at each other. And, I mean, most of the time they're landing. That's the crazy thing. We are obviously seeing the glass cannon come through on the side of Big, which is a big investment, a big gamble, you could say, Hazard. And they are going to gamble towards A, which seems to be working out as the execute comes through.
Yeah, they've got more players here because Twiston is giving them that control elsewhere. The rotate will follow it up, but it doesn't seem to matter because they're in place. Big mow them down, and it's just Mo left. 1 versus 4 to keep them in this. A minute left on the clock. Spike not in possession. Turret to take first contact. Swings to potentially follow it up, and just like that, they draw first blood. Advantage Big.
Advantage Big indeed. It's like... is it Deuce? Is it Deuce in tennis?
Yeah, Deuce in tennis.
Yeah, it's like exactly like that. We've got, I don't even know what is advantage they call it in that as well?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I thought it was like a special word. I was going to say that, but anyway, point is, another glass cannon come through. It will be alive, posted up on towards the exact same spot and the exact same way that Big had done it. And I wonder what the response is from them. And Odin from Musashi as well.
Yeah, we'll see what the rallying call is here from Excel, where they can serve anything back from their defenders' side, which, if we cast our minds back, was able to bring somewhat of a response. I suppose both halves actually going 6-6, so neither team really feeling that extra bit more comfortable. Musashi's bought into an Odin, alive and operator, holding things down. Patatek going searching. This duel could be pivotal.
Yeah. And this double stack here. As Aslan, first one in fire.
And Patatek just takes that fight completely by themselves, leaving Chihuahua alone, who's also going to follow it up and look for this engagement. Still has space here towards short Big XL, but Big are making their way through already.
Yeah. Oh no. It's all coming alive. It's all coming. I was about to say all the cards are coming through here for XL. 3 versus 2, make it 2 versus 2. Obnox finding alive in towards mid, and there's just a wandering Aslan in sight. Spike now making its way towards A here through main. They know that's where they have the control, and with Mo on 40 HP, Big could be the ones to go through into the final.
Mo 40 on 42 points of health, trying to make that flank work. Nightfall comes through, and you start to wonder whether Big will move anything off of this. For now, they're sat in the site. Both players are exposed. Mo is creeping on up, and a change is going to have to be made, or it seems as if he might be able to claim both.
No way.
I don't think this is going to happen. Spots the first, takes it. 1 versus 1. Horn in towards the site, position revealed. Aslan playing from back gen, has a seize to drop the HP, force the swing. Aslan takes it, 14-12. Big respond, the second overtime we've seen now in the third map, and the German team will be going to the grand finals.
Yep, they certainly will, Hazard. And I mean, I can't help but feel heartbreak for XL. They did such a great account of themselves throughout this whole map. But all in all, Big winning that out, I mean, realistically, I'm not surprised, because anybody could have moved through into that final of how well they played.
Yeah, it's a really tough game. So back and forth, and I think of all the maps we could have been treated to, that was one of the best. Both teams having incredibly strong halves on, both sides, right? 6-6, 6-6, both of those halves, and we find ourselves at 12-12. Big get it over the line in the end, and XL fall short once more. It's that maybe VRL kind of syndrome, I guess, that they have playing outside of Polaris, and Big have that response. They lost to XL in the Swiss stages, in the best of 3. They make good of it. We will be going to a very short break, but when we return, we will have the grand final for you for the Red Bull Homeground EMEA qualifier.
One enemy remaining. Why'd you fight it?
Chase the wind and touch the sky. A starlight shines on long after it dies. Oh, in the night, live every day as if it's your last. Our memories been bright like beacons of the past. Oh, in the night, now we rise against the sun. Now we rise against the sun. I'm colorblind. Don't know where I lost the colors. I only see black and white. Come to think of it, but it all comes back when the moon gets low, dancing in the afterglow. And when the room starts spinning and my eyes are closed, feeling like I'm not alone. 'Cause there's a ghost in the machine. I only see you when I go to sleep. I build a wall under the sheets, and when I'm dreaming that you're here with me, I close my eyes, keep us alive. Someone please turn off the lights. 'Cause there's a ghost in the machine. I only see you when I go to sleep. There's a ghost in the machine. There's a ghost in the I build a wall under the sheets, and when I'm dreaming that you're here with me. There's a ghost in the
Cold at the touch, dead in the eyes, no signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more, no. A crying dove may never fly. Just black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. Just black and white. Come on, baby. Love, no more, baby. Black and white. Come on, baby. Love, no more, baby. Just black and white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico. It's black and white. White, white, white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico. It's black and white. White, white, white. Just black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, 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 oh. Just black and white. Just black and white.
On our own, we jump, we fall, forgotten world. We're running out, running out, running out now. Won't hide away anymore like yesterday. 'Cause we're running out now. You can see it in our eyes that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay. So we're running out now. We're fighting, we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you. We won't Time has come to stand our ground and close the door to paralyze stereotype fucked up minds. Every day there's a choice where to go, and you can turn it around. You can see it in our eyes that we won't look away. This time we're here to stay. So we're running out now. We fight and we collide, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you. There's a man sitting next to you with a scarf around his head, and when it's down to the last end, he could be the one that saves you. And there's a woman driving in the car, and she talking her phone when you're crossing the street, and she could be the one that kills you. You can see it in our eyes that we won't look away. It's how we're here to stay. So we're running out now. We fight and we play, crashing every day. And if you feel afraid, we won't leave you. I will never rest until I'm dead, no good at pacing. Push me past my breaking point, but it don't even faze me. You think you got me beat, I guess you don't know who you're facing. I got places to go and you know I'm gonna make it. Adrenaline is pumping, feel it running through my veins, and feel the rhythm in my bones. I put my soul down on the pavement. Nothing can slow me down, I'm coming, so don't look now, girl. I'm a run like it, ignoring all the warnings, so don't look now, girl. I'm a run like it. Yeah, you think you know, you think that you can do it better. When the walls are closing in, I know that I can stand the pressure. You can keep on throwing more, there's not a storm that I can weather. I'm not gonna lie, I might be fueled by my aggression. It can make me lose my mind, I guess I never learned my lesson. In the end, I won't give in, I know for this that I am destined. But it's hard to breathe, I will not leave. Nothing can slow me down, I'm coming, so don't look now, girl. I'm a run like it, ignoring all the warnings, so don't look now, girl. I'm a run like it.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight, 'cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. sitting lonely in my room again, acting like I'm innocent. Why do I try? Cause now I'm feeling like a fool again, thinking I can fool myself by telling me lies. When there's so many things that I keep in my mind, I hang around people I don't even like. If they can be happy and walk with a smile, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight. Cause there will be a time, oh, 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 oh. There will be a time, oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. That I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight. Cause there will be a time. I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running.
Like a Hellcat. Like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
Get along just fine here on our own. What you offering? Another money mind. Oh, you wanna rob me blind? Well, I don't know this time. Oh, don't want it just to lie. Don't wanna feed the fire. Tell me what to do. Been listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Don't wanna trust a liar. Don't wanna be the buyer. Tell me what to do. Listening to my heart. It's leading me from the dark. Tell me what to choose. Tell me what to you try to keep us down, but we are backing out because the time is now. Screaming till you're breathless, till other voices drown. But we ain't backing down. Oh, our time is now. Don't want it just a liar. Don't wanna be the buyer.
seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shape the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't chain me down, I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking. Hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning. Feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for. Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround. The atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking. Hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking. Hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning. Feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for. Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life
Think you've overused them and wasted all I am. I stayed. This time I follow the path set on my mind. I'm leaving you, and now I know you'll miss me when I'm gone. You'll miss me when things are so lifeless. You're holding on to me. It's too late, my heart said, and I can finally breathe. Wrote you messages I'll have to send. We are pieces that will never mend. And now I know you'll miss me when I'm gone. I stayed. This time I follow the path set on my mind. I'm leaving you, and now I know you'll miss me when I'm gone. You'll miss me when I'm I'm alone here on my island, floating in the sky. I'm high above the world I used to know, and I'm far from any danger, safe from any failure. Guarded, I found shelter in the storm. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. Was a soldier in the legions, fought against the demons, fought against the monsters made of gold. But they stormed across Arcadia, following their nature, washed away the place I once called home. I'm hiding in the blue, safe between the clouds. In the blue, where I can't be found. I'm hiding in the blue. I'm hiding in the blue.
beyond infinity and back again. On to them. Young dog and I talking. You know want see me shine. Don't vex when you get married. Me nah make trouble stress my brain. Cut checks me I cut to the chase. Start never second hand, never second in command. Never stopping for a second, talking up on the line. Look a jump and sound, I go try and make statements. Don't test my patience.
We put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. We have to put our hands up when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes
I'm feeling lovesick, but I kinda like it, feels like a trip. Got my temperature rising over you. I think you need a doctor, so do you. And I'm feeling you a lot 'cause of the way you say you don't want me to go. Put on a movie, then hold me close. You are my LSD, so I don't need ecstasy. And therefore I thought I was better alone. Never thought I'd say you know when you know I thought there'd be nobody but you. I want nobody, and I got straight to pieces for you. Can I stay with you? Do you feel strange too? Do you feel strange too? Got my heart rate racing over you. I think you need a doctor, so do you. And I'm feeling you a lot 'cause of the way you say you don't want me to go. Put on a movie, then hold me close. You are my LSD, so I don't need ecstasy. And therefore I thought I was better alone. Never thought I'd say you know when you know I thought there'd be nobody but you. I want nobody, and I got straight to pieces for you.
We had a barbecue in San Tropez in May with some friends drinking booze, getting all loose. We drove the cars to the beach on the outside of the street, sat around a bonfire, eating mashed miles a night. We were young at time, I know it, but you were so damn fine. Couldn't get you on my mind. We were young at time, I know it, but I wanted something more than you. Cause you wanna be free for the summer. Free for the summer, free for the sun. You wanna be free for the summer. Free for the summer, free for the summer. Free for the summer. Free for the summer. We met again later that summer at the beach in Saint-Tropez. I was with my friends, you were by yourself. You came to hang out with me. When the summer reaches end, then I'm worth your attention. But I had enough playing this game with yours. We were young at time, I know it, but you were so damn fine. Couldn't get you on my mind. We were young at time, I know it, but I wanted something more than you. Cause you wanna be free for the summer. Free for the summer, free for the sun. You wanna be free for the summer. Free for the summer, free for the summer. Free for the summer. Free for the summer. Free for the summer.
Brother, sister, can you hear that? Our heartbeat cutting through the ether. Star drifters, can you feel that? One love can make us all believers. A generation of renegades, we don't have to stay alone. So brother, sister, can you see our light guide us home? We'll paint the sky with our energy, so they can see us from outer space. Through the dark we will radiate. They're gonna see us from outer space. All the faces in this ocean come together, making memories in motion. We're the traces of the chosen. Let's come together with a heart wide open. A generation of renegades, we don't have to stay alone. So brother, sister, find your spaceship and let it take you home. We'll paint the sky with our energy, so they can see us from outer space. Through the dark we will radiate. They're gonna see us from outer space. They're gonna see us from outer space. traces of the chosen. We'll paint the sky with our energy, so they can see us from outer space. Through the dark we will radiate. They're gonna see us from outer space. I remember when the bartender said it's on the house. You make me wanna fall in love. The weather felt better when we were in it together. Oh, I miss the way we used to talk about nothing. I hate to say I should have seen it coming. Last summer, everything was easy. We had it all, didn't we, baby? No wonder you couldn't keep it. It got harder than you thought it would be. You stopped loving me on the dark nights. Now you wanna kiss me in the sunlight. Last summer, I know you leave me, 'cause loving me is the key to if you wanted to talk, you would've texted. If I wanted to stop, I would've let it go. But I get it, it's alright, 'cause I can't keep my shit together. Safe, you can't debate that. Don't want shit to get better, 'cause it made me forget it all and I hate that. Last summer, everything was easy. We had it all, didn't we, baby? No wonder you couldn't keep it. It got harder than you thought it would be. You stopped loving me on the dark nights. Now you won't kiss me in the sunlight. Last summer, I know you leave me, 'cause loving me is the key to
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
Hello, everyone. 64 teams is what we started out with this weekend. We're all down to 2. This is the EMEA qualifier for Red Bull Home Grounds. I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful Hazza. Hazza is finally here, the best of 5 home ground final.
And what a road it has been to make us here. We saw derby matches between different teams, rematches between former foes, and now we're seeing a final between Big and Koi. Koi still on a technicality undefeated in this tournament if we consider the game which they lost in the Swiss rounds due to a forfeit, and yet to drop a map 2-0 in that series against Heretics. A very convincing performance from them. Big able to dismantle XL in the last overtime of the final map, a team which beat them in the Swiss stages, but they get their revenge and secure their place in the grand finals. Both of these teams looking at a chance of making it to the main event.
Yeah, big time. And another game that I always remember is Big playing against Heretics as well. Hazza, I mean, Big got dismantled on Haven, and luckily enough for them, we won't be seeing that map in this best of 5 either.
Yeah, that map won't be in this best of 5, but we do have the maps coming up for you. And the format as well. I think it's fair that we should explain what the format is. This is Red Bull Home Ground, of course. It has its own twist, not like other tournaments, and that will be fully felt here in the best of 5. In the best of 3, doesn't really count for as much. If you win 2-0, you win 2-0. It's a best of 2, a best of 3, and 2 maps being 1, of course. But this one is really interesting. We have 5 maps. Each team in the pick ban process gets to pick their home ground. If you're able to take your own home ground and your opponent's home ground, then you win the series 2-0. There's no possibility of a reverse sweep. We only play those 2 maps at all. So an interesting stake being put up here to qualify to that main event.
It's a really big stake as well, Hazza, considering, I mean, sometimes teams might have that slow start. We have just had an hours-long break, and for Koi, maybe even 2. So if they start slow, I mean, this could be rough.
Yeah, and speaking of maps, we will be giving you the picks there. The first map will be Icebox, which is Big's pick. It was the first map that they played in the best of 3 series against Excel, and they were able to win that one out 13-7. Then we will follow it up with Bind, which is Koi's home ground, and by that point in the series, either team does have an opportunity with a 2-0 lead to secure this one and make their way to the main event. But if things do carry on, as I think we may expect it to at least go to a 3rd or 4th map here, Ascent, that's going to be Big's choice. Breeze, Koi. Interesting to note, the Breeze game that we saw from them in the previous series against Heretics is the first time that they've actually played it as a team, and then the decider as a 5th map will be Pearl.
I mean, that's pretty decent to be the first time you play Breeze in a competitive map with your teammates. Anyway, we now move into Icebox. Big have already performed on this against Excel, and to their advantage off stream, whereas if we move on to Bind, Koi's already been seen. There may have been a little bit of a glimpse from the Big upper management or the Big coaches. We'll need to see if that's the case, but for now, we are in the agent select.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Kundi's maybe had a look over on the Big side and decided to change anything in terms of when we move towards Bind. But I think for the most part, these are 2 very established outfits set in their ways and how they want to try and play these maps. So I doubt we'll see any counter picks or changes necessarily in preparation for these matches. Coming in with the choices now being selected, finally, we're treated to the chamber duel between Famzi and Musashi here on Icebox. I think of all the maps you expected to see chamber on, this would certainly be one.
Yeah, true. I mean, but we said that about Breeze and we still didn't get Chamber. We did get a little tidbit. I don't know if you missed it in the chat earlier, Hazza, while we were doing the last game between Big and Excel. The only map where Chamber wasn't played was actually Ascent. So that's an interesting one to bring out.
Yeah, it certainly is. Something to mention about these comps as well is that Fern has moved over onto the Brimstone. Now, it's not too often that we see Brimstone played on Icebox, but there are players in the past that have been known to do it, Marved being one of the more popular examples over in NA for Optic. And it's an agent which can have value with lots of tight chokes. There's always damage to be found with the Ultimate and Incendiary, of course. However, I think it's the lack of range in smokes, which means that Fern is naturally falling into that double controller setup with Neptuno on the Viper as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it totally makes sense for double controller to work out here. The players now starting to move on towards B. Koi, remember, like to move fast on their attack. And as we see here, they are controlling the pace. They did find out the Viper, but unfortunately cannot capitalise on that information. They will find the shoulder, not being able to get it, and they're straight on towards this default to get the plant down.
Yeah, we expect the utility to be coming through, and there it is. The Spike player is dropped before it gets planted. Twisting with the paint shells combined with the C's. The Fade Raise combo we expect so much from in this duel for the big defensive side. However, Koi have given themselves a leg up here, found a player advantage, and now move into that post plant with plenty of utility to fall back on.
Yeah, exactly. The Brim Molly already lined up there just for any denial. I think there was a fragment grenade and we hear it just chipping away at anybody if they were on that default. 0-point knife shot out, but it's the flank from Neptuno that's absolutely huge. Gets one. Obnox takes out Magnum and Musashi actually returning fire here. This is doable. Can they get the next player? They can. Famsi goes. It's all up to Fern here. Can they find Obnox? They can't. Big. They strike first in the pistol.
Oh, and it's so pivotal that Obnox takes that kill in the duel as well, because there's so much time that had already been bought by Koi. You speak about the utility, fragments and incendiaries. Here we see it. Obnox able to make it a triple on the round. There were so many odds stacked against Big. Even the flank from Neptuno able to be worthwhile, but perhaps played ever so slightly early, as Musashi does have that response. Force buy from the attackers, not looking to give up any more than just the one round here in the opening stages.
I mean, it's fair enough, and I think Spectres and Stingers will do well on this B choke. Although Lucker spamming through the smoke, picks up one, there goes Sake, and that's huge because it's the Fade. Magnum peeking out, takes out that Sage, and there will be no more healing. That being said, Aslan did see one. Oh!
Aslan able to make it a double through the one-way, the slight gap, Fern relaying that information, but it is Aslan that comes out on top. Trades in place, Obnox is here, the triple for their troubles on the previous round, enabled him to pick up the Vandal, but a clean shot from Fern has brought this back within touching distance. Should be an upgrade here as well. Not too much health to speak of, but utility to fall back on, and the rest of the B site left open if they so choose.
Yeah, they are going to respond to the flank. Twisting, doing a lot of damage, and it's 24 HP. There we go. Musashi closes it out. Double flank, not expected by the Brim player. Has on Spike not even getting planted, which is, again, it was a big investment on the round, and they lose out.
Yeah, Big starting to get into this game, striding away, and by dismantling this force buy, it puts them in a great position. The Vandal will be kept, most importantly, for not expecting that double commit on the flank. Perhaps should have held onto the angle for a moment longer, but in the end, you can't really criticize it whatsoever. Big just playing really nicely there, shutting things down early on.
Right, well, we are still seeing this default, and the kind of conditioning what we're seeing is these three players initially taking space towards B. Lucker shuts down Magnum, and I mean, they're not getting a chance to breathe here.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because we usually consider Magnum to be that player that makes something happen, sets something up for Koi, but these last couple of rounds has gone wandering in towards that choke almost aimlessly, and unfortunately dropped now for the second time in a row. Famsi gives away the audio cue from spamming the knife, and then it's going to be a blow to the heart from Musashi to take them out.
But look at the space up, ramp, tube, whatever you want to call it. The Vipers just eluded the player in mid, and the last two remaining players on B long will move up here. Can they find anything from it? That will be nice work through the utility work. They identify players. That Siege just misses out. All the frags come through at the same time. Has up. The opportunities were there, but I mean they go fleeting for Big, and it's 3. Oh, sorry, for Koi. It's 3-0.
Yeah, they're 3-0 at this point in time. Koi now finally have their buy round available. One away from the null command. Orbital strike already waiting in the wings. Obnox also looking close to an ultimate of their own if we're considering a retake here. Positioning themselves towards Boiler. We have the chamber trademark towards the kitchen position, of course. Koi once more, though, just looking like they want to make early B control felt. This is their game plan. It's the same utility that comes through once more as the 0 point is activated, but a little bit slower this time around.
Oh, no command online as well as an orbital strike. This is looking like some pretty good utility. The defender's already dropping back, and I mean, they're willing to concede the space that's there and available, realizing exactly what stopping power Koi have, or I guess the power that they have to open
Yeah.
up this site completely, which is fair enough. They don't want to take any risks, and I mean, why not?
Yeah, it's really nice the setup here from Koira. They've barely done anything so far in these last couple of rounds, but have been able to get Magnum with the ultimate orb in a couple of them. It's a 0 point to clear out any kind of fast chamber peak as it comes back online once again. The Null Command is finally prop command with the Sky Smoke to give them that space initially. The first kill has been found, and it's enough space towards backside to maybe get the spike planted. But playing from Snowman, Twiston spams it down once again and denies that opportunity.
I mean, I actually think that was above. Famzy will find that pick, and the snake bite just not enough to get rid of that brim. The spam just missing out as well, and somehow we've found ourselves in a 2 versus 4. 3 of those players potentially could be found with 1 spray, but we need to get them found, because realistically, if you don't find them, then they can easily find you, and that's exactly what's happened. It's all up to Musashi in a 3 versus 1 scenario. The 0 point just denying. It's just been oppressive, being ever present on this retake here. The utility comes through, and so do the rifles. Neptuno finds Musashi, Koi finds their first round, and that's a nice answer and response from the past 3.
Yeah, really low HP on a couple of those players. Needs to win out the duel against Neptuno in that position, but not going to happen. Can't bait out an orbital strike, so they will hold on to that one into the next round here, Koi. Going on towards their defender's side as well with that double controller setup makes me wonder how many rounds they need to find to make this a successful attacking half.
Yeah.
A bit more of a default this time around, it seems like, but same utility will come forward to give them that little bit of B control.
That was nice paint shells, just caught out Sake. Oh, it wasn't the. I don't think it was the paint shells. It must have been the C's. Paint shells follow up though. Will pick up that. Pick up that pick, I guess. The kind of conditioning that we've seen so far from Koi is to send players, or it's been to send 3 players in towards B long. This time it was only 2. They've lost 1, and the rest are elsewhere at the moment.
Yeah, it's how much Big are going to read into this, which currently doesn't seem to be too much. Musashi posted up with the tour de force. They'll have heard that sound cue at the beginning of the round, and with a quick jump spot, it's not an angle that they wish to challenge. Famcy from up towards Belt could cause some issues to close things down a little bit, but Aslan is eagerly watching this position. 2 players get spotted on the other side of the map as Magnum is keeping presence towards B. And it has actually brought out a rotate. Musashi finally able to get that kill. But now we're looking at a 3 versus 4. Nightfall invested towards B. The rotate is coming through quickly.
Oh, lovely pick onto Neptuno though, Hazard. And that's the spike down in the choke, meaning that the Brim will have to go back and face a tour de force, which you don't want to do. Now it's all left to Akio, having to again do the exact same problem.
Yeah, it's a 4 versus 1. No time left. Magnum will just be saving in this situation.
10 seconds
Knife does
left.
come online to maybe do something. We'll be holding for Twiston, and they do find it. Now the question is, do Big want to try and chase this weapon down? It seems to be the case. Outpeaks Musashi, soon
No
to drop.
way.
Also Lucker as well. A triple from Magnum is big damage on the round. Obnox still just trying to pursue this final player, but it's all in vain.
Hazard. It might all be in vain, but I mean, Magnum has started that engine up, and once they get going, I mean, it really is hard to stop them. And not being bought up there, I believe, by Musashi. I think it's been sold. Yep. Nonetheless, it's good. I hate trying to kind of predict what players are going to buy up. Anyway, it looks as if it is going to be another B push, that exact same thing that we've been seeing.
Yeah. I mean, you spoke about conditioning a few times, but this really is it, right? Koi constantly going for presence in this area of the map.
Yeah.
It's just about how Big respond to it, and it seems that they've opted for the same setup round after round. Lucker with the barrier orb here delivers a lot of value with Chamber in the composition as well, because it means you have so much more additional control on the map. Takes a kill from the push here, Musashi, as well. And Koi are now stunted. They have nothing on A whatsoever. Would have to fully re-clear it. The only exception is the mid that they have.
Yeah, I mean, Neptuno is taking great space here. The trademark will find him, obviously, and that's just going to create that vacuum that has to be re-cleared. Musashi being so far forward with the trademark means they essentially get a free engagement. There it is, but oh!
Yeah, Fern able to just slip that one through, thread the needle, and we're back to a 4 versus 4. Not only that, the placement of the kill means that now Big will be worrying just a tad more about this A presence, and it's actually drawn over a position here of Obnox to try and re-clear out Neptuno, who's still lurking in this tunnel position. Laka has utility to slow things down, and I think that's the key thing that we have to focus on right now. There is utility, which Big have to work with to stop this plant from coming through. Laka the first of them to drop. Azan also gets traded, and now that problem has been dealt with.
The time's so low. Unfortunately, no denial has up. We are in a 2 versus 3, make that a 3 versus 1. Neptuno takes out Obnox, and Twiston does have that showstopper. Lovely paint shells. There was no combo there, but I'll tell you something, it's good enough. We are going to see the Viper's Pit invested. That is a lot of ultimates in this round. They are going to tap the spike. Sneakbite comes through. Twiston is so far forward here. Obviously, the Tour de Force is holding out the swing. Is it going to be good enough? No, it's not.
Almost get a second chance to guess as to what is going to happen there in that situation, but Famsi wins it out all the same. Unfortunate here from Musashi, and that opened up the round for Koi. They didn't feel so much pressure anymore in taking this B hit. It opened things up for them, and in the clutch, Twiston unable to do it. There was so much utility, which Big had to stall out that plant from coming through, but because they prioritized that bit of extra space towards yellow to cut down on even more time almost if they can hold their ground, it ended up playing against them, and Koi were able to secure control of the site and get that plant.
Yeah, exactly. Tour de Force being used by Musashi there just because they got caught out by the C's, and that's the only way to break it is a teleport type of utility, which is fair enough. Rendezvous won't be up for another 30 seconds, but I imagine we won't see an engagement from the Chamber player until probably around about that time.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. We know how Koi like to play incredibly slow. Joking about it before, you know, it makes casting the game interesting. We might as well host a podcast if you want, because they do take their time. However, when the execute is there and they finally decide to go for it, they are very quick about it. No time wasted whatsoever. Koi in the middle of things. The only issue is there's no real control here whatsoever. That's a huge horn from which Laka finds 2 kills.
There is also a res available if it is wanted to be invested. Koi could easily pull the trigger as well and go elsewhere, but no, they're going to force the issue. They're going to force in through mid, pick up the spike as they have to. But Laka and the Chamber's still there. Musashi going elsewhere and actually maybe going for a flank through kitchen. Spike coming through, and that is going to be that countdown beginning.
Yeah, if Sakake is able to win this one out in kitchen, it would be huge. Now so much control in the hands of Koi. They were almost funneled in on this B plant, but they've opted some breathing room here. It's just Laka left with the Hail Mary crosshair. Can't find it. It's only a couple of shots which connect, and a 3rd kill for them on the round won't be enough to deny Koi from picking up their 3rd.
Yeah, exactly, and I think the impact of this haunt cannot be stated enough there, Hazza. All in all, just a better weaponry wins out for Koi. See these delayed feeds though, do you know what it's like reminding me of? Now, like when you know how when you watch anime and it's like that really dramatic, like when it's just overcutting constantly? That's what it's reminding me of.
Like when you have, what is it, one of those Indian drama shows where it has like 1,000 different cuts and pans and swooshing effects and stuff.
I mean, you get that, like, have you ever watched I think it was Kick-Ass, I think I watched, where it had like...
something like that.
Yeah, it had like the exact same stuff, it's just that over-dramatization. Talking about over-dramatization, we are going to get the engagement, and it is going to be Koi to win it out.
I was just about to say, speaking of kick-ass, I was hoping Musashi may kick some ass from yellow. However, it's the null command which shuts down the rendezvous and leaves them pinned to their position. Wasn't able to get out in time. And now Big, not only are they at a player disadvantage, they lack a lot of space to try and make their way back in towards the site. if they can claim some of it back, then there's an opportunity to bring Musashi back on their feet with the res, but looking a little bit too far-fetched at this point in time.
Although, right, here we go, the assault begins, and now all the guns come alive, but it's big to come up huge. It's out till 1 versus 1. Obnox just waiting, and I think they are. No, look at this gap in the wall. The barrier orb just not quite there. Obnox swings, but Neptuno wins out, and that was very, very close between the two teams.
Yeah, I don't know if Obnox thought that potentially there was a player on the opposite side in the gap between the wall and was just trying to pre-fire it, or actually no. Oh, the barrier orb was sandwiching the spike. Obnox had to try and shoot it out so they could actually get on and defuse. If it had been placed correctly, then I think we may have already seen that come through before it even came down to it. But no, a big clutch from Neptuno and a slight error from Big has allowed Koi to now tie up the score and look to make a lead.
I mean, that's fair enough. 4-4 though. And look at the way that they're set up. It's towards A. That's where the presence and the bias is towards. But Vamsi will punish Twiston for over-peaking. A lot of pressure on this map as well for Big, because they need to win this.
Yeah, it's a common area that you'll see a chamber go for a fast peek in the round because you can rendezvous out, but Twiston doesn't have the same liberty on Raze and does get punished through the wallbanger bot area.
Oh my
Aslan
goodness.
with a lovely shot landed onto Fern. That's half of the smokes gone. And with the res available, if they can hold on to this position in the map Big, there's a chance to bring Twiston back on his feet.
But they've vacated it, Hazard. That's the only problem. They don't want to try and risk it. Barrier Orb invested with a bucket to hold it down. Magnum does take out Musashi, which leaves them at a disadvantage. And already, look at this. Koi's pulled the trigger. They're going for the rotate. Neptuno on the other side of the map has taken so much space and is even going in towards that CT.
Yeah, Neptuno has pushed the extremes elsewhere, and Koi will look to follow up on it. We'll take down Aslan on the opposite side as they start to move through. And now for Big, I'll be surprised if we see that res at all. So far at a disadvantage that it's just not favorable whatsoever to try and do something here. Magnum even holding down the long sight line on a rotate through mid, which won't come. The fact of that as well is that it allows Koi to focus more of their attention on these entryways to the site itself. And, well, actually, we may even see an overstep from Obnox here out on the bottom of Tube, and Magnum will be waiting for them. Not for the shot, though. That's incredibly clean. One weapon taken out the hands of those players, but another round conceded here for Big.
Yeah. I think they'll be happy just to have these rifles in hand. Obviously, Koi know exactly that there will be players to engage here. They're going to, well, all stack up to try and find it. They're just trying to get rid and do as much damage as possible. So are Big, but Big are going to lose out. They're going to lose everything, leaving only Koi on one rifle. I think when we look towards the economy here, the amount of times that we've seen every single player apart from one be taken out is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, both of these teams fighting tooth and nail to try and find a round. And on this occasion, I think Big punching slightly above their weight class to bring it so close in between the two teams. But on the whole, doesn't count for too much other than just that raw damage, which Koi have plenty of credits to fall back on. Operator now invested. And this gives Big a great opportunity at bolstering their defenses just a little bit more with Musashi in control of A.
I mean, the spike over towards A would make you think that the way Koi are setting up is exactly where they want it to go. That is going to be the case after the initial presence on B. There is only one player to hold it down, being Musashi, who, again, has the operator and the rendezvous to get out. Not posted up high, which is the natural position you would normally think there, Hazard. And this could be a big opportunity.
Yeah, it doesn't have any verticality, but this angle still potent, perhaps spotting out Magnum as they made their way up. No sound cues now whatsoever, so we'll have to pick and choose an angle. The shot rings off, but the rendezvous is there. Koi have made their way in towards the site after defaulting towards B. The eventual hit is A, and the spike will find itself shrouded with the Viper's pit to secure.
Yup, can't get much of an angle with this Viper's Pit. It's completely made it, well, it's not completely null and void, but I mean, more or less is Neptuno.
Yeah.
holding in, and this is the problem, is trying to assault in, because all the players of Big are trying to get these angles, but they're not finding anything with all the smoke that's down on site. I mean, it must be pretty claustrophobic for these players. We are seeing the boombot come through, Obnox coming through even more. Look at Big, they're completely assaulting in. SEAL Team 6, they may as well be, as Big are finding players. Magnomancer's back, but Fern from up top also has the orbital strike. They can just wait out for that if time gets low enough, and it shall. Koi, they win out the 6th round, Haza, and it's a clutch for those last 2 remaining players.
Yeah, it's a nice attempted retake here from Big, but not enough time, and Magnum just holds their ground from this corner. So much utility to stop things. I don't even believe that we saw the snakebite come out there from Neptuno. They got taken out by Obnox before it happened, but there was a fragment grenade there. We had an incendiary as well. Nobody getting on towards the spike to at least half defuse it, and Big will proc their first time out of this final series.
But Haza, on top of that, what was the biggest ultimate that we could have seen in that post plant? The orbital strike,
the Viper's Pit, as well, and the orbital strike too is always that insurance policy, I suppose. But the pit in the first place just slows down so much time that Big have to commit there.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, 100%, totally agree with you. But it was more the fact that, I mean, you talk about incendiaries, you talk about the fragment grenades, etc. Fern didn't even actually use the ultimate, and that goes on further for more impact here in this whole matchup, because Koi, while they're on 6 right now, moving on to 7 and 8, they have more ultimates coming online, and it becomes even better for them from a score standpoint.
Yeah, Big able to find, 4 of those first 5 rounds, but the next 5 is all Koi. And it seems as if they have been able to adapt this default that they've had just a little bit better. I mean, we'd seen them originally taking space towards B, but this time we have seen the chamber take up this angle. Masashi posted, but it's a fast A execute. Doesn't matter if you're not aggressing one side of the map, if you completely annihilate the other.
Well, yeah, 100%, and there was a little bit more players stacked towards B because of that situation. We are going to see the spike go down, an ultimate invested, and I believe that was also the null command, so there's a lot here. Aslan misses out, there is Trace to be there, but Azza, it's going in favour of Koi once again.
Oh, for the time being though, Cairo, 3 versus 3, now Big have the advantage with the res committed finally onto this round. Incendiary coming through, utility to slow things down. The priority has to be the spike in this situation. All Neptuno is doing is stalling these players out because the win condition has already dropped. There it is, the flames on the spike to shut things down. Fern, maybe to clean house. Twistin is in place. Do they have enough time? I don't think they do. And Koi will win it out on the objective once more. Oh my goodness, no! 0.07 seconds, are you kidding me?
Hazard. It just goes to show the fine margins between these two teams, and I'm very interested to see what Koi's coffers are like, because realistically every single round they lose, they hemorrhage rifles. I mean, fair enough, the win bonus might be a lot, but I don't think it's enough to keep carrying through and keep buying up for 4 or 3 players.
Oh, that's so close, Kyra, at the end. I was almost sure that the defuse would be denied, right? But it didn't. Yeah. It didn't. They were able to pull it through. And now Big have a great opportunity at finding this last round. Viper's Pit of their own available to use. We saw the Orbital Strike and Null Command invested on the previous. So this is really starting to look good for them as well. We've also got that Tour de Force going to work. Nightfall waiting in the wings. And Masashi taking some aggressive control towards A once more.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit being invested will, I mean, I was about to say it's going to proc Koi to actually move away. It's exactly what's happened. And Big just worried about mid-presence, which is not going to happen. It is going to be A, Musashi first contact, and with all the players circling round, they are just waiting to see if there's an over-aggression. There is. Magnum just trying to jump forward, pick it up. So was Famsi, but they can't find anything, and Musashi now up towards Rafters.
Yeah, Masashi has so many angles to contend with in that situation. Neptuno still lurking elsewhere. Aslan finds them. So many kills in and towards the site. Magnum with the fragment to slow things down for now. But Twiston just peeks out and finds a quad. Cheeky denial from Lucka to take the spike away. Twiston may not want to hop in their own paint shells. And yeah, good to see. I mean, somewhat visualized that the morale is still good here in the big camp as we tie ourselves up at 6 apiece.
Yeah, exactly. It is what it is. And do you know what is the situation when we go into the next half? Even, I guess you can say that first half isn't null and void, but both teams going in at even footing is exactly how we started the first half. So it is all to play for here in the second.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what Koi want to try and do with this defense. They had plenty of ideas about how the attack should be played, where they prioritized control, but this time around with 2 controllers once again, it'll be interesting to know what areas of the map that priority falls into. Right now, it seems as if the toxic screen is setting up for some advanced mid presence here. We get a haunt, which will allow for Fern to move further up, and all the while, Big look to be descending on towards A.
Yeah. And there is, well, a big priority from Big here on A straight away. But look at the space that's been taken away by Koi. The fact that we've already seen the Brim move through mid. Also the Chamber moving, I'm not saying too far up B, but it's certainly in a situation where contact is going to be taken straight away.
Yeah, we have both Famsi and Fern holding down angles elsewhere, which has allowed for 3 players to sit on the site, but Big still have the numbers advantage in this situation, and that will only become extruded once Aslan finds the opening duel. Neptuno trying to jump in and amongst things, finds the Twiston there in a crossfire with Magnum as they pincer them towards the top site. Aslan responding once more to keep Big in the lead for the time being in terms of player numbers before this spike gets dropped. It's going to be Aslan that eventually falls instead, and Fern has already slipped the back line. That control they had in mid made it so much easier to move on up, but we're down to a 2 versus 2.
2 versus 1 though, and Magnum's on 19 HP. A miracle is needed, has it? There we go.
Yeah, not going to happen. Big able to pick up the pistol round and find that early advantage.
Yeah, and it's just one of those situations. I keep talking about situations and all this going on, but I mean, Koi had good ideas. They tried to go through with it. I mean, the space that they taken was excellent, but Big just executed, and the executions were good.
Yeah.
The post plant as well, excellent. So what's happened here is Koi, I mean, they've just kind of been outplayed in that sense. They were waiting for maybe an attempt at a rotate, but I mean, execute focus for Big.
Yeah, it was a skirmish in the site and one which Big were able to win out in the end. I think not really anything to do with strategy. Koi set up nicely for it, but weren't able to win. This time around, Famsi takes that individual duel and will also find Twiston early on as Big moved through. Aslan with a couple more frags, joined along by their teammates to give them that slight advantage in terms of numbers for the time being, and then also move through to create some space as well towards Snowman. But I think Koi are aware of this.
Yeah. Oh no, it's just, I mean, the space has already been taken, and I mean, yeah, I was about to say, Saki getting distracted just away and towards the kind of CT. And Big get 3 upgrades through to the next round.
Yeah, and that's going to be important, making sure that you've got at least 3/5 of those weapons to carry through, a majority from that to then bring to the bonus round. In terms of additional investments, well, there's quite a few of them. 3 Vandals now in the hands of those German players. And at this point in time, it seems that Big want to just maximize their momentum that they've already gained here and keep Koi on the back foot for as long as is humanly possible.
Nice from Neptuno. Obnox already responding, and that's good stuff. I mean, they're not letting Koi have the advantage for too long. Spike's still down outside of A, and this is pretty much the slowest we've seen Big take around in this attacking half so far.
It's interesting to note as well, it was similar in the XL game in that Big didn't drop a single round on their second half. Whether it was attack or defense is a different story, because they did actually find the majority of those rounds from the defense. It was 7 uncontested for them to close out the series. However, in this situation, things are a little bit different because they're playing from the attack. And, well, not only that, we've seen an early trade. So it's down to a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, they are slowly moving up. Famsi just did I'll try to do a lot of damage, but it's them that get it in return. A little bit of a bait, potentially, a bait and switch. And look at the space in towards mid here as Aslan has snuck away from the KO. Magnum has taken that space, seen the players cross over, and is completely telling their teammates exactly what's happening. Aslan and Kitchen, though, might be in a massive position to deny.
Yeah, they have broken the trademark, so they're aware of this, but Obnox coming in elsewhere is creating even more problems. Koya fighting a battle on multiple fronts, but it's one that they're winning out. Magnum with a couple of headshots seals the round and brings them now within a singular round between the two teams. It's the bonus which doesn't come up with too much of a big in this situation, and in many ways it's unfortunate because the balance was constantly shifting. It seemed like for a lot of the time they were in a good position to convert.
Yeah. With that being said, though, Big still have plenty of credits to invest here. They're not going to sweat too much over that last round. What they had in terms of, there was certainly gaps in the buy, so what they've done, they'll be happy with. And the fact that they pushed Koi so much, and that Koi are feeling the pressure big time. Famsi's still not using that rendezvous, trying to get aggressive. His twisting swings will get that first pick and straight out like a ghost.
Yeah, it's really important for them to just peel away after taking that first engagement. Could have held on for more potentially, but then you've got players on the side of Big aware of your position and hunting to try and look for a refrag, and currently it's not one that they're going to be able to find. Just as Neptuno backs away, Aslan's moved all the way up into the site and used the Viper's Pit. Now Koi have a little bit less control and they'll have to try and make their way back through.
They will, that Nightfall invested will deny these defenders any sort of audio cues, which is going to give Big an advantage if they try to move through. They're going to have to at least wait out that buying time. That's what it's all about in this post plant. You don't need to peek out, you just need to hold fast, hold tight, keep those angles. The players are starting to move through, and Luckers came up massive, getting to the players, getting in towards the backside, in towards Aslan. That's their objective before they get even onto the spike, but they've not found any. They've not even found Aslan, and the 3 remaining players have won out.
Yeah, Big skewing the battlefield in their favor and making the odds much more beneficial to them in the post plant with the Viper's Pit. And Koi had thrown pretty much everything they had at that round as well, so now will be reduced to a low investment. Gives an opportunity for them to make it double digits here on Big's home ground as well, we have to remember. So them picking up their own map will be pivotal in their chances in this series, because if Koi were to take this one away going into their own map, it looks good for them winning out. And then even flipping it the other way round, Koi, now the pressure will be on them moving forward to get some kind of a result.
And sometimes in best of threes, a lot of teams will just look to their own map picks and put their focus on that, because realistically, best of fives, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You don't want to expend all your energy on the first 3 maps. And that's going to be the one thing that I'll be looking to, is how these teams pace themselves throughout the series.
And we were also seeing the time start to tick down. One difference between the last round and this round is that Fern now has the orbital strike online, so an already sensitive matter becomes that little bit more cautious. Obnox peeking through, and that is the threat now out of the window. The execute preparing itself as the second shot snaps to the head of Sakake. They look to move through in towards Kitchen here, and that barrier orb will only fortify the space that they have already created for themselves. Coming into a plant here, Big looking to be in dominant control.
Yeah, the headhunter can't really hunt anything at this moment in time. It's just chip damage. Musashi just trying to hide away. Neptuno elsewhere is going to get found by Obnox, and this is on for the ace. His Magnum is in the B-long position. Surely they gift Obnox the ace. That's what we all want to see.
I think Obnox is prepared for this as well. The only player
Yeah.
holding the angle. Magnum will sit and wait. No reason for him whatsoever to go chasing when he only has a shorty. And the duel will soon be on the cards. Let's see if we're going to get
Come
it. There
on!
it is. The ace. Obnox finds it. All on their shoulders. Anti-eco frags all the same. They are able to put up a pentakill. And we're going to see a timeout come through from Koi, moving through in towards their gun round.
I mean, when I think back, Hazza, from all the series that we've seen from Koi, I think this is realistically the first time that I've seen them on the back foot, where I've seen them struggle.
Yeah, it certainly is, right? Because every single map that Koi has played, they have won. The only time they lost was a forfeit, and that was, circumstances beyond their control. So coming here onto Icebox, it's the home ground of Big, and I think that's the best way to describe it as well. They felt incredibly comfortable playing this map so far. They were able to beat out Excel there to give them an early advantage in the semi-final, and certainly look to be putting themselves in a position where we're going to have Koi chasing the game come around towards map 2.
I mean, with the way that things that Koi, or the way that the map's kind of working out, Koi, I mean, what are they doing wrong? Are they just having their reads wrong? Do you think it's just the gunfights that they're not winning out?
I think it's more than just the gunfights as well. Big have a set strategy on how they want to try and approach this. They were good, a few times in the retakes on their defenders' side.
Yeah.
But for the most part, Koi being incredibly well set up, it's difficult, right? You come out at 6-6. Moving on towards their attack, however, it's been a different story. They've been able to punish those picks and find gaps really nicely. Moving through to pick up those rounds. There's really not too much to take away from it. We've only got a flavor of it so far, and with the half ending 6-6 at the beginning as it did on Ascent, it's difficult to pin down the different strengths and weaknesses of these teams.
Maybe it was just a mental break, just to be like, guys, chill out. Like, you know what I mean? That's sometimes an idea that can be implemented. We are seeing the two potential controllers contest there. The Viper's pit on A will obviously mean that Big will favour a B push over the A, just because the Viper's pit can control such a large area of the site.
Yeah, if you are able to find that player though, it leaves the site completely available to you. So it's a decision that Big will have to try and make. There is a res available too, so if first contact can be taken, there's always a chance, but that is very nicely done. The spam through the smoke from Sakake opened things up. The Prowler spotted out Neptuno. A utility combo to potentially try and find them. The res does follow things up. There's an orbital strike to meet it. Fern gets that one. Neptuno still alive inside their pit on the site, making it incredibly difficult for Big to muscle their way through. Eventually Musashi gets a kill, and they have the pincer on towards Neptuno, who's gone wandering from their safe spot, their home ground. It looks like Big will be picking up this map if they carry on as they have done. On for an 11th at this point in time. No orbital strike to deny the plant as it was invested previous. Player advantage going into the retake.
Fern's just looking to peek out, and with Twisting with the verticality, they get first peek on that Peeker's advantage. But Famsi trying to get on towards any of these players. Twisting low on HP would be a nice incision, but look at this, Hazza. Surely this call isn't being made. Is Famsi looking to save?
I think so, but I think it's smart, right, when the operator is still on the field to go ahead and pick that one up, carry it through to the next. Koi have an opportunity at some kind of a mixed investment to keep Big away from map point, but going in here, trying to find something in the 1 versus 3 is always going to be incredibly difficult, more than Famsi is capable of in many regards. So I mean, yeah, this round is ridiculous. Once more, it just comes down to how little time there is left. Neptuno leaving to head towards the site in that situation completely lets things up, and instead of holding on to the space that they had, waiting for teammates trying to do something in that sense, they just go wandering out into the open. Twist and punishes, and it gives Big now the great opportunity of reaching map point.
So Orbital Strike and Viper's Pit invested from Koi to get nothing back. Big do invest at, obviously, the res, so it's a 2-for-1, and it's still Big to take the round. That's so hard. Kind of heartbreaking for this Koi side. The Spanish outfit just not really working it well. And with that being said, it is going to be an A push. Nightfall invested, although Koi are the first ones to get the first 2 picks.
Yeah, there has been a quick trade from Aslan, and we speak about investments trades often. Valorant plays like chess in many senses. Everything has its own value to be invested, and Aslan from the back nearly finds a double. Musashi has played this flank to perfection, however, and is leveling the player count. 2 versus 2. Spike will be picked up here. And now it's just a question of where Big want to try and end this round with just under a minute left to go.
Health count is in favour of Koi. Oh, sorry, in favour of Big here, in terms of the overall pool. But again, with Vandals and 1 headshot mechanics, I mean, go in anybody's favour. Neptuno with Magnum, they're trying to play as a duo. But the Spike is slowly making its way towards A. And I mean, look at this flank, Hazza.
Yeah, and Big have still not committed to the site yet. Neptuno has heard all of this. The trademark is somewhat of a buzzkill and will force him to retreat. But that flank may be coming at... No, has thought better of it. Decides to team up with Magnum, play the numbers game as the spike goes down. Musashi isolated. This is an effective 1 versus 1 towards Spawn. Nothing gonna happen early on though, however, and we do just go back to this situation now in a retake with the null command available, but unlikely to get invested.
No way. No way, Hazza. No way they get away with that. And now Neptuno on such low HP. Obnox getting ready to... So close to... Yep, there we are. Picking that round up. On towards match point. Map point. Koi have 5 attempts. Well, they have to be perfect. Sorry, Big have 5 attempts. Koi have to be perfect now. Nightfall invested in that round, and they get so much for it.
Yeah, and we nearly see the Nightfall come out from Koi, but it does not happen. Musashi taking that extra risk, pushing around the corner. Obnox then has the information to claim the final kill. 5 map points, like you said, Big to pick up their home ground, pile the pressure on towards Koi to make something happen here. And we've just seen a sole trademark left towards B. Heavy presence that Koi are trying to fight here in towards mid and A.
And I mean, you may as well take it to your opponents, because Koi, again, like their personality is to be very reserved on the way that they take it. We are going to see the showstoppers take it fancy. They just take the advantages that are given to them.
Yeah. It's like dropping a grenade in a manhole cover. You know someone's down there, just prodding them out, flushing them away. And now Big, with that advantage, will look to try and move towards B. It's just the trademark to stop them. The rotate could come through, but I'm thinking most likely here we'll see a spike plant before any kind of challenge can be made. Magnum is creeping on up and has almost a full flush of utility to slow things down. However, what can they do as a 1 player?
I mean, I don't know. This is Magnum we're talking about. So many times we've seen them come huge. Sees misses out. Musashi the one to peek out. Koi doesn't, or Magnum doesn't have any heavy shields or light. It's going to have to be a straight engagement, and they have to hit that head. All the players of Big are just delaying, and as Magnum tries to get to a vertical spot, they get taken out. Barrier orb invested, and on top of that, Hazard, they have so much control all across that site.
It's a full frontal offensive in deep towards Snowman. And Koi, they're investing the Nightfall, but look at the area in which it's finding itself in. They're not even taking space towards the site. There are players that need to be cut out of position before they have the opportunity to do so. Magnum's null command slowed things down, but once Big were in the site, it seemed as if nothing could stop them. Big find a couple of kills, and that's all they're required of. Team Ace, everyone pulling their weight, and Big draw first blood in the best of 5.
I mean, Hazard, they do draw blood in the best of 5. Koi, I mean, I'm not saying they were underwhelming, but they certainly didn't seem as strong as what they were on other maps that we've seen of them. I think that's maybe what we expect, because it can't be strong on every map.
Yeah, this was always going to be Big's strongest map. We saw them play it well against Excel. They've done it here as well. It's another 13-7, same result that they pinned in the previous series, and they take their home ground. So now, coming into this next map of Bind, it's do or die. If Big are able to pick this one up, they will be qualifying to the main event of Red Bull home ground. Everything now pushed to the court of Koi to find some kind of a response.
Well, we'll need to wait till we get to that map has us. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break to get set up for bind, get everybody watered and fed, and then get straight back into it. So we'll be back.
Cold at the touch, dead in the eyes. No signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more. No, a crying dove may never fly. It's black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. It's black and white. No more. Black and white, just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. It's black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. It's black and white.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are currently in the final for the Red Bull Home Grounds EMA qualifier. I'm Cairo, joined by Hazza, and we have seen Big take their home ground, Hazza.
We certainly have, and that sets them up fantastically in this series because when you look at the format, if you're able to take your own home ground and your opponent's home ground, which is their map pick before any of the bans are said and done, then you win the series 2-0 in a best of 5. It's not really what you would expect. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Oh, and then we threw in another one. It's a Red Bull can and it beats everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really make too much sense.
Poor.
But look, essentially, the fact of the matter is now Koi need a response in this next game or they will be out, and Big will be stamping their name on the ticket for making it to the main event, which we have coming up in December. So essentially now coming into bind, Big, they need their best performance to see this one out, and Koi, just channeling what we saw from them in the semi-finals against Heretics.
Yeah, we are heading to the Moroccan sands. We've already seen this on stream, Hazard. And I have to say, Koi on this map were very, very dominant. I just want to see, or I just wonder, what is Big going to be like on it? And on top of that, I mean, Big also have that revision period where they can go and look at it, whereas Koi didn't have that on Big's Icebox.
Yeah, I guess that is one thing to note, but at the same margin, I'm not too sure that there would be too much reading in between the lines from both of these teams. There's only so many anti-strats that you could probably try and throw out, and with where we are currently in the VCT season, being in the off-season, of course, it can be difficult to, put all of your cards out on the table and say, look, we're going to try and do this, that, and the other. It's just too much at this point in time, I think. So we are looking towards bind now, and in terms of comps for Big, also double initiator, double controller, and Koi going for a similar setup here. However, the only difference being they'll bring in the Astra instead of the Brimstone.
Yeah, and it's Koi. Well, Koi already knows how to play this. We saw them use it in the last game, Hazard, so it doesn't surprise me. And I think this is exactly what we saw when Koi played against Heretics in the last kind of semi-final that we saw very early in the day. A lot of this doesn't surprise me, and looking at it, it's actually mirror comps apart from the Astra and Brim.
Yeah. I mean, like I mentioned, I think the differences between these teams are probably going to be in terms of playstyle rather than what we actually see from them with those agent selections, right? Of course. And I think as well with Koi on their attackers side, we know how they like to set up a little bit slow into the start of the round and then incredibly fast paced once that execute does come through, always favoring an A execute for the most part. So if Big are able to keep that one under wraps, then it will cause a lot of problems for this offense. Once again, the players you've got to be looking towards will probably be Magnum on the side of Koi. And then for Big, I'm not too sure. Who do you think could be the standout on this map specifically?
On this map specifically, I mean, you could argue that anybody could, but I think Twisting on that raise is obviously one that the eyes are going to be straight towards. I'm also going to be looking towards Musashi on the Viper, just because on many occasions on the Sentinel, Musashi's had some big moments, especially in Swiss, when I think I saw them go to something like 27 and 11, which is a mad stat to put up. And this was when they were going up against teams who were, I think, 4-1 at the time, and they were also 4-1. So that's a big player I'm looking towards.
Yeah, in terms of Big in general, I think that they have a very capable lineup as a whole. So there is lots to look at. Twistin being sort of that immediately obvious one as we see the Snakebite lineup come through. Already Koi trying to take some control towards Long. They've spotted out both players, but that Sky Smoke will be holding them at bay. Nothing that can be done to pry Lucker out from position for the time being. And we just sit and wait. Only Twistin towards A currently, as there are 4 players posted up in front of B.
I think another big thing that we maybe didn't hint towards or say was Koi's mid-round calls were excellent when we watched them on Bind last time, Hazard. And it seems as if already we are seeing that come through on a pistol round of all things.
Yeah, Twistin with the paint shells in will slow down the plant from happening by just a tiny bit extra time here for the retake to come through. It's a 5 versus 5 pistol round to open things up. Another trend that we've seen throughout the games today. And well, one of them is Lucker in the kill feed. Always so consistent, and they're able to pick off Fern.
It's a big first pick, the Astra gone. Again, remember, gravity wells, etc. for post plants are so great. And with that being said, Big are going to start this through, but how's their time management on this? Twisting will take out Magnum, another big one. The players are starting to get in towards this, but look at this. No. It's ended up in a chaotic and nearly denial of this full round. Lucker, look at this, tapping on, and all they need to do is, I was about to say, hold down. Saki will win that. Pistol round goes towards Koi, but not before some very early warning signs for that Spanish org.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to what we saw in the Heretics game almost, while the defuse is being stuck all the while. Neptuno will shut it down with about half a second left to go. Lucker finds that one, but the Sky Smoke expires at just the wrong moment, and the Haunt allows Sakake to take it through the corner of the box. more importantly than anything else, it's Big playing for the retake in that situation, and similar stuff that we've seen from Koi in that they're just fantastic at breaking through the choke.
Yeah. They have identified that there is at least one player in Hookah, the Crossfire, set up with the Guiding Light. There's so much utility invested actually in towards this Hookah position, Hazza. And I mean, the dividends aren't really paying out. They've got the information, and they might be looking to back out. Remember, these 3 players that are on long are next to a teleporter, but they are moving in on site.
Lucka looking for the opening kill again on towards Magnum, and they're going to find it.
No
A
way.
headshot from Twistin onto Neptuno means that there's 2 kills now in the way of Big on this defense. The retake towards B will be difficult, and Fern will only add to the woes of this team currently. Has utility to set up with an elbow control, which will need to be taken away from them if they're to find success in this situation, or perhaps it won't even be necessary. 3 players coming in from Hookah and starting to make their presence felt in the site with some kills.
Yeah, it was down to a 2 versus 1. Oh, that Boombot may have just missed out the Astra. That's huge. That's even better. That's Fern on an ace. And they win out that round on the anti-eco, especially when Big looked to come back into that.
That's just ridiculous, Cairo. Dodges ever so narrowly the Boombot, which completely lets their presence go undetected, slips through into the site, the spray transfer onto the head of Twistin, and Fern will find an ace. We've had 2 aces in the 2 games we've seen so far, with many more potentially on the cards. Koi on their home ground, off to a good start, but you can't help but notice how much damage Big were able to do in that round.
Yeah, that's it. Already. We start with the players going towards B. What a lovely spree from Lucka. I mean, probably one of the luckiest you could get. Takes out Famsi. A lovely shot there. The Seeker's coming online. Again, more utility expended. The spike close by will be invested. And now we are going to see that post plan.
That's Lucka on 3 first bloods now in the 3 rounds that we've already played, as Musashi peels another kill towards Lambs, but there are players here to hold things down. They've got upgrades to speak of as well. Obnox will try and challenge. There's 2 Phantoms laying in wait. The Incendiary inside the Poison Cloud is detrimental. Aslan able to find it, but Neptuno once more swings back. Both controller players left remaining. Only Obnox and Koi are able to find it. 3-0.
3-0 indeed. But that's 3 rounds where Big have looked to challenge their opponents and challenge them well, but it's letting them slip when they're in progress of retaking the site. They just let their opponents come back into it, and I wonder if realistically, if there is to be a timeout, what they would see in that situation.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a timeout just yet, but I mean, if there was to be a timeout like you hypothesized, it just has to be trying to play together as a unit a little bit more.
Yeah.
We saw it a couple of times there, where those fights are incredibly isolated when there's utility to try and use. 3 rounds in a row as well, like I mentioned, where Lucka has found that first pick, but Big haven't been able to convert the player advantage.
Oh, they went hunting again, Hazza. First time we've actually seen, well, I guess you could say 4 rounds in a row, Lucka has been involved in the first blood.
Yeah, and I think after winning the first 3, he was feeling confident. The only problem is, it's a false sense of security, because those 3 rounds have all gone the way of Koi, and with this setup, it looks as if we may soon have another one.
Yeah. Oh no. I was about to say, Twistin completely caught off guard. Maybe it's whoever wins the first blood loses out the round. It certainly looks to be the case. Showstopper misses, although Famsi will take out Twistin. Koi finally get the advantage, and with one player still in showers, that being Musashi, there's a player creeping up behind, the Stinger not doing the work, and now with ever so patient, Fern comes through, but they're too late to get that pick. Magnum's already been picking them up. They clear the site, they clear the round, and, well, they take 4.
Yeah, and then Fern is also able to sweep in from showers because that engagement didn't come through with Musashi. It was a sort of false equivalency where you're not then expecting an additional player to come from that position left unchecked. So a really nice pincering maneuver from Koi, showing that they have a bit of flexibility about their A executes, that it isn't just as simple as moving 5 players down short. There's different adaptations that can be made as a result. Going into the next gun round, Big with another opportunity at picking something up here, but so far, really not getting off the pace at a ridiculous rate.
Already we've got the util combo set up. A little C's to go through there. And we are going to get a Cosmic Divide with the Seekers combined. Good stuff there. Going to be good space taken. Although Musashi gets one already, look at this in the way that Koi are going forward. There won't be much information in terms of sound because of the Cosmic Divide. And Saki will punish Lucka for overextending.
Yeah, Lucka puts the guiding light beyond the head of the player there. Famsi taking damage from both the player and the ability of the Boombot, but still left standing to roam the halls and roam the memories and nightmares of these big players, which are trying to salvage yet another round looking to be lost on top of an A execute.
I mean, you can tell this is Koi's home ground every single time. Even if they do get pushed, they're able to win it out. And it looks like another one of these situations. Aslan on 1 HP nearly gets caught out and will do so. Obnox the only person to get a rifle through in towards this next round, and it will be 5 and Haza as that spike looks to explode.
And explode it will. 5 rounds uncontested now for Koi. We see here Musashi tried to hold down the choke, but it was just him in that position. No one else there to support. And it's as simple as taking that kill, getting control of lamps, and then nothing really more that could be done. Big still with a heavy priority towards their B here. And Koi just seemed to be getting the read correct every single time.
And at what point do Big stop and actually take a breather? Because that's nearly half of this half gone. And to go so far uncontested it's unreal.
It is that snakebite lineup isn't going to work. Big already aware of this as Koi have played the same initial default multiple times. You could say the same about how they tried to approach Icebox, and Big were eventually able to get back into things, but they did end up picking up, I think it was the pistol round before the force buy came through, so still had an advantage, anything tangible to work with here. It's not the case. Shot does connect from Aslan, and this is Big. Now both controllers holding onto this area of the map. A different setup from Big, and one which has a lot more promise.
Yeah, and the Viper being gone, I mean, that's the biggest or longest amount of util. A lovely orbital strike pushes the players through, but look at this again. Has a Koi just winning out the fights. 2 players remain, and it's the 2 flanking, or 1 flanking, the 1 coming from CT. Twisting wins that out with the Stinger. And all the guns are trained towards their position, or at least the 2 closest ones are. As they swing out, Famsi wins it. Lucka with a Sheriff. Oh, now a Stinger, an upgrade there. I mean, realistically, what are they going to get from this? Because it doesn't look much. With all the upgraded weapons there and all the utility that they have, they can just delay.
This is just about Lucka causing as many problems as they can. Taking a few weapons out of the Koi hands, which right now are going to be incredibly wealthy. Golden fingers as Famsi finds a triple. 6-0. Koi already have this half wrapped up. At the very least, it will be drawn level, but it's just in terms right now, I'm feeling of how far can they possibly stretch that advantage before we finally see Big put something up on the score sheet.
If they put something up on the score sheet, and again, no big timeout. I know I don't want to keep rehashing the same point, but when you see a team go 6-0 up and they have the potential to go even further, that's where alarm bells are ringing in my head. I mean, it's all up to the coach, and maybe they're still hearing good things, and they think it's just down to the engagements, but the engagements are just not working.
This is nice use of utility, but I don't think Famsi's aware whatsoever. A stun has Musashi's number for the time being, and that will be the Viper's pit dropped. Into a 4 versus 4, a regrowth on the site as well to heal up those players as the decay wears off. Nightfall will be moved through onto these players' positions, but not doing all too much for the time being. We're caught in an impasse as both teams are looking to make this post-plant happen for their respective sides.
Oh, Neptuno takes Obnox. That was potentially a linchpin gone there. And look at that. Already the response coming through. Twisting with a nice double. does make this somewhat doable. Moving through with a shorty in towards Lamps is a nice idea, and it's going to work out. There's only one player remaining. It's that Astra, and they will find it. What's the time like though, Hazza?
Oh, there's plenty of it, Cairo. Twists the fate, and just like that, Big will be able to pick up this round. I mean, look, for a moment there, right, I couldn't hear the game audio so well. I'm worrying, like, surely not. Surely I haven't called this wrong for a second time, but if Twiston's on the spike, it seems like it's getting diffused 9 times out of 10. Finally, Big have their response, but it went all the way down to the wire, and quite frankly, relied on some individual heroics to get them to that point.
Yeah, Big can't be relying on Twiston to do that every single round for the next 5. I mean, what would you call this a successful half for Big now? Would you say 4 or 5 rounds?
I mean, look, as many as they can get at this point in time. I'm not too sure if we're able to quantify it as such, because it's taken them so long to get back into this. It's a question of, can Koi just keep on doing the same things and finding similar success, or does their head now start to drop? Do they falter and adjusting slightly as a result of what we've seen? The most important part for them will just to be carrying on, rinsing and repeating, because the only thing that let them down in the previous was the post plant.
Yeah, already the guy didn't like catching out Twiston. And I mean, Musashi, that's a nice incision. There goes Saki. That's good information. Aslan gets the trade though. And now, Big, they have the advantage here.
And it's both controller players focusing on this short position. I think Big needed that priority to stop Koi from making their way into the site time and time again, but Aslan does get caught out. Into a 3 versus 3, Seekers will confirm the fact that there are no flankers, and this gives Koi a little bit more room to adjust and set up those sight lines before Big make their way through. Nightfall to slow things down or inject some pace on the opposite hand to allow them to get in towards the site. Lamps control completely taken up, and with no footsteps to speak of, Koi will have no idea what is going on. Satchel in towards the corner, Magnum bolted to the point.
Oh, Famsi. Has a Famsi. Oh, the T-Cob knocks and Fern from that shower's position. There's only one left. It's all up to Luckham. Time's so low.
Yeah, and that's something that I was just about to call into question. Where is the time? Like, where do Big have the time to make this work? They didn't. It was ticking on down far too fast for them to contend with. So many angles needing to be cleared, with Famsi allowed to move in towards the backside. It shuts down the round entirely. Even if Lucka can clutch it out, I'm not too sure that it would have favoured them in terms of the seconds left remaining. The instant response to Big finding their first is Koi following it up with another round. That's broken the loss bonus here as well, so they'll be relegated onto pistols once more.
I mean, the loss bonus can be so helpful for these teams on losing streaks. And Big now, I mean, they might start to feel this a little bit more. I mean, this game is pretty much the rich get richer and the poorer get poorer, and poor Twisting, well, they're going to be felt a little hard done by that timing.
Yeah, somewhat. Went for the jump peak, but ended up getting wallbanged to death. Now we're seeing a player advantage for Koi to work with. They're one man to the good. Spike not committed anywhere, just still holding these sight lines. Incredibly passive. Short control entirely forfeited as the haunt lands from Obnox to confirm that there's nobody in that position. I'm thinking we're likely to see a late B hit here, and as Sakake does make their way through Cave, it's just a matter of time before that push happens. Lucka once more challenging the angle to find an opening kill, but gets punished by Famsi, and now Koi have the green light to make this hit happen.
Yeah, opening kill is the opening kill for Koi as they open up this site. There's only one player left, and it is Aslan that's in the middle of it. The spam comes through, finds that player, and Musashi trying to engage in towards the elbow position as Famsi takes the space. I guess assisted by Magnum. The Sheriff of Obnox is good for 1, but that's all is good for Hazard. 8-1 right now, and I mean, Koi, if they take 2 more rounds, it does get to that position.
Yeah, we've seen some very strong attacker-sided binds here, and a couple of them have been from Koi. Yeah. Looking at this kind of scoreline, though, if you're Big, how do you even close that gap? They've got to do something more here on the defender's side to at least bite away at it. Lucka, with the Seekers available, now has an opportunity to move in on that post plant. if they look to play for a retake. Neptuno also with the Viper's Pit, however, and even at that point it's a question whether these players are still standing when it comes down to it, because sometimes it's a case of not having utility that you'd otherwise been banking on coming up big for you in that situation. Koi for the moment just waiting for another opportunity, which soon may fall into their hands as it has done on a few of these rounds.
Seekers are available for big, so if they feel as if the execute is coming, they can always go for it. Twisting, getting caught out by the Prowler. We'll have to hop off the elevated angle, and now we see the spike collected, move towards the B site, and again, this default from Koi working out and potentially baiting more players towards A.
Yeah, we do see 3 of them currently there. The rotate is coming through from Lucka, and they have the Seekers available as well, but their value with this execute coming in may be somewhat stunted. Koi holding back for the time being, actually allowing Lucka to take that engagement. Seekers will look to set up Aslan, who capitalizes beautifully outside of Octagon. In a 4 versus 3, Big should be in control here. 30 seconds left. They just need to clamp down on these last few players who are stripped for options, and Aslan is taking them out one by one.
Fantastic round has it. 8-2 the scoreline. Big looking good, and it's, I guess, as you said, take as many as you can get at this moment in time. A nice response and a good read from Lucka to go for that, as well as having those Seekers to also kind of confirm the suspicions. That's good stuff, and another round to put in the pocket and potentially keeping themselves alive in this current map.
Yeah, I think you just got to take it round by round, right? It's the format that we're seeing here, Red Bull Home Ground, where each team has their own home ground. And Koi are looking so much better on this map than they had done in Big's territory. For that reason, this series is looking to go the distance, because if both of them have those sort of preferential maps, when we come into the more contested territory, we'll just have to see. Once more, though, it is Koi just swarming the site, cleaning up all of those angles and shutting down Big for a retake, which doesn't look like it's even going to get started.
It's the confidence of FAMC as well. That orbital strike did go through, but I didn't get much in terms of... I didn't even get much in terms of denying space either. A nice trade coming through, but it's 3 versus 1, and they're all set up with lots of utility. We've seen Neptuno deny the spike to even get halved, and at this moment in time, you can't help but feel Obnox just saved the rifle.
Yeah, potentially, and I think they may even bait for it with the spike tap, but Magnum already pokes his head out the back of Lamps and claims that kill. 9-2, Koi firmly in control. A mixed pie from Big, and it's been a mixed bag in terms of their performance in this tournament, I think it's fair to say. Sometimes looking really good. They showed flashes, but they also did lose to XL in the Swiss stage. Pretty decent, but at the same time, Koi, on the other hand, seem to be firing on a totally different level, especially on this map. You could go back and look at Icebox, say that it's Big's territory, right? They should be happy with the fact they were able to find the win, but it's the manner in which these rounds are expiring, which leads you to believe that Koi are looking that much better.
Yeah, oh, there's so many ultimates here. Both Nightfalls traded, a showstopper as well to boot. It's not going to get much the showstopper, and we are going to see the Rays dip out from that. And I mean, realistically, Big haven't really bit that much. We have seen the Sky go all the way towards A, and Koi are still waiting to move up.
Yeah, they've stood firm on their ground, not bending whatsoever to the movements which Koi are sending in front of them, like an interpretive dance, but still, Big stay in place. Sashi does drop, and that's going to be a big loss, because now it falls solely on Obnox to keep this site under wraps. Not going to happen. The Fade on the opposite side is able to claim it. Koi taking some more control towards Elbow, it seems, and Twiston still not even entirely convinced of the situation here, as the Viper's Pit will only consolidate the room which they have given themselves.
Yep, Sakik takes luck up, and now it is looking like a 10-2 half. It will be a very scary prospect if you are a big fan, because if the pistol round goes wrong, then you allow Koi to get towards, well, map point, and then you also have to contend with the bonus, etc. Koi looking very strong. We have seen Big be in this situation before where they get dominated. It's what happened on Haven against Heretics, Hazard, and
Yeah.
it's what kind of, I'm not saying led to their downfall, but certainly they didn't bounce back quite as strong in the Swiss as what we may have expected.
Yeah, and I think it's some of those similar issues cropping up as well. And big on their attack here, we'll need to do something special. It starts off with a pistol round. Koi adapting the strategy a little bit as they move in towards short. Control being taken on the other extremity towards showers. It's a question of whether Koi are going to expect a player to push in the back or not.
Yeah. There's nobody. When you look towards showers, there's going to be a one-on-one engagement. It's going to be that coin flip engagement that we see that could open up a site, open up an attack. But I mean, I guess we aren't going to see that because Twiston is ready to drop off, and all four players on A are looking to break up and maybe create a bigger pack on B, especially when you see the players slowly start to move towards there.
It's just Neptuno holding towards backside. Magnum is there as well. Actually, they've conceded all of this space. Aslan's up in towards elbow, but Magnum greets them with a shot to the face. A couple of them. Trailblazer will follow things up to try and buy any space back, but Koi are happy to concede this. They have numbers to work with, and Big don't seem entirely sure of their control of the site just yet. Obnox should confirm it coming into the retake.
Saki taking Twisting out. That means no more paint shells to be regenerated through this round. And as the players of Koi just sit and wait for Famsi to come through, absolutely lobbing that straight through. The spray sums it all up, but Lucka maybe could someone... better. No, not going to be the case. Koi win the pistol.
Koi win the pistol, and it's in the manner of which it happens, which once again just leads you to believe that they are playing so well at this point in time. I mean, like, as I said before, it's you can have a win which is a scoreline of a similar sense, right? 10-2 maybe, but it's just a couple of things which are the difference between the two teams. But in this sense, Koi are winning it out with 3 players spare coming into the retake and looking comfortable.
I mean, if we go back to the last half and think about what happened, if Big's time management on the retake had just been slightly better, they would be looking a lot more comfortable here. And I mean, obviously on top of that, Koi would have a couple of eco rounds as well. And it's just going to be a resounding slap in the face for these big players. They try to get in towards those positions, and then they just find, well, phantoms, rifles. Aslan, though, has a Spectre of their own, and will take out Sakic.
Yeah, and we've got to look at this engagement right now with Musashi towards spawn. If he's able to find Magnum, it would give them so much more room to work with in this post-plant, with the spike being so wide in the open. Obnox on Neptuno is another chancy one, which could have big ramifications on their success in this round, but Musashi loses out. Magnum's still alive, lands a dink, a parting gift before they eventually are dropped to the ground. Big winning out these fights, though, in numbers, thick and fast. Only Fern left alive with the stinger to use. Horn is broken, also is the head of Lucka, but Obnox is on the scene to trade, and it's that kind of team play which we need to be seeing if they want to make a result here.
Yeah, a slight rally from Big, which will result in Koi going towards an eco. I mean, with Koi and all they have in their pocket, the advantage that they've, well, justly been rewarded with, they can afford it. They can really take their time. They could actually play like strat roulette if they wanted for a couple rounds. That's just the lead that they have.
Yeah, I guess that's one way of looking at it, but at the same time, there's a lot on the line here. If Koi are able to pick this map up, though, you are then looking at the effective best of 3. We have Ascent, Breeze, and Pearl upcoming. Ascent being Big's choice, and I think that one will probably be the main map to look to, because we know how open Ascent can be, how well Koi were able to play on it against the former finest roster, now Bonk. But looking at this one still, it's not concluded just yet. It does feel like somewhat of a formality, and Koi right now should be poised to cause a couple of problems at least, but Big seem to just be winning these fights out, and quite nicely will have control of the site.
Yeah, regrowth will bring Twiston back up, and as the last 3 remaining players will start their journey in towards it, the players are already lined up to cut them down. It looks as if we are going to get Famcy baiting out a move up towards Heaven, maybe create an opportunity for them on towards the players on site. But it is going to be exits from what I can see, Hazza. The players not really moving that fast to clear out these areas.
Yeah, we have that swift response from Big as well, so on to the next round is the one which will count for a lot if they're able to take out Koi with the weapons they have here. Speaking of weapons, they'll want to hold on to them as well. Twiston dropped to low HP. Magnum trying to fight on the Sheriff here, so narrowly unable to take the kill. Aslan will find both, and that is their 4th round with 4 players left standing.
Okay, right now we look at what Koi can do, because while they're on 11, they've given Big an opportunity to keep themselves going, keep their momentum going, and if they deny Koi this round, then it is confirmed to be an eco cycle for them, Hazard, which Big can then start to trampoline themselves and reduce that deficit.
Yeah, it's like those trampolines that you see on beaches, right, where it has the stabilizer to help bring you up. We're seeing a showstopper early on push towards short. Lots of Astral Stars committed across the map to give control to the extremities. Spike is going to be in possession of Famcy here, and the Rocket has followed things up. Twiston has dropped, a Phantom in hand, right in the belly of the beast, and Famcy is tearing them apart, organ from organ.
Gracious.
It's blood everywhere, and Koi have somehow picked that one up with a very interesting play down the middle.
I don't even know, Hazard. Obnox, I mean, can do what they like here. It's going to be a battle. That battle not won out. 2 players remain on Koi, and they punish Big for allowing that big gap. 12 for the scoreline now, and I mean, what did Koi realistically lose there?
Well, absolutely nothing. They have all to gain from this position. Now map point as well to take their own home ground and move us into the effective best of 3. But yeah, I think it's so interesting as well. The setup is so great. We have pressure towards B long, which forces Big to react, dragging them away from Famcy, who's able to charge down the middle and just split that attack in half.
Yeah, Twiston got that first pick here in towards Showers. Will take out Famcy, but Fern straight away ready for the repeat, the kind of taking that pick back, not allowing for there to be too much of a deficit for long for this Koi roster, and they're still controlling what is there. I guess they've given up in towards Showers, but I guess they're happy with it.
We're seeing ultimates committed on the Big side of things to move towards the site here. Cleaning out the whole of backside, allowing them control in lamps. I'm not sure if that's a one-way from Musashi, but very cheeky if it is. Could get caught out by an even cheekier peek. Sakake is on the scene, and they claim the kill. Now Koi on the front foot, but Lucka swings back.
Yeah, that cosmic divide is horrible for the players on short, because they have to keep re-clearing, especially if they want to stay safe. That C is just missing out Lucka, and they don't have the information. They've played for the orbital strike. They are going to hop off, and Obnox stuck in Showers. Look at this, Hazard. Look at how oppressive this cosmic divide actually is. It will come down, and that's the players starting to engage. 1 left, and they will be cut down. Koi will cut down Big. Big more like small. We head into the basic best of 3, Hazard, between these 2 teams. Both home grounds have been won out by their respective picks.
Yeah, I mean, look, why bother doing the home ground part, right? Get these guys their best of 3. They asked for it, and we shall receive. Both teams extremely comfortable on their own choices. When we move into the mid ground, we've now got to be looking at the depth of pools which both of these teams have. I think Big comfortable on Ascent, but from what we saw from Koi when they were playing against a team which was comfortable on it in the form of Bonk before, I mean, there are lots of question marks as to how this goes. We know how they like to set up. We can delve into that a little bit more, but first we will be going to a break. When we return, we will have the first map in a best of 3, I suppose, but the 3rd map in this series, the best of 5 for the Red Bull home ground EMEA qualifiers.
you know you think that you can do it better. When the walls are closing in, I know that I can stand the pressure. You can keep on throwing more, there's not a storm that I can weather. I'm not gonna lie, I might be fueled by my aggression. It can make me lose my mind, I guess I never learned my lesson. In the end, I won't give in, I know for this that I am destined. But it's hard to breathe, I will not leave. Nothing can slow me down, I'm going, don't look now, girl. I'll run like you, ignoring all the warnings, so don't look now, girl. I'll run like you.
Baby, can you pray tonight? Baby, can you pray for? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. So you won't know, for every run that we had, turn around and not do it. But I'll be ready every day. Know everything's alright. Are you gonna pray? Are you gonna pray tonight? Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Gotta pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray for me and for us. Baby, can you pray tonight? Baby, can you pray for? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight.
She been in your bedroom, I know that. Feeling her on your skin. Think I don't know where your head's at. Where do I begin? Wrapping your fingers around her. Late at night, drinking. You let it linger, you couldn't quit. I think I'll leave it all behind. Love me a new one. I won't waste my time. Fuck it with you. Oh, let me show you how. Find me another. You can't break me down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back for the grand finals of the Red Bull EMEA, Red Bull Homegrounds EMEA qualifier. Sorry, tripped up over my words there. I'm Cairo, joined by the wonderful, the amazing Hazza. How's it going, mate?
Thank you for that warm introduction, as always, Kara. Yeah, it's
come
going
on.
good. We've seen we've seen a couple of maps here already in the best of 5, the home ground format, but that has now gone out of the window. It's effectively a best of 3 with 3 maps yet to come between these teams. And right now, I think off the back of that previous win, Koi have to be feeling the bit more confident coming into Ascent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Koi have all the momentum, and we actually did see Koi play Ascent when we were in the Swiss stage as well.
Yeah, we did. So Koi played against Bonk in that game that we saw previous on Ascent, how they like to set up in that map with the Cypher, incredibly passive setup on their defensive side. And once again, that really, really aggressive style of play on their attack when they try and go for it big on the opposite side. We've seen them play this map a couple of times, and in both instances, they've won out, but ever so narrowly in overtime.
Yeah, and I mean, when Big played on those kind of map, well, played on Ascent against those two teams, I mean, one being OV2, which was a mix, and also one being Excel, so two different opponents. And I think one thing that kept catching them out was the aggression.
Yeah, I think so as well. The way that Koi set up on their defense was the main thing to note from me, because they're very comfortable to concede mid control entirely. And we saw the exact same thing on Breeze earlier in the semi-finals as well. And teams don't really know how to deal with that kind of setup, it seems like, for whatever reason. And they've been finding a lot of success from the back of it. Big going with the same comp that we expect from them before. Once again, it's another map where we're seeing no chamber involved whatsoever.
I like that though. I do like that. And something that kind of to touch upon will be Big's attack. What's their default going to be like, and how will they, I guess, approach Koi's setup, their passive setup? I think as well that something to comment upon has is also, I mean, Koi are passive, but they also adapt round to how their opponent are playing, and I think that's their biggest advantage is how their adaptations work.
Yeah, from the way that Koi's set up, it's a issue that you have to somewhat deal with. It's RNG whether you're going to be going into a site that has Cypher or not, so engaging within that interaction plays into their game plan, dictating the pace and the way that the game is played out. It's something that Big will want to try and mitigate as much as possible. We saw it yesterday, Bonk taking control towards market a lot of times, but then struggling to make that pincer maneuver in towards the site and find tangible value. So yeah, from the defensive side, I think it's probably Koi's strong suit, and they'll be happy to be starting in this position. As this is Ascent, Ascent is Big's pick in terms of the flow of maps that we're seeing at this point in time.
When you said RNG, for some reason my head just went straight to Royal Never Give Up, the team. I don't know if you like know that, but I mean only Giga Chads know.
Oh, okay. Well, look, I guess I'm not a Giga Chad then. I am.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
Okay, cheers, mate. I appreciate that one. But look, banter aside, coming into this first pistol round, we're already seeing what it is that Koi want to do on this round. And it's going to be Famsi holding in towards mid with the Sheriff. The Cypher setup this time is on A. Big with a heavy tiles presence, perhaps looking to collapse in towards mid with Musashi holding things down elsewhere in A main.
Yeah, setting up the alarm bot just to control the presence there is just gives that passive information. In terms of active information, Famsi getting very, very close here. Will get caught out by that turret of the KJ, and that's so well played and shows the impact that it can have.
Yeah, it's a nice setup from Big. Double swing off the back of the turret contact there to stop the B aggression from finding any kills necessarily. It's also forced Koi to peel away from this one as well, and Big have market control once more. We said how Koi like to forfeit mid. It's just a question of what Big can look to do from this setup.
It's that Cypher again. I mean, realistically, look how laid back Koi are. They've literally reacted to nothing that's happened. They've not changed anything. There's just a player jump spot in mid, and they've got so much control here.
We have seen that Prowler come back through market though, so they're now aware that this isn't a position of the map which Koi or which Big are currently contesting as they charge in towards A. All of the utility will be there, but the 0 point takes it out of play. A nice haunt is traded back and forth, but Big find the most value from the exchange. Fern still alive from hell, trying to be the devil in the side of these Big players, but he gets hunted down. Absolutely perilous that position, and now a player advantage as they go into post-plant. The turret actually is just going to take out Famsi straight away. Musashi swings off the back of it. Magnum able to find one kill with the fragment, but that is all. Pissed around the way of Big.
I guess Big are very good at executing Hazard. I mean, last time on Bind can be execute heavy, but Big were put on towards the defense first, which I guess didn't really work out for them. On the attack here, though, it is working, and they are being able to execute. I think Koi just got caught off guard and were maybe a little bit overconfident and just sitting back there.
Perhaps. I think it's probably one of the few times that we've seen this setup from Koi actually get punished. So
yeah,
it's more than anything just trial by error and the information that we have available to us as to how things can get approached here. And immediately Koi have gone for a completely different setup, not letting Big read into what it is they're doing on the round by round whatsoever, as the German team will slow things down once more before they eventually look to move towards mid here.
Yeah, just making... They're trying to... It's like a game of cat and mouse, a game of chicken almost, sorry, is probably a better way of putting it. I mean, just seeing who's the first one to pull the trigger. And again, look at this. Look at how the rotates have worked out here. Where the spike's going is where the lesser stack is. Only 2 players on B, but there is a Cypher there. And Magnum will take out Lucker, the opposite number.
Lucker trying to take that duel up close with the Marshal. Always going to be difficult, and Magnum wins out. Big setting up for this push. There are players laying in wait. The majority of the Koi defense is still resolute in this spot outside of A. Flash drive comes through, dashing away from it. Will be twisted, but they've got to contend with the fragment and the fragging power of Famsi on this Sheriff, who's found themselves a triple. Neptuno now takes the 1 kill. Twiston reclaims the spike, reclaims a Vandal for themselves. 4 versus 1. Difficult situation, but still leaving themselves a chance.
Yeah, they do leave themselves a chance. There was... Oh, I was about to say there was a Cypher cam there, and it's there. Pings away for Saki just to swing out. And what a punishment with such little investment from Koi. The adaptation, again, I pointed it out as something that could really pose a problem to Big. The adaptation works.
Yeah, and it's that short push. Teams have struggled to take out Koi from this position time and time again, but on that round, it was really spread out from Big. We saw Lucker challenging it by himself with the Marshal in that situation. Not much that can really be done. And no real follow-up in terms of trying to trade out that player. So very comfortable stuff for Koi to just rest on their laurels, what works for them. And it's a slight change which pans out.
Yeah, and again, a little bit a little bit of this default. Oh, I was about to say, Twisting just peeks out and gets punished for it. Again, Koi just actively watching things, but doing it in a passive sense. Like, for instance, using the Cypher Cam to tell someone to peek out and punish players. Famzy waiting for the engagement on towards Magnum, will swing off of it, and now look at this fragment grenade.
It's got Obnox in the corner, but I think, I was alluded to the fact they may be able to survive, but it was a false guess from my part because Magnum has been able to take the kill. 5 versus 2, both these last two players moving towards short. There is a dark cover up. It is a one-way. It does expire, but not before a lot of health has already been chipped away from the remaining players. Lucca incredibly low. Neptuno moving on towards the pistol just to clean things up. A little bit more pre-firing will make the round flawless. Koi, absolutely no problems in converting that one.
They did not have any problems at all. And I think it's the combination of utility, the combination of players that is working so well. Magnum just taking that initial contact and then Famzy swinging off it. You've got Fern with that Cypher camera constantly commenting exactly what's going on. If there's a player to swing out, hey, just swing back. Swing or be swung seems to be the case, and it's Koi that's won out the past 2 rounds because of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of swinging going on, but this is no kid's playground. Big Twistin is here to show that he's one of the big boys trying to cause problems, causing damage, and Masashi's also in and amongst the mix as well. It was a 5 versus 2 towards the end of last round, and this time it will be, but in favour of Big.
Lockdown available. I don't think it's worth investing. A nice little adaptation from Fern has got them out towards main. I don't know how many times I've seen a spike being solely pushed towards a main position when they don't need to. But Big, for some reason, have completely stalled out Hazza. And I don't know if they're just waiting for someone to peek them or if they're just playing, I guess, coming up with an idea.
It's so interesting. The majority of the time, Koi forgo challenging mid whatsoever. The one round that they do, Big punish them for it entirely. These 2 remaining players are playing towards the side of the map and could cause issues, but Neptuno will go just before the veil of the dark cover will shroud them. And just like that, Masashi will take out the final player. Spike going down for a little more of a cash injection, and Big tie us up at 2 apiece.
I'm interested to find out exactly what went on in terms of when they stalled out there. I wonder if they were just saying, right, look, this is what we're going to do, blah, 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 and then just sent Musashi up top mid and then pushed through with that 0-point knife. All in all, worked out, and they lost next to nothing.
Yeah, I think Big want to just slow the pace down in patches to see if Koi are then going to re-aggress, re-challenge some of these angles to make a quick trade, because the pressure is immediately put them on in the 2 versus 5. Nothing happens. This round we see Famzy move on to the operator, but I mean, we speak about passivity. This is of the highest order, Famzy holding this angle, incredibly reserved on short.
Aye, exactly. And on top of that, they are clearing out the Cypher trip wires, although that Odin coming through to deny a lockdown is massive. Another adaptation from Koi. Maybe it was just because they were going to play off of the haunt, but nonetheless, it works out for them and they will get that destroyed.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one as Twistin nails Famzy to the wall. Operator taken out of play. And as well here, we've seen the 0-point cut out all of the flanks, so maybe Koi will look to try and push the back line a little bit more as we see Masashi's position has been suppressed. Fight taken in mid instead from Magnum, trying to take these fights, but Masashi does win out in main. This starts to open up B a little bit more, but Cypher utility still lays in wait. They'll have to be dealt with.
Yeah, we are seeing here that the Cypher knows exactly where players are. Having to combine with the Omen, which is close by. The smoke's been ever so oppressive, and so is Twistin, just holding that. The time hasn't gone through, has it? But I imagine we will see the spike go down now. Magnum doesn't have any util and won't have... I mean, they're on 30 HP. What do they commit to this? Do they commit the full bung, or do they just play for exits?
I think Magnum may just be playing for exits in this situation. With Masashi still alive, there's a heavy flank watch in B main. That turret will get collected. No time for it to be placed down, but all of these things just go out of the window. When push comes to shove, Big have made the bigger move here. Koi able to save that operator as Magnum will pick it up and make his way towards Hell. And yeah, Big now taking the lead, so very nicely played from them. I think Koi made things difficult as well. The time running down incredibly low. A great Cypher Cage from Fern allowed them to move in towards the site, but yeah, nothing in those gun duels going. And they're now ahead in this game.
It was at their own peril though, and I think Fern had so much information on Twiston's position for them to attempt to try and get away. I don't know if it was the Cypher Cage that just dissipated at the right time. Just so unfortunate. All in all though, I mean, Big still going to be extremely happy with how that went. Famsi still with an operator and 3 Vandals. So Koi still looking comfortable here, moving in towards another rifle round.
Yeah, Famsi's set up on the op will try for the second time to get value from it. 0 Point will suppress his position, but so confident is this player. Takes the duel on towards Twiston and Link, and just like that, Koi do go a man up in the early stages.
Aslan slowly walking up main, has taken a lot of space here. And there is obviously 3 players there. I don't know if they're going to try and bait out or at least call a rotate. And just watching the map now, and Aslan has made their way so far forward. We are going to see the null command come through, but it's from the attacker's side and the defensive side. Both teams using that up, and they're maybe just waiting out here. Aslan does get Neptune. No smokes for this round, and that's going to be massive.
That's also a huge pick to take, because now Koi have to worry about A presence. There is a spy cam there to keep a watch on things, but it was the one moment where they looked away that we had the pantomime moment. He's behind you, and Aslan was able to capitalize. Now Big adjust their aims towards this side of the map. Famsi lets loose another shot which doesn't find its mark. Aslan will add some chip damage, but perhaps goes a little too soon before their comrades arrive, and now they could be left to the chopping block. Famsi still in place with his operator, claims yet another shot. The trapwire giving away information as to the position of these last couple players, but Masashi is still able to find it from this spot. Outpeaks Fern, looking to get it done on their own. They've been here the entire time around. Will it fall on their shoulders? Perhaps not. Sakake is in place to shut things out. 3-3, and we're level once more.
We are. I mean, it's mad to think that it's only been 6 rounds, has it? Because some maps you feel as if like you've just casted 12 rounds, but you've only really started, and this map feels like it's an eternity with how long these 2 teams are happy to wait on their executes.
Yeah, both incredibly patient and incredibly well drilled. I think you can give some compliments to both of the coaches that we've seen on each of these teams because of the fact that they're willing to drill this into their players so heavily. 0 Point brings the turret offline and allows Famsi to get up close. It's a ticking time bomb as to when that utility should come back. A leg shot connected before it even does so. A fadeaway, but that first bit already being dealt, that first blow out on the canvas.
Yeah, that was two Prowlers traded in towards mid. Nice little flash drive, and Twiston will jump through, takes out Magnum. Sakik gone as well, and that's going to leave that massive gap in towards mid and market, and they're just waiting to see if anybody over-aggresses here. I think it'll just be from, I was going to say to jump spot, but no, it's not going to be. They're completely missing it and not wanting to challenge mid.
Yeah, I think if you show that the Cypher is jump spotting towards spawn, it'll give a call to Big that A is almost empty. Neptuno playing from that position was lining up a paranoia to make it easier for Famsi to take that peek towards market, but it didn't happen. Now Big adjusts, move towards main. Operator still posted here. Turret once more should come through for conflict. There is going to be the Nightfall, and just like that, Famsi's force all the way in towards backside. Twiston finally gets the upgrade of a Vandal. Koi are extremely stripped back from this position, and as the molly sits at the feet of Famsi, they look soon to drop, and just like that, Masashi will claim.
Yep, operator to be picked up. The operator dropped, could potentially be picked up. I don't imagine that Big will want it realistically with the way that they're playing. I get that they're holding angles, but they're better with the Vandals in my opinion. Yeah, and there we go. It's not going to be picked up. It's going to be left to the wayside. Koi going to be relegated to an eco. So Big can try and play this forward once again.
Yeah, just looking to build that snowball, generate some momentum here, Big,
Yeah.
and get some ultimates online as well when it comes to the gun round. We've seen Thrifties be won out by Koi before, so we'll still have to keep their wits about them. A main control already collected, however, and this will be big for them as well. And well, Musashi taking that kill on Sakake means they now have possession of both extremities of the map, and they may look to even press that further.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at the play. Oh, I thought that was going to be an outplay moment. It's one of those ones where you wait with bated breath. Oh, Obnox runs away at the wrong moment. 15 HP, no HP on Famsi. 2 versus 4, and you can't help but feel this is already looking like a big round.
It seems like Twiston's just laying them out one by one, throws away that next Vandal, discards it to the side of things. Not going to be used in this situation. 4 versus 2, Big in prime control, and it's just one player towards the backside here to potentially cause any issues. They're split up from one another at this point in time. Koi not looking to play off of each other. The 0 point comes through just to help clear out sight. It's a case of how many Fern will be able to take on this Sheriff.
It almost feels like they're AFK the way that they're just sitting there. Nano Swarm does come through. The swing wins out. There you go, Aslan. Neptuno gets taken out by a shorty, and that's just BM at this point.
Yeah, Twiston blasts the brains of Neptuno all across the market in that position. And I think this round is just a lot of Twiston. Aiming, taking out players one by one, lining them up as they are invited to peak individually. And Asuka brings through the timeout. So Koi finally put a lid on things and say, yeah, we need to reconsider what is going on here because we're getting punished all too often.
I was going to say, I mean, everyone calls Valorant the tactical FPS shooter hazard, or FPS, but it's actually just a point-and-click adventure if you relegate it to that.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you click the head, then, I mean, it's basically cookie clicker, but with a face, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like a gingerbread man, basically.
3D cookie clicker. That's essentially what it is. You get money for clicking on the right spot. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Could make an argument.
That is true. I don't know, Kara, have you heard of the Muffin Man?
We're not delving this deep. We're not sidetracking this much. Koi
lives on Drury Lane.
Oh, stop.
No?
No. Have you heard the Muffin Man?
Okay, look, that's too far. We're getting lost in the sauce at this point in time. The timeout has been called. It has now ceased. Koi have an operator. Famsi's going to be looking to use that here on towards short once again. The question in my mind has to be, how aggressive do they get with it? And actually, we've seen a ping come through. They're moving towards mid this time. Perhaps that's the linchpin that they require to slow things down. But speak of slowing things down, Big are speeding them up, sending it straight in towards B with this Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, but with that being said, I was about to say that was a nice nightfall to delay, but the players on Big have somehow found an opening, an incision, and have taken 2 lives. Well, that being said, the position of Aslan's huge, and we are going to see a rotate come through. No. Famsi runs right into Aslan, and they have the B site for free. That was maybe a save call coming through for Koi after losing those 2 picks, or if it was a read, it was an absolute awful one.
Oh, this is just crazy at this point in time. Twiston with an opportunity to close out the round. Neptuno finds a couple before Obnox will knock them to the ground. Big now on 6, looking very good at this point in time. And speaking of time, there were a lot of timings in this round, which were really unfortunate for Koi. I think something we forget about here is that they're only human. Mistakes will be made, and Big are able to punish them. The change of pace to just go for a fast B hit off the back of the timeout is also really nicely done from them, because it stops Koi allowing that space and time to gel into whatever strategy they want to do with their defender's side, and it asks questions of them. Big posing the biggest of threats at this point in time.
Yeah, exactly. Neptuno already gone, and it's Big now to take at least a 2-round advantage into the next half if they win this out. And it's just constantly finding these picks, finding the incisions that they need. They've taken the full control of the A site. and it's going to continue that way. Magnum trying to come out with a nice flash drive play will get Aslan. I think that might just be it. Okay, maybe not. Sakic's there.
Yeah, and this is a couple of upgrades that we're seeing now, but already big with a lot of space. In towards short, just outside of tree in the garden position. Koi aware of this, they try and challenge it, but come at the king, you best not miss. Twiston is on fire right now, and Big, as a result, are able to find their first half advantage.
That's so, I don't even know, like, it's not cocky, but you know what I mean? It's just such a silly play to give away such an advantage. And it's like, you give Big an advantage, it's like the whole thing of you give someone an inch, they take a mile. Big are realistically trying to create a big a gap as they can from the inches that so far Koi have given them.
Yeah, and as well, I think it's what Big's read is of how the defense likes to set up, because we spoke of how good Koi are with their passive setup, but it just means that Big are able to limit test it, take a couple of ideas as to how things work. And since the pistol round, we've got to mention as well, 2/3 of the rounds Koi have are from that initial first round and then anti-eco. So yeah, Big winning the bulk of the gun rounds here as well. Another lockdown, not to be met with the Odin this time. The correction is there.
Yeah, the players are going to have to drop out or at least get towards a safe spot. Twisting, going straight through, and there is going to be that Odin hazard, but it's not positioned where they thought it was going to be. Sakic takes out Twisting. That's the big edgy part of that spear gone, as we like to see. And Sakic still holding down the back of sight. Well, there is some sort of battle going on elsewhere. Obnix does get Famsi, and as the Odin sprays, players fall elsewhere. It's down to a 2 versus 2, and it's at Big to take the advantage. Magnum left with it all to do.
Aslan finally makes good of the flank. Lucka in towards the backside, just needs to buy time, but overpeaks it completely. Magnum's heard the footsteps from main, knows all about Aslan, and will be going for the stick. Is there enough time? I'm not sure. The peek comes through, but Magnum will confirm it, and is just walking away. I think he's going to go and get the operator. I hope there's enough time to get it done. I think there should be, with at least already half stuck. Yeah, that's a smart heads-up play from the Czech.
Yeah, well played. And I think the reposition from the player on market will be felt. They'll be a bit disappointed to lose that one out. And the fact that there was no Astro Stars to play for a Gravity Well potentially is rough. What was I going to say? If we had seen another play where one player had came off the spike to get an op and then still lose it out, I would have been so molded.
I think for a moment there, I thought Magnum coming off the spike with so much time left, completely forgetting about the operator, was like some kind of celebration, like when you score a goal in football. Like, how the Ascent B site is really muddy, like a cold night in Stoke. He's just going to run off and do a knee slide or something. But I mean, nah, it doesn't come through, and Koi are able to pick up that round.
Just imagine like KO scoring an absolute worldie and then going and doing a knee slide with like all the Stoke fans pointing at him.
Just like an Alan Shearer pointing a finger to the sky as he runs through spawn or something.
You ever seen the Adebayor clip where he scores against Arsenal?
All the way to the opposite side. This time we see Big go for the hit on A. The Nightfall is huge. It forces Neptuno to try and peek, and it's not one that they can win out. Koi do resist, and Lucka is out in the open, so stabilizing that core will be difficult to get the res happening. Magnum finding a little bit more work before they hit the deck, but that may just be it. There's a chance for Twiston to bring Lucka back online, but it's not even going to happen. Takes the duel instead and wins it outright. 8-4, Big have their half.
And what a half that is. Again, it's one of those things, I don't think I've seen Koi lose a half since, well, this series has. I think every single time they've came in with an advantage and then went on to win that map, which is crazy to think.
Yeah, and I think their strong suit as well was certainly their defender's side. So to see it ripped to shreds in the manner of which Big have been able to do here in this game is somewhat unprecedented. If they've already taken the first map away from Koi, yet to concede one at this point in time until they came up against their current opponents. And it puts Big in a great position. If they're able to find this game as well, it also means that coming into the next map, they'll have a second opportunity to close the series.
Well, with what I have seen so far, Big looking very, very good. But the difference is, it's a switch in sides, it's a switch in pace, it's a switch in play style, and it seems as if Koi are trying to be a little bit more aggressive. Once again, this is what we're used to from Koi, and these players just getting mowed down, put to the sword, and Fern somehow has to come up with a clutch on a pistol round. It looks as if Big are looking very comfortable on getting their 9th, potentially even their 10th with the anti-ecos. Fern swings a flawless round from Big, and Musashi with a lovely triple.
I mean, if this is what we're in for, just absolute stomps on each team's respective pick, all the way to a 5th map, then I have no idea how Pearl is going to pan out. That newest map into the pool, we know Big won it 15-13, or Excel actually won out against Big, should I say, 15-13 on that earlier. So, I mean, a couple of question marks there as well, but Big take the pistol. Now they have weapons to work with. However, we saw them take the first pistol and lose out without any kind of an investment from Koi. So, not getting ahead of ourselves. It's just about them building momentum and really looking towards what that bonus has in store.
I mean, Koi, again, from our past experiences with Koi on this map, what we've seen, I was about to say, what we've seen is Koi like to hit fast. Twistin hits faster, hits harder, and takes the first pick.
And is looking for more. That boy hungry. He wants these kills and I'm gonna get it. Neptuno submerged by the Marshal in that situation. And now Big have a 2-player advantage to work with. Obnox may even make that greater. Already on low HP is Famsi, who's diving into the crosshairs of Musashi, Vandal in hand. Just like that, Big look to clean house in flawless fashion for the 2nd in a row.
I feel as if like Fern is like the gif. I don't know if you ever watched Community, but it's like the one of Childish Gambino coming in with the pizzas, and then just everything's on fire. It's like he's just coming into the site and all the bodies are around about him.
Yeah. Donald Glover, I think you mean. Childish Gambino. I didn't know. But, I mean, look, he's this one man with many aliases.
Yeah.
And, right, you created a few different aliases earlier, didn't you? What was it? F3000 or something for Foxy? The Terminator?
Yeah, the Foxy, the F3000. I thought that was quite a good one.
Yeah, I like that one. Aslan, the lion in the heart of this team right now with a stinger in hand, seeing what he can do to roar down some terror on these players. Absolutely nothing. Magnum, cold as steel, takes them out, and Koi have their player advantage, or advantages, as twice as many of them stand coming into this retake.
Yeah, Lucca just getting caught out there by Magnum, the opposite number. Yeah, he's just looking at that situation, twisting out elsewhere. Waiting for the swing. No, nothing's happening.
That's
it's
a
just
shot in the dark, yeah, for sure. Twistin, seeing what he's able to create. Only has the Marshal, will just be looking for exits to die to the spike rather than an opponent player and give away an ultimate orb if possible. There was a Vandal in the hands of Lucca towards Spawn. They may be looking for it, but Sakake on the tight angle, good for the kill, and Big unable to move any further from this defender's side for the time being.
Yeah. And now we get our first rifle round between the two on this second half. This will be, I imagine, a lot slower, or even incredibly faster, because we know what Koi's like. I mean, in terms of limit testing from Koi, though, we haven't seen much towards Big setup.
No, we really haven't, and it's going to be interesting as to what that setup may be. I think Twistin's just going to be looking for this aggressive short peek, and they're holding on to main control as tightly as possible. Aslan and Lucca in that position, but actually it's very easily taken away from them. I said tightly, somewhat loose grip in many senses, because we're seeing Koi actually not want to challenge it either, so sort of dipping in and out of this area, seeing what is going for them, and currently that is nothing.
Sorry for laughing there. I just when the nebula dissipated and the KO flashed on itself, it's like, why are you hitting yourself? Like the teammates just taking away the smoke from them. It's like, oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and I mean, it's frustrating to cast as well, because neither of these teams are really sticking around in A main I mean, that's the second shrouded step now used by Neptuno from that position to fake presence. Doesn't have either of them left, and well, hasn't really gone anywhere with it either. Koi with less than a minute to go. It'll be about 30 seconds by the time they hit main, or even less than that rather. The push will be coming through, and Twisted is still lurking in mid and is able to find the first kill.
Where have we seen that before, Hazza? Where have we seen Twisted take an opportunity given to them and completely punish the opponents? Look at this. The way that the fragment grenade and nano swarms are coming out, the delay is absolutely perfect. Famsi going on towards Switch there, and Obnox is just going to start to mow down players. These players are not getting an opportunity. It's flawless in the round, and it's Koi giving the opportunities to their opponents. Where's the limit testing?
It's a fantastic setup as well, with the alarm bot in towards market, not challenged throughout the round whatsoever. We see it a lot. I think it's especially teams in NA like to take space towards market at the beginning of the round. We've seen it a little bit here as well, but Koi didn't test it whatsoever. They were set on that strange A main play, which didn't result to anything. And it allows Twiston to then go for that late challenge towards mid, fairly comfortable. I mean, so aggressive he is in that situation. It pans out for them. They've got 3 players to defend site with, and they've been great at holding it down thus far.
A is looking very vulnerable, by the way. Just if they can pull the trigger quickly, Koi, they could really look towards a pretty good scenario. The flash drive, though, is so good. It's perfect. But it's Koi to come up on top. Magnum and Famsi doing God's work. Doing, I mean, whatever work you want to call it, it is done. And these players are dead.
Yeah, it was the Haunt coming in just before the flash drive, which let them know there was someone in the corner. And we just see the rifle get pulled out. Say hello to my little friend, spamming the hip fire as much as possible to take them out. 5 versus 3, there's an opportunity at a retake, but it's one which Big are happy to forgo. They've got an operator in pocket, which will always make it harder to close down those angles. We're just going to see Twiston keep it in their clutches for the time being. Spread those players out across the map, see if they can't pick off a weapon here or there. And Big have to wait just that little bit longer before they can move towards map point.
Yeah, exactly. They're just making it a little bit more expensive for these attacking players, or trying to at the very minimum. But nobody's going to peek out, and I respect that. Koi have realised the position that they're in, and that they need that, I guess, flawless quote-unquote round to keep all 5 players alive. So good stuff there. Extra pocket change to get back utility, and also if they if they lose this round, also have enough to buy up for the next.
Yeah, both teams in a pretty comfortable spot right now in terms of economy. I think it's just a question of how those rounds will then subsequently pan out. In terms of investment on an operator as well, Twiston can do that in the next round to follow too, but looking at their teammates may have to drop a rifle and concede that kind of position. Just playing up close here, seeing if they can catch a player moving up catwalk, but nothing happening early on. Big just playing fairly far back, and there's the kill. Twiston finally able to get it, as Koya still just testing both sides of the map. Finally lured in to try and deal with this operator of Twiston.
Oh no, the Cypher might be caught out. Will be. There's another one. Twiston collects, adds to the skulls that they've collected. The collection really starting to rack up here. Lucker, though, takes out Famsi in another great flash drive, but Sakate dropping onto logs gets one. We're now in a 2 versus 2 post plant with a Nightfall to be invested, and maybe even could see a lockdown if they want to. But with that being said, Koi versus Big, 2 versus 2, the time ticks away.
Musashi's going to have to find a kill if they want to invest it. Already some spams coming through. The question, I think we may see the Nightfall, but it'll have to be reactive. The turret gets placed, the first kill made, Neptuno finds it, Haunt dropped out, and the angle not expected. Cake out in the open, playing that off angle to try and support themselves. Rushing in is Aslan, hot-footed, has clutched out a few rounds already, baits the peek from Neptuno, but he's that bit cleaner with it. 7th now for Koi. Big will be forced to reinvest on this next one, and eventually those credits that they're aiming to cough up will run dry, and that gap continues to close between the teams.
Mate, that angle is so horrible. Pixels, I mean, literally, how are you meant to, like, consider that as an angle that you're going to get contacted from? A disgusting piece of work there from Twistin, and once again, they pick up the first frag and punish their opponents. In terms of buys, it's still somewhat good. Twistin is forced onto a Blade Storm, but it is going to be Koi to pick up this first pick.
Yeah, they're able to take that kill. Knows all about Aslan from the corner, who's still good for one. Finds the initial kill, but is immediately traded out. Ultimate's here for Big to try and work with in the retake. The null command will stop that from happening for the time being. However, there is a lot of pressure on them here to deliver some kind of a result. Musashi gets the first. It's a 3 versus 3, but goes clambering in. All on their lonesome. No teammates to help whatsoever. Obnox curious as to the flank, but now in a 2 versus 3, they lost the even footing that they had, and with both of these players split up, so much is asked for them in their individual duels.
Mate, that siege is so good, but no one's there to capitalise off the top of it. And these two players on Heaven, I mean, they're just going to get wiped out because the crossfire's there. I thought we would have had at least one player come from door, and it didn't happen. Now, Koi are looking excellent. They've taken out Big's rifle round. I mean, you look towards the buy, I don't think it's going to be as good as what we think.
Yeah, it certainly won't. The fact that they're able to buy into this round is off the back of Twistin going for his knives, delving into the pocket and investing on some of his teammates, but it doesn't pan out. He's first to hit the deck. A bit of a mixed investment. We've got a couple of Vandals on the board for them here to get something from. They lead the way in terms of ultimate economy. Big challenging mid, however, and sticking their neck out early in this round and nearly breaking the neck of Magnum with those first shots connecting.
Exactly. And with the way that things go in terms of ultimates, Big have so much. So while this round might be just maybe a little bit of damage, I was going to say, they might just be waiting to use those ultimates. Koi have completely mowed the players down, moving out of main, and now there's only 2 remaining.
Yeah, there was a couple of sheriff shots just aiming to try and find the tripwire that didn't connect. Then the Classic follows it up. Knew about the jet as well. So much information for Koi, so they head towards A. Musashi now taking the Vandal to try and save. Not going to happen. Famsi in place. And the deficit reduced to 2. This is Big's map pick. They're going to want to try and collect it, but it's left the door open now for Koi to respond. Yeah, this is just great awareness from Fern that there are players looking to push from B, holding the angle nice and tight and claiming those kills.
Yeah, and I think realistically looking at this, Big want to convert this next round, especially with all the stuff that they have at their disposal in terms of ultimates. I mean, yeah, sure, Koi have ultimates of their own, but they're not as impactful as Big's. Nightfall, Cosmic Divide, Lockdown, and a null command is going to be huge for this one.
They have lots of ults to work with. If Big don't win this out, they're going to be going into an eco on the next, and then before you know it, it's 11-11. And there's one more round, one more realistic opportunity to deny either a match win or a potential overtime. They have the ults to sit with at the moment. The setup has changed. More priority towards short with those nano swarms. B left a little more open, and Koi will try and pry some space for themselves in market. First duel being taken, but both teams back away. The stakes incredibly high on this round.
Yeah. As the players now of Koi look towards the A site, Musashi, the only player to hold us down. Lovely spray through, does take out the Koi players. It's now a 3 versus 5, not an ultimate even expended. They're going to take out Famsi. They tried to, well, switch and relay that spike onto the site. It's not going to happen. Twistin still holding down in towards short. Will take out Magnum. And now one player left is Neptuno to face up against 5 with ultimates. Hazard, this is not looking good.
Yeah, there's nothing too much that's going to be able to be done here. Neptuna gets one and fades away, looks for more, can't get it. Musashi with a triple. That change in setup from Big was massive. By putting the Killjoy utility towards short, it's not something we've seen before. Alarm bot there, damage from the Nano Swarms as well, a cheeky spam through the side, and to close it out, Neptuno will drop, and Big have map point on their map pick.
Yeah. And also, Koi will time that out. Totally expected. Understandable. Respect it totally. But Big, I think, not only being able to win that flawlessly, not only being able to kind of completely wipe out Koi, the biggest thing is look how many ultimates are available. Again, they haven't expended one, and we could see a potential for all 4 ultimates in one round just to close this out, and that would be, I mean, so just.
Yeah, it's going to be heavy on the retake. I think in this situation, perhaps you try and gamble Twist and getting an early pick somewhere. If you can find any kind of early advantage and then sit passive and play for that retake, then you have an opportunity with the gap in ultimates to just close things out. 3 map points now between Koi and Big. Like I mentioned, I think it's important to note that this is Big's map pick. We know that Koi are incredibly comfortable on it. It's Ascent. I think all teams are pretty good here. We then call in the question of depth into the next map, though, Breeze. That is going to be Koi's pick. Only the second time that they've played it as a team, according to Magnum. But that is what the stakes are. And it will also mean that Big have now had a second opportunity to close out this series, considering they took their home ground initially in map 1.
This is true. But that was bind that they had to go up to, and I mean, honestly, from what I've casted, and fair enough, I've not casted to the likes of T1 quality, but it's probably one of the best binds I've seen in a long time, Hazard.
Yeah, certainly. Very, very efficient in the way that they play it. Neptuno, again, just trying to bait things out with this Shrouded Step. I'm still not entirely sure what the thought process is there to maybe step inside the gravity well, bait it out and make their way from it. But, I mean, even then, sightline would be required. There's no contact there whatsoever, even to keep a player guessing as to whether you've made it in the sight or not. Just all not adding up for me right now. Twiston, however, puts 2 and 2 together. A bullet in someone's face, squashed. A first blood found, and that's the opening kill they needed. Now they can play retake with those 4 ults.
Exactly. But look at Magnum and the space that they're taking. They do not know about this player. With so much experience, looking to take the team forward. We'll see the head, but misses, whiffs. Oh no, Aslan gets away with the life, Hazard. And that was the opportunity to equal things out.
And by missing that kill, it's given Aslan the opportunity to crawl down the rabbit hole. Player advantage kept, ultimates to be used. Now we see Koi place priority on short. This has to be cleared out, or they can't concede this space in the map whatsoever, or the lockdown will be coming through. Completely denied in the gunfight. Neptuno getting aggressive towards heaven as well. That spike now planted into a 2 versus 2, flipped 2 versus 1. Lucka needs a triple to clutch it out here and to stop Koi from reaching their 10th. It's map point. The spy cam has taken first contact, does get broken. The full plethora of utilities still available. A one-way posted on the spike.
No way.
The fragment grenade will force the Shrouded Step out towards Gen Paps, expecting it. Just about sees the legs, catches the head. Farron is down. The second dark cover dropped, met with a tap on towards the spike. I'm not too sure if they've heard it or not. Neptuno is creeping around the side to look for it. They go diving in. Lucka finds it. There may just be enough time, and Big close it out 13-9. A huge clutch from Lucka. We'll see them take their pick and go ahead in the series.
The patience as time got so low for Lucka to win that out. Well, Hazard, they do have the Jesus cross here, but I'll tell you something, that was a miracle indeed to win that out. Koi looked so good in the post plant, and so well played from Lucka, the KO initiator.
I mean, initiating those duels and doing it all on their own robotic shoulders. Lucka has been a fantastic player throughout this tournament, and in the clutch there, it's almost difficult to not share the plaudits amongst the rest of the big players because of the back of that one individual play. But we saw Twiston come up big in this series, something which we had expected of them in a couple of matches that we'd already seen, but it did not quite come to light. This time around, he was on firing form, and it helped them take out Ascent 13-9. So now Big, everything sits in their court. 2 more maps to close it out, and their second opportunity to do so in this best of 5.
Certainly is, but we do have one more map to go before we can get to potentially deciding a winner, and that will be Breeze, which is Koi's pit. So Koi still feeling comfortable, Hazza. They did have a decent Breeze, but it's whether Big have a good enough Breeze to keep up with them. We will be taking a quick 5-minute break once again to get ready for the next map, and we will be back very shortly.
I'm to them. Young dog and I talk.
One enemy remaining.
You know once in the shine, don't vex when you get my way. Me now make trouble stress my brain. Cut checks me, I cut to the chase. Never second hand, never second hand, never stopping for a second, talking with my line. Look a jump and sound, I got try and make statements. Don't test my patience. Hey, I'm just an oddity. My commodity brings salary. It's like the lottery. Numbers all around the globe. They ain't nothing stopping me. Make a move, make a mockery. Lock the globe properly. I got the key. I drop the heat. East. You know once in me shine. Don't vex when you get my red. Me now make trouble stress my brain. Cut checks me. I cut to the chase. Start never second hand. Never second hand. Never stopping for a second. Talking with my line. Look a jump and sound, I go try and make statements. Don't test my patience. Don't test my patience. Look a jump and sound, I go try and make statements. Don't test my patience.
Sitting lonely in my room again, trying to find the words to say, but nothing comes out. I am looking for the better days, seem like they just stay away whenever I try. There's so many things that I keep in my mind. My friends keep me out and it hurts every time. With all the emotions I built up inside, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight. Cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 Sitting lonely in my room again, acting like I'm innocent. Why do I try? Cause now I'm feeling like a fool again, thinking I can fool myself by telling me lies. When there's so many things that I keep in my mind, I hang around people I don't even like. If they can be happy and walk with a smile, oh why can't I? Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should not give up without a fight. Cause there will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Oh, 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 oh. There will be a time. Will someone look for me if I disappear? No matter how much that I scream, nobody hears. But I see the light from far away, it's down the line. Maybe I should.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the finals of the Red Bull Home Grounds EMEA qualifier, where we're watching Big versus Koi. I'm Cairo, joined by Hazza, and we are very quickly about to get into map number 4 here, Hazza.
Yeah, map number 4 coming up for you all. We've seen 3 of them already, 2 home ground territories for each of these teams, which they were able to pick up convincingly. Big took Icebox. We saw the instant response onto the second map of Bind from Koi, going into Ascent, which was a little bit more contentious, I think, in terms of a map. One that teams will always feel comfortable on because of how traditional I think it plays out. But Big able to secure that one. It was their pick. Moving into Breeze, we've already seen how good Koi have been there when they played it earlier in the semi-final against Heretics. Now Big with another opportunity at winning this out. Remember, once they took their home ground in that initial game, they had the chance to win out the series on Bind. Couldn't do it. Going into Ascent, they were able to give themselves that advantage once more, and now they have the chance yet again on these next 2 maps.
Yeah, we are going to head straight into Agent Select on Breeze, and I think this is the first time going into this. We are pretty much at an unknown quantity between these two. Yes, we saw Koi on it earlier, but Magnum had said that was the first time they had actually played on this. Big, on the other hand, we have no idea how they want to play this map specifically, and they might actually look more towards Peril, which, I mean, we've already seen, well, has already been played by them.
Yeah, and it was a map that they weren't able to win out. Excel taking that one 15-13 in overtime. A string of rounds from Big brought it incredibly close to leveling that score when we did go to overtime initially, but it was Excel that were able to win it out. this is going to be the composition that they look to play. We've got the Cypher on the side of Koi, but finally the chamber gets pulled out and it's Musashi to play it. Twiston instead going to be on the Jet, looking to cause some problems in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, the biggest changes being those Sentinels and the kind of secondary initiator, I like to call them, in terms of that KO and the Sky, because I think like to think a primary initiator would be information and that Sova.
Yeah, I think so, right? We're talking about the different roles that initiators play. Sky and KO both more for flashes, I suppose.
Yeah.
KO's utility is a bit of a mix. You have the 0 point, which can suppress, and the ultimate ability, of course, as well. But the biggest thing that I'm looking at here currently is on Koi's attack. How do they want to try and play things? They've got a Cypher in the setup. You've got the double initiator as well to work with. How fast-paced can we expect to see them go? This is a lineup which I think will favor a lot better once they do move over to the defense. In terms of big, with the chamber and the Jet, they've got so many opportunities to make initial picks, and for that reason exactly, they instantly challenge mid.
Exactly, and already we are seeing a kind of respect from Big to kind of watch all chasms of the map. The players slowly moving up towards B. I think with the fact that you can obviously see a favourable push from Koi moving towards B here, with that spike moving over, but there's such a vacuum that Big have created, they're kind of favouring towards there, and already in on site, Koi can get that spike down and they'll have a little bit time to buy there.
Yeah, we saw Big try to prioritize control towards mid, a little bit of elbow as well, but it doesn't really amount to anything as a result, and we're actually seeing Magnum cast far away from the rest of the players, completely out of the mix at this point in time. On A, trying to play some kind of a flank. Eventually they break the trademark, but Musashi breaks the base of Neptuno in retaliation. Don't get rid of my gear because I'll punish you for it. Twiston already tapping the defuse, and well, just like that, the push completely collapses. It's just Magnum. This plant is, well, barely for them, but still able to take a couple kills.
Yep, certainly is, but the spike is being held, the defuse coming through, and Big to win out this first round has a massive one indeed in terms of setting the pace and maybe setting the expectations for this map.
Yeah, Magnum usually being so good on timings, you would have expected to be in place a little bit sooner. The issue with the trademark in Hall is that they have to respect it in the sense that information will be given towards Big once that does happen, but just a little bit too late. Impact not being as felt as it perhaps would be if they were in and amongst the rest of those players. Koi looking for a force buy off the back of that plant, and will go for this mid split with a toxic screen cutting off those sight lines.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, you're seeing that initial preference towards one side of the map from Koi, and they're doing a real bit of priority towards Tube. We've seen Famsy do this before, but look at Big, look at how they've responded to this. They've done it so well, they've cut down the players, and that's a big part of the push gone.
Oh, it was such a nice idea from Koi. The toxic screen, while we're seeing the lurk in from mid from Neptuno, sets up hall control. You have the cloud burst with the guiding light through out of it to take space in sight, but Bigger aware of it, better to it, and now it's a 4 versus 2. Koi on the back foot, and well, Lucker is going to go probing for information here in B main as well. If they get caught out, it could be an issue, but seems as if he's quite happy to just post up in this position. One of the main areas they're not contesting right now is mid, however, and it can allow Koi to move through onto B and get a spike plant if they want, but once more, with Lucker lurking in the wings, waiting for them to approach, he'll be in prime position to deny this entirely.
Yeah, and the spike slowly being ferried across they've completely missed out, and I mean, I can understand why they wouldn't want to initially push on towards B, checking in towards CT, and look at the space that the KO is doing. Done a complete wraparound, checked in towards mid, and now the players will call the fact that Lucker has that information. It's going to be a 4 versus 2, one Spectre and these two remaining players. Koi, I mean, they have a chance here, but how big is that chance?
Not too big. I think this is even a best case scenario. The fact they've been able to get into the site, fully clear it with Lucker not in that front row seat to deal with them, and not actually They get a front row ticket to Death's Alley, put in the forever box instantaneously as the retake does start to come through. There's a couple of places which Neptuno can be, one rather, inside this smoke. They do eventually leave it with a parting gift of that snake bite. Shouldn't be enough to take out Obnox. Maybe for a moment as that health bar ticked down and could have seen something, but even then you're clutching at straws.
Hazard. This is giving me kind of Copenhagen vibes, with like this potentially being the last map on Breeze. I know like the Copenhagen actually was the last map, but do not count out Koi after 2 rounds already. Forcing up on that second, I guess, anti-eco. It's not going to look. This is essentially going to be another anti-eco for Big. But that force looked very, very promising. Just maybe missed out on a couple of opportunities, but Koi can still do damage on a Thrifty.
I wish you hadn't mentioned Copenhagen, because now I'm just thinking of those hot dogs that they were serving.
Oh, man.
Already a nice pick taken by Musashi early on. And that's what we expect to see from Big here. When they have a jet and chamber, you want to try and give yourself some kind of an advantage. Take those jewels early on. Twistin holding this one down, but Famsi nails them with the Marshall and levels things out on the round.
That's disgusting. How did he get away with that? Already, though, the players from mid are slowly looking to retreat. They've taken some pick. It's the Sky that's going... Oh, sorry, that's the Sky on Koi. But on the side of Big, I mean, losing the jet, that's not the biggest loss in the world.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Famsi with a really nice pre-aim there is able to win it out. Obnox. Just wondering if they're ever so slightly exposed as the Owl drone is floating around the site with no players positively contesting mid. They're somewhat struck for angles that they have to try and contest here, and issues that they're facing currently. Dodging things left and right. The recon does come through. This is going to light those players up. Sakaka's the first. A follow-up into Neptuno narrowly is avoided, but once the ghost is pulled out, it's the round swept up for Big. 3 in a row from them now, and eventually they make it clean.
I could just see that happening straight away when they kind of got the dink and never finished off. The Viper just to turn round and finish it out themselves. This point right here, I was like, no way. But it is what it is. The Big...
Like a bit of a Kenny-esque cobblestone moment. I remember that one from ways back. But, you know, obviously things are a little bit different here. And exactly. I mean, like you mentioned, Big, you know, they keep that round fairly clean. They've got quite a few rifles to be using now, even a Bulldog. And you can't even really call this one a bonus at this point because of how much they have to work with. Oh my god.
Oh no.
0 point offline, peeking through. Twistin can't find it. Fern gets the first. And the tripwire is eventually dealt with.
Exactly. Fern has taken a whole boatload of damage. The good thing is the Sky does have regrowth, but I'll tell you what, you can't regrow that chamber. A player taken out. Aslan goes deep, finds an opportunity. What is this? What? No way! Aslan comes up huge, brings the round back for Big, and this now could be an opportunity to come back into this.
Magnum doing his best impression of the mannequin challenge just stood out in the open there, and just like that, Big turned things around. 4-0 for them on their opponent's pick. If they seal out this map, they'll be going to the main event, already generating necessary momentum on this defender's side. But you gotta look at this play once again. Aslan, what a beast.
My goodness gracious me, has a 4-0 towards Big. Koi, I mean, I was looking so forward to potentially getting this 5th map, but if things go the way they are, Koi are just falling apart. Oh, no, 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 this is not the way this is meant to go, the storyline. This isn't what's written.
Ah, but when you win so many maps uncontested, there's bound to be a target on your back. Koi still charging forward here, however. It's the eco round. Bladestorm would have been a chance for them to get something done, but Famsi is already hitting the ground. Aslan present yet again for another multi-kill. And it's 5-0. Koi with this fast approach, going for a quick one. We saw the spray there. It said 13-0. I'm hoping it won't be that much of a one-sided affair.
Man, if this ends up a 13-0, what a way to end things out. I mean, the owner is watching. I mean, that would just be such a hard thing to lose out, Hazard.
Yeah.
Especially the way that things are going. But it's a good time out, a good time to take a step back and assess exactly what is going wrong. 5-0 right now, potentially 6 if they were to continue on the way that they are. And I think Koi. I mean, what do they think about here? What did they revise, Hazard? Is it everything that's going wrong?
I'm not too sure. The first few rounds have been a flash in the pan, coming incredibly close on a number of them. Just small mistakes like not clearing Aslan out in that situation that come back to bite them. And now we have a full buy coming through, because you've got to remember that the 4th round was a bonus considering the force that they went for, which didn't pan out. The previous round as well, just an incredibly low buy to make a quick movement in mid, which right now Big seem to be forfeiting pretty happily. Masashi moving on towards that operator, lots of credits to work with. I'm not too sure. I think maybe going back to that slower play style could benefit them here somewhat. But we will just have to see.
We will have to see. But right now, I mean, we've got to see impact straight away. We need to see what's happening. I mean, Koi, if I'm trying to remember back, they haven't really thought much about mid here. And again, it's a pretty passive hold in mid.
Yeah.
Luck are pretty close by, Hazard.
Oh, and just about clears it out. Twiston also clears out the brains of Fern, finding that kill. And we're in a 5 versus 3. Initial duels being taken. Koi nowhere near as reserved on their attacking side as their defense usually is. Big waiting for these fights to come through. And while sometimes taking that initiative, we see Twiston went diving down hall, bombing on through, and was able to find it. A nice kill from Neptuno. Information onto Masashi, but they've got to be cautious of these players that are already coming through tunnels, and they aren't. Sakeka's dropped. Obnox has found their opposite number, and the mirror has been shattered. Oh, what is that?
That is a lovely shot. That's exactly what that is. Neptuno left all to do. Gets struck down. The hand of Big is just punishing Koi. They're giving a taste of their own medicine after Bind in the way that went out. Big are looking good. And Kaza, I mean, I've got to see it. Abai esta sudundo. Abai, are you sweating right now because Koi are not looking good?
That's ridiculous from you, to be honest, but I absolutely love it. I think someone who's going to be rubbing their hands together at the prospect of another German team in Red Bull home ground is certainly going to be Zesht, especially after they weren't able to make franchising. This is their revenge story, Big. Up 6 rounds already. They have, at the very least, maintained that the score will be level coming out of the half. Now just hunting for an advantage, and Obnox has already punished another solo fight going against them. And look at this flank! Twisted in the back lines, is cutting them down, spraying them one by one, nails the head of Fern. And it is only Magnum left. Somewhat of a stretched buy here for the attackers, but even then, Big seal it so quickly.
This is crazy. Magnum swings into 3 players. It's just every angle, everything thought of by Big. They're winning everything right now. I mean, they're feeling good. As the best of 5 has went on, I mean, Big have just grew into it. They've settled themselves, and they are settling Koi right now. They're settling their affairs, and they may be booking their flights to Manchester.
We're gonna have to see. We are going to have to see. Can't get ahead of ourselves. Sometimes all it takes is that one round for the floodgates to open, but Koi are going to be hoping that it's this one, because if it isn't, they're back onto another low investment. Not too much ultimates to work with, but I don't think that side of the economy has really tipped the scales too often here, to be completely honest. Yeah. It's purely won out on those gun duels, the tempered aggression that we're seeing. Big swapping up the strategy yet again. This time the operator posted up in towards A main, looking to maybe take this kill, but as soon as you hear that rendezvous get placed, it's the calling card of Chamber that you then anticipate the peak, like a procs the null command to just keep things from coming forward for a moment more.
Look at this operator on the way it's holding out. Musashi takes Famsi again. It's so harsh here. I mean, Sukik was thinking about a peek, but look at Musashi and how much space they're taking. Neptundo swings out and twisting again. They've become so deadly here. And I mean, in general, oh Koi punishes.
Yeah, and in that situation, I think Lucca would have been more happy if they had a chainsaw or something to get rid of those bushes as the Seekers went flying out. Magnum shield is somewhat by them. Obnox traded out 2 versus 2. Yet again, even player count, and Twiston's position is well aware of in terms of Koi gun barrel and then head to follow. The cap flies off and it's just Sake left. They need to come up big here if they want to dismantle big. 1 versus 2, knows about the first player, but still has no idea about Aslan. Eventually spots them out, and now the information is there. Wants to take these jewels and will be proactive about it. The first one taken. Recon Dart lined up and ever so narrowly moves away from the angle which Aslan was holding. Bullets now traded. Time constantly ticking on down. A poison cloud to fake that tap or at least get it half diffused. Shock dart will come in. That's not enough to drop the player. The secondary tap baits the peek out and Aslan claims it. 8-0. Big firmly in control.
I know I've been making a couple of jokes and stuff like that throughout this cast, Hazza, but like that is the closest Koi has got. I'm not saying I'm underwhelmed. I'm not saying that Big are overwhelming, but I just expected more. I expected better in this half. I can't believe that this is what it's come down to. I mean, even the Hunter's Fury was a potential. It could be potentially used there. Unfortunately, though, Hazza, it's not won out, and Big moved to 8-0. At any point, Koi could come back into this, start to steam or kind of start that snowball moving, and then we look towards the next half. But at this moment in time, you can't stop thinking about Big.
You certainly can't. Try and make a snowball if you want, but I think it's going to melt on Breeze, to be completely honest. It's too sunny. At least 30 degrees out. Aldrone comes through, initial contact. We're seeing that split push happen, and it may just work out for them this time around. Kills made in towards the site, but Musashi holds firm. Is good to find 2, and that has leveled things for the time being.
Oh, no, Neptundo. That was your opportunity. Musashi down to 6 HP, and that's just exactly how this whole game has been like. Having an opportunity and having it taken away, snatched away at that moment. And Big looking to snatch away the opportunity to qualify. Already these 3 players look to assault in, but look at Fern going for a flank through double doors.
It's a long flank, and it has to pay off, because if this fight is lost, which it is, Musashi, the demolition expert, levels the playing field once again with their 4th kill on the round. Lucca trades them out eventually, won't be living to tell the tale, unfortunately. Yeah, it seemed like it for a moment in time. How has Musashi lived for so long? Going to be sat on the deathbed telling their grandkids about how I held down the ace against Koi, made my way to the home ground main event. I mean, not going to happen. 4K's good enough. That's 9-0.
Hazza, was that your like Granny Apples impression from Shadow of Israel?
No, what? Granny Bacon?
Is it Granny Bacon? I thought it was Granny Apples.
No,
Bro, that is.
No.
That's probably unlocked like so many memories right there.
Oh, of course. Oh, honestly, I think Jaffa Cake or Yogscast were responsible for like half the Jaffa Cake sales in that age demographic. So, I mean, look, maybe we can find some confectionery of our own to pawn off.
Yeah.
Perhaps some Red Bulls, you know?
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, did you know that they cut the what's it called? The creme. What's the creme donuts? They were responsible for getting a Jaffa Cake creme donuts happening.
Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea, and neither did Fern that Twiston had pushed up mid, able to take that kill. And now we're going to see an advantage, but Koi do swing back. So does Aslan. Banging on their chest now, Big in position, finds a 3rd even for their troubles. How many times have we seen Sake here with players bearing on down from the back of pyramids? Needs to try and isolate anything here. Has utility. They'll fire it out left, right, and center. But if anything can be found from it, I'm not too sure it will. Musashi already up so close. Takes him out. Double digits uncontested from Big.
Yeah, and it's now 10-0. And it's the question of, can Koi even do damage limitation? Is that a possibility in this game, Hazza? Because realistically, Koi, I mean, are all but out. a pistol
It
round on...
certainly feels like that, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say a pistol round on the next half. Big move on towards a match point after an anti-eco round if they convert it, which we probably most likely expect. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I just get
I mean,
worried.
Also, how many rounds have we seen Koi just go for this A execute? Time and time again, they'll continue to try it. But Big have held firm every single time, and to make matters worse, there's a Viper's Pit here, a Snake Bite to back it up. But just like that, Koi are able to somehow win out. And now they have the control that they need.
Exactly. It's the blunt trauma. They're trying the blunt trauma effect here. 4 versus 3. They have the advantage. A neural theft to come through, but Twisting being able to updraft over the tripwire might pay dividends. Lucker just slaps Famzy in the face. It's trades left, right, and centre. Twisting though, trying to engage on towards the Viper. Do they know Hazza? Can they engage? They certainly will, but Twisting wins out. It's up to Obnox and Twisting here to find the last. It's Magnum, the player with so much experience, probably the most. The Seekers do chase the Jet, but Magnum knows where they are. Time getting low, and Magnum wins it out. It's the first round for Koi, you can't help but shout.
Oh, you certainly can't, and we've only got one more of them left in the half somehow. But Big already on 10. I mean, at this point, you're thinking that Big are running away with things, but Koi still have a chance. You know, we can't completely forget about players like Magnum because they will prove you exactly why in rounds like this. A big 4K to just give them something to go off. When you have no rounds, it can feel almost impossible. There's nothing to hold on to, but now they have something tangible from which to work. But the question is, how much can they get done?
Oh, nice engagement there. And it seems if Famzy's going to take that advantage and they're going to go straight on towards B. They've completely switched it up. It's the ABAB approach. It's the Famzy approach. Takes out Obnox. The Viper wall comes through to deny lines of sight, but already assaulting in towards CT. Takes another. The head's collecting for Famzy. And now Koi have woken up. But is it too late? One left. It's the chamber in towards the next position. Musashi and an ace for Famzy. What a play from them. It's just an individual one, and I'll tell you something, Hazza, Koi needed that.
5 players, 5 kills, 5 stars from Famzy. Style points for some of these ones. Updraft takes this one onto Aslan, and then some weird flicks and dashes. I don't know, is this prod in the server right now? Like, who is it that we're actually spectating? No idea, but fact of the matter is, Big will take those 10 rounds now into this second half, and as you mentioned quite rightly, a pistol round here would be all but over in terms of what Koi want to have ambitions-wise and making that main event, because you also have to consider the force buy. Big have another opportunity at biting back if they can get a plant. From the defender's side, it's that bit much more difficult.
I mean, looking at this, Koi are good enough to be the team that bites back, that comes back in and wins out against Big. Already though, Famzy has got aggressive. We've seen 2 picks. It's went either way, and I think the biggest one has actually went towards Koi.
Oh, this is the biggest, or the exact same thing as what we saw in the previous pistol round. An aggression towards mid from both of those players, and then leaving open B, and which the retake is now coming forward as we see control has been collected. Only 2 big players here. It's a 3 versus 2 on the site. If Koi can try and win it out, and Famzy's got both. The 2 remaining players now from main, but there's absolutely no idea as to this positioning. Headshot collected onto the first. Lucker causing some damage already. A follow-up from Obnox. And finally, the Phantom Resistance is here. Neptuno looking to stick things out. Gets it to half, tries to hop back on. But Lucker sends one between the cheeks, and just like that, it's 11-2.
Fantastic play there from Big. I mean, the post plant, I mean, that's the difference. The post plant was good. That's the 2 difference between the halves, in my opinion. And I think now, Big extremely happy with the way that things are going. They have now an anti-eco round. Can Koi force into it realistically?
I think they almost have their hand forced in many ways, pardon the pun, because you're looking at 11-2. If you concede this one without doing anything and actually let Big hold on to the rifles which they've bought into here, then you're really struggling. You're really going to struggle. You don't want to have 10 map points between you, 10 series points, championship points, qualification points. But that is just how things are. And, well, one fact of the matter is that Twiston has been on fire in the latter end of this series, the latter end of this tournament, if not throughout the whole duration of it. Opening things up for them. Koi's investment goes to waste, it seems. And Big Claymore.
Yeah, and it's an absolute gamble, Hazard. This is looking like an absolute gamble from Big. They gambled into buying into this round. Hopefully they have enough to buy into the next one, because if they don't, they've just essentially gifted qualification to Manchester Red Bull home grounds to Big.
Yeah, I mean, Koi, go for that split decision and look at the buy. It's not there. Now or never. 10 championship points here, or 10 qualification points, I guess we should call it. This is a qualifier, but only one team coming through from the EMEA qualification stage makes it feel like that. We've climbed a mountain to get to this point, but Big look to be standing atop it. Koi haven't got much to work with here. One of those few players will be Famsi on the Vandal. Musashi to take first contact.
Nice from Twiston. And already Famsi, look at the position that they're in. The tailwind has been procced. There's information on the chamber, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, this stack here only signals to casters and the people watching one thing. This will be where the execute comes from, as the players rain off bullets. Can they find Famsi? Can they find the Jet? It doesn't seem to be. They'll find the Cypher instead.
More than anything, it feels like desperation. Pre-fire upon pre-fire, expecting a player to come through. Famsi will at least get one, but that is all that stands now for Koi. Neptuno on their lonesome, Sheriff in hand, 10 rounds in front of them, but may even be lucky to get the first. Not gonna happen. Musashi will swing. 13-2 Big dominance, and they seal their place in the Red Bull home ground main event.
Europe, are you watching a franchise team taking down Big Go Huge, Big Go Massive, and Big Qualify to Manchester? The German organisation has I'm going to be honest, in Swiss, I didn't think they would make it all the way here, but my God, did they put on a show.
Yeah, they didn't come out of Swiss with the strongest record. There were other teams putting up big results. Koi coming into the grand finals hadn't dropped a single map. The only loss that they had in Swiss was a forfeit. But Big, they take that first one away on their home ground. Things get leveled out on Bind, and you start to worry just a little bit for their hopes in this game because of how strong Koi have been throughout the tournament. But Ascent and Breeze both going the way of Big. They claim each of them and nail their place on the ticket for that home ground main event.
Hazard, that was probably one of the most exciting events that we've been involved in. I mean, I can't believe, and I mean, commiserations to Koi, commiserations to a lot of these teams, because a lot of these matches came close. But Big, I mean, so many congratulations need to be given to this roster.
100%. There are players on all ends of things causing problems. You could list every single player and give something valuable from what they were able to create. I think on this map specifically, we saw a lot from Obnox on that Sova, causing problems left, right, and center there. Utility usage was great as well. Aslan coming up with some crazy plays. Musashi, Twiston, Lucka, every single one of them chipping in with different pieces of value. And as a team, as a cohesive unit, they are able to find that place in the main event. So they'll be joining footballists who have already confirmed their place, along with the 6 other invited teams that we expect to see in Manchester come December.
Exactly, Hazard. But with that being said, I mean, we have to say our endings for the night, and I'll let you say the farewells because I've been bringing this in so much, so I'll let you take it away.
I mean, there's not really too much else more for me to say. I'm not going to get sentimental with it or whatever, but it's been fantastic to be on the cast with you once again, Kara, of course. I'd like to thank everyone behind the scenes, but for the Goose House for making this possible as well. We've got Embre, Mage of Justic, Ronan, all helping out with observing and such. Ryan DG on admin, Tex on production, of course, as well. So plenty of people to give a shout out that maybe don't get the thanks that they deserve, as, you know, we claim all the plaudits by being the face of the broadcast, but it's the people behind the scenes that really make this possible. So thank you very much to them. And other than that, it's been a great opportunity, and I can't wait to see what happens in the main event.
Yeah, certainly. We are going to send it to the match highlights, but while we do, me and Hazza will say goodbye. I hope everybody has a great night. And for meme's sake, once again, Hazza, have a great dinner. Good night.
feet put our hands up when the sun goes down. We are feet put our hands up when the sun goes down. We are feet put our hands up when the sun goes down. We are feet put our hands up when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. When the sun goes down. Feet put our hands up when the sun goes down. We are feet put our hands up when the sun goes down. We are feet put our hands up when the sun goes down. We are feet put our hands up when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down.
Free pray, pray tonight? Baby, can you pray, pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time, so pray tonight. So you won't know, yeah. For everywhere right now we have, turn around and not do it. But I'll be ready every day, know everything's alright. Are you gonna pray? Are you gonna pray tonight? Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Gotta pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, pray, pray, pray for me and for us. Baby, can you pray, pray tonight? Baby, can you pray, pray for us? Oh, baby, can you pray? 'Cause every time you make time, it's only to the end. So pray tonight. I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the